Yeah. Big. Yeah. I'm a simple man, never chasing the throne. Just trying to leave this world a little better than I found my own. I got common sense, ain't pretending I'm a man. Never chasing a pair of sneakers, walking down the same street. I believe the everyday people, cause I know the grind. Bills due, back sore, too much on the mind. I got everybody values, that's the code I choose. We all taking punches, but we don't all gotta lose. As I talk to people with empathy, that's what we all seek. A little understanding when we're feeling weak. Everybody carrying the weight you never see, so I'd rather build a bridge than create enemies. We all gotta get through this life together. Storms keep coming, but they don't last forever. Why we always trying to make it harder for each other? Could have been strangers, but maybe we end up brothers. I'm still looking for the truth every day I wake, learning from the choices and the chances that I take. The world's complicated, but this much I know: kindness makes it easier wherever we go. Don't even care if morals are objective or subjective. Find a way to live with stabbing me's not your perspective. Call it reason, call it culture, call it what you please. Just let people breathe without dropping to their knees. We've all got hard lives, gotta muddle through somehow. Can't rewind yesterday, only deal with the now. Every scar's got a story, every smile hides pain. Everybody's trying to dance in the middle of the rain. No need to make it harder than it already is, by making up a God and adding that guy's list. Extra rules, extra guilt, extra fear to obey. I'd rather help my neighbor than worship all day. I'm not saying I got every answer in my hand. I'm just another human trying hard to understand. If tomorrow proves me wrong, then tomorrow I'll adapt. Truth ain't something fragile, it's stronger than my man. I'm still looking for the truth every single day, but it's amazing how much truth is already on display. A hungry kid needs dinner, a lonely soul needs time. A helping hand is louder than the sermon over rhyme. We laugh, we cry, we celebrate, we grieve. We all got dreams too stubborn to leave. Whether heaven's waiting or it's all we got, this moment's still precious, don't waste the shot. I don't need the vision to know what's worthwhile. Sometimes changing someone's day starts with a smile. No halos, no demons, just people like me and you. Trying to find tomorrow with the best that we can do. We all gotta get through this life together. Different roads, same sky, same changing weather. Why we always trying to make it harder for each other? Yeah, life's already tough enough. Why not help one another? I'm a simple man, that's the way I'm gonna stay. Common sense and compassion every single day. Still searching for the truth, but here's what I found. The best place to start is with the people around. Yeah.
Containment failed. Live stream initiated. Unknown BOW detected. Designation.
Pre-sup. Rebels into the stream to pray. Formerly sermons with tag underneath. Mutated logic cruising behind, running in tape. Without God you can't know truth. Saving faith is script with no real proof. Umbrella grade rhetoric, virus born lies. Vector to create more, we can get more.
Just clean precision while the facts keep pointing. Presup mutates when the pressure climbs. Redefining words in real time. Treasonous on necessity screamed in rage. Like a tyrant trapped inside a semantic cage. Presup fires off transcendental rounds. Big words echoing hollow sounds. Epistemologized, fetishized, dogmatized, but nobody on fire sees through the disguise. Evidence loaded into every reply while holy assertions decay and die. No miracles found in the source code haze. Just another cult caught in the blaze. To prove your view. That's not logic, that's a virus loop. Mind control virus in a hazmat suit.
BOW detected. Precept staggering. Audio peaking. Worldview collapsing. Live while streaming. Status. Eradication required.
Flickers like fluorescent lights. Another theology war in digital nights. Nobody on fire walks through the flame. Understands precepts and he's hacked their game. No fear of hell, no need for gods. Just reason and logic marching through the odds. And when the final argument expires, the only thing left is fire. To the door, nobody on fire leaves the priest scorched. Priest reduced to a failed experiment, buried beneath his own circular testament. Containment chamber glowing red, stacks of dead arguments fed to the shred. And documents melt into ash, every circular claim erased in the fire.
Containment restored. Debate archived. Presup status neutralized. Nobody on fire status.
Uninfected.
You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never heal. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system. Now it's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well, now welcome to Async, where we just wanna know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and doubts that you sow. Saints burn up in orange and purple glow, and the sinners steal the whole damn show.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Arpy, and you're listening to Async.
Neck 2. See everybody tonight.
Yeah, we've got a good amount of friends already there in chat. Always excited to see that. Neck 2, how are you doing tonight?
Pretty good. Just getting up and at 'em and ready to go for a good
to
night.
hear. Yeah.
Where's Gretchen at?
She might be getting some much-deserved rest.
Right. Yeah, she was up for like 36 hours. So
Yeah, that's tough. It's tough on the body.
yeah,
So she might pop in later. We'll see.
we got this if she don't. So
Yep.
well, how was your day?
It was long, but always get to spend a lot of time with RP Jr.
Nice.
And that's that's what gets me through the day. For a lot of our friends already here and listening who follow the line, Jimmy and Ari Mermaid were live, but Ari had to split at the end. Jimmy had a couple more calls that he wanted to go over. And so Jovan came on, and guess what? Our good friend Felix fucking called Jimmy and Jovan with the same argument that we argued, 3 nights over this past weekend for over 10 hours. He just hasn't learned a thing.
Yeah. He doesn't take anything that is said to him into account.
No. And Jimmy had pretty much the exact same problems with his quote unquote syllogism that we did and that we vocalized for hours. So that was kind of a nice sanity check, knowing that okay, so the things I had issues with his argument are
Right.
shared issues across platforms.
Yeah. Everybody's giving him the same critiques, and everywhere he goes, John had the same critique. He isn't taking anything that's said to him into account.
Yeah, he just continues to assert it over and over and over.
Yeah.
So
That's somebody who's got an agenda. That's not somebody who's not somebody who's looking for a debate or looking for someone who's looking for the truth of the matter.
Yeah, what you said earlier, he just wants to wear people down.
Oh yeah, that's my opinion. Yeah, I think he thinks if he just keeps reasserting the claim endlessly, and he doesn't ever budge, you know, that it's like a tug of war,
Right.
but it's not going to
And
work.
he actually attempted to request before the show was even
Yeah, that's
started.
wild.
Like it was 20 minutes to before the stream started, and he was already back here. And I told him, we're not going to do the same argument. If you have something new to bring us, then go ahead. But
Right.
he he essentially told me, no, it's the same argument. We haven't refuted it. So I told him to go bother someone else.
Yeah. He's
So, yeah,
entitled to his
folks,
opinion. We're entitled to ours.
we won't be bothering you with Felix tonight, I promise.
I don't know. We're consistent along the same lines as with every other channel that's dealt with him. So I don't know what he expects.
Yeah,
But
let's go ahead and say hey to all of our wonderful friends there in chat. Looks like aside from the async crew, Professor Hizzle was number one. Way to go, his. And then we got Jackie, Brent, D's Nuts, Random Odds, Lindsay Bow, Puggles, Brittany, Ray, and M Carp already joining us. Good to see everybody. And I did see one of our friends try to request backstage, but then pop out. If you want to do that again, feel free to come up. We're about ready to start opening our YouTube feed and see what's on the menu tonight.
hey, Puggles.
All right, let's get this on the screen. Now, if anyone in the chat sees a video that's on the feed that looks interesting to you, just let us know in chat, and I'll be sure to throw it in the queue. Otherwise, I'm just going to go through and get some of our favorite other channels. Yeah, it's probably a good idea, Brent. Well, it's just us on the panel. We won't bore Gretchen to death. Probably get into one of Ian's videos.
That's a good idea. I'm just looking through my recent history, and I haven't watched really anything all that interesting. I mean, some of my own personal interest stuff, but not really relevant here.
Do you think Clark Kent and Superman?
Or we could do like a TMM video. Let's change it up.
Yeah, we can definitely throw them in the mix.
Yeah, we can start with the end. But yeah, if you want to do philosophy like as a theme until Gretchen joins us, if she does.
Yeah. Or even Professor Plank. Do you like Plank?
Yeah, I like Professor Plank.
He and TMM are very similar.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, first up, excuse me, one sec. Had some yogurt before the show.
Majesty of
It's kind
Reason
of
is also
stuck in my
really
throat.
What were you saying?
I said I had some yogurt before the show, and it's kind of stuck in my throat.
Yogurt?
Yeah.
Oh.
All right. The Ian clip we have pulled up is from I think today. Yep. So the call didn't
Oh, the one he
happen
posted
today,
today.
but
Yeah.
it was uploaded today.
There was a good call today.
I only caught like the first 2 calls of today's stream, and I
trying to
got
remember.
sidetracked by parent business.
Did I screenshot it? I'll have to look. It doesn't look like it. Oh well.
Well, it looks like we've got a friend backstage. We'll go ahead and bring him on. Good
Who's
evening,
this
Brent.
guy?
Hey, Nick to at night and RB.
What's
Good to talk to you,
going on?
folks.
Yeah, good
Yeah,
to hear from
I'd
you.
want to get in on the atheist video or the philosophy video before Gretchen gets in here and shuts it all down.
Right?
I thought you didn't like
Let's go.
philosophy.
I can't help it. It's like a drug, man. Like I don't. I hate philosophy, but at the same time, I can't stop learning about it. It's terrible.
Yeah, I feel that.
Well, then let's go ahead and dive right in so we can get as much time on the philosophy as we can.
Hell yeah.
Do you think Clark Kent and Superman are 2 persons or 1 person? Why would God turn over control to Satan?
He didn't turn over control to Satan.
Did Satan put him in the cup
earth.
chair? Yeah, sure. So then Satan beat the fuck out of God, it sounds. Hey, how's it going?
Oh, snap. You actually let me up. That's
Yep.
crazy. Hey, what's up, man? My name is Ian as well, just letting you know. So
Whoa,
pretty
that's cool. Whoa, Ian solidarity. Yeah, what religion are you?
I don't believe in religion because all religions are biased to too many opinions. I'm just straight up relationship with Jesus and
Smooth move. I don't believe in
Sadak
religion.
Mac Bivtaj. It's a classic.
What is it? Smack Mac Bidvaj?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I don't call myself a Christian, but I follow the teachings of Christ. Or
It's
Jesus.
not a religion, it's a relationship, RB.
Right.
Yeah. So
A relationship that's so one-sided that the other side is indistinguishable from not existing at all.
So,
I'm just saying, if I want to have a relationship with somebody, I have to know they exist first. So
Right.
we need an introduction.
exactly.
So if anybody
Yeah.
can introduce me to God, that'd be swell.
I forget which streamer brings up this scenario. I think it might be Joel, but he's like, say I want a relationship with Scarlett Johansson. She doesn't know who I am. Can I have a relationship with her if she doesn't even know I exist? And so that's like Christians or theists saying that God wants a relationship with you. Well, I can't have a relationship with something that I don't know. I don't
Right.
know that they actually exist.
So I'm going to screw this up, but I think the quote is one-sided love is called stalking.
Yep. That tracks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're stalking Jesus. Stop it. It's weird.
Well, and stalkings tend to escalate into, some terrible outcome, and that would be hell, right? Seems pretty analogous.
Either that or Kool-Aid. All right, anyway.
Yeah, well, I think I remember this call. Ian had a similar call earlier this week, but I think this is actually from several weeks ago. So, yeah, let's see Ian's Superman analogy.
just the faith of what he's done in my life,
Yep.
spiritually.
Sure. What makes you think that God exists?
Well, let me ask you one question real quick before we get into that.
Yeah,
What's
go
your
for it.
end goal? What's your end goal with these lives every time you're on here?
I think that the end goal with the lives. So there's like a couple of things. I
hate the
I'm really
motivation
interested
question.
in truth.
That sucks. I absolutely hate when they want to understand like what motivates you to do this. It has nothing to do with the topic. Clearly, the motivation is for you to call in. We're right here talking about this right now.
Right.
It just
doesn't
baffles me.
It doesn't matter if it's for entertainment purpose, activistic purposes, or just like curiosity purposes. Like you're here on the platform. Like let's talk about the topic.
I think
Yep.
it's an
Doesn't need to be
integrity
this
check.
meta.
Is it what?
I think they think it's an integrity check.
Oh,
That's what I would guess. Like that's what I think he thinks he's doing, is checking Ian's integrity. Like, are you doing this because you're greedy? Are you doing this? He's trying to stereotype. You know, it's
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
one
it's
of those
poisoning the well.
subtle poisoning of the wells.
Yeah,
Are
yeah,
they
it's poisoning the
hoping
well.
that one host is like, well, it's because I'm Satan's servant and I
Yeah,
live
right. Like
to spread his dark word. Hail Satan 666.
some
I
of
mean,
them
yeah,
really
he's always
think it's
responded to it
economically
specifically just to
simple.
get under your skin, asshole. So what do you want to talk about? But, you know,
Right.
that's
Right.
me. Anyway, sorry. That's all I wanted to interject
But some
on.
people,
It
that's
just
all they've
pisses
been
me off.
told. Like for real though, some people that's all they've been told their whole lives. Like for example, like there's an author who writes about North Korea, and he's an expert on North Korea, but he's a white guy. But he's a professor in South Korea, and when he's had to go, he's helped like at times in his life, like uh, when North Koreans have ended up in South Korea, like he's like helped them like deconstruct everything that they were put through. They've never seen a white person in their entire life. All they know about white people is the propaganda that the North Korean regime told them. And so when he walks into the room, they would just be frozen, like terrified of him, even though they know that they've escaped the bad part. Now they're being confronted with a person who they're being told is now safe to be around, but they can't overcome that in the moment. And they have
Yeah, North Korea is a cult.
yeah. And
Yeah,
so
it's a
like
cult
he's he
personality,
said
but yeah, it's a cult.
people that they know that they'll tell him like, I know you're not a threat. I know I don't need to be scared of you, but I can't help it. The things that they told me you people did to my people that's all my mind thinks about when I
Yep.
see you. So like one lady wouldn't even look at him. His name is B.R. Myers. If anyone's interested, he writes about North Korea. He's a professor of I forget what he's a professor in, but it's on the academic side of things.
Nice. Nice.
Anyway,
Yeah, I just had to interject because I cannot stand it when they do this because it's really just poisoning the well. That's all it
yeah,
is. It has nothing to do with anything that matters. It
Yeah,
sucks.
it has zero utility as far as the
Yeah.
topic at hand is
Yep.
concerned.
Pursuit of
Yeah, it's
truth.
rhetoric and shitty rhetoric at that.
the
Yeah,
book I read by him is
and
called
it's
The
coming
Cleanest
out.
Race.
It's coming out and starting with rhetoric, which is like, such a loser move.
I agree. Yeah, pisses me off. Anyway, that's
Felix,
why
oh my God,
horse
I
crap.
told you this before the show. We're not talking to you tonight. Okay.
Oh, poor Felix. I am so sad.
You
So
had
His ratings are
the
good.
chance before the show to tell me that you wanted to talk about a
Mm.
new argument, and you refused to do so. And so I can only assume that if we bring you on stage, it'll devolve into the same tired argument that we've spent like probably 12 hours at this point refuting. Like we don't need to talk to you. Like, go chill out, hang out in the comments. I saw you're actually chatting in the vertical comment section. I'm going to post you a link so that you can get to the horizontal comment section. Try chatting with people in chat. See if they'll take your argument seriously. Okay?
I just want to say
Tonight,
Sir Equinox summarized
When
it perfectly. It's patronizing.
yeah.
That's exactly what it is. It's patronizing.
everyone says, when everywhere you go, everyone points out the exact same problems with the shit you say. It's no longer our problem; it's your problem. You're the problem, Felix.
All right, so Felix, I posted the link for the horizontal chat where there's going to be a lot more people in it that you can actually have text discussions with. But as far as you coming on the panel tonight, that's not happening. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead, remove you from the studio. Come back another night when you're actually ready to give a new argument. All right. Till then, take care.
Bye, Felix.
Okay.
Anyway, Sir Equinox said it best. It's patronizing.
Yeah.
I can't fucking stand it. That's why. It's because it's patronizing. That's why it bothers me so much. 100%. Yep.
We'll see if he even ends up in the horizontal chat. If not, then I'll assume it's because like he fundamentally has an issue with listening. But enough, Felix. We already talked about him at the beginning. Then you try to pop back in. It's like, you know, like a fungus that you can't get rid of. So let's dive back into Ian.
I also love philosophy. It's something that I wish I could do every single day. And you know, this allows me a way to do that. You know, I get to talk about philosophy in a way that is
You're such
potentially
a
like
liar,
sustainable
Felix.
over time.
don't
You
have a
know, I
new
have ambitions of
Even if you have a new argument, Felix, not tonight, okay? We already said not tonight. We're not bringing it. Just drop it. Maybe tomorrow. Come check tomorrow. Not tonight. We made up our mind.
Yeah, like I said, we talked for about 5 minutes before the show even started, and I told you very specifically, you can come up if you have a new argument. But then when I made that first offer, you refused to say that you have a new argument. Now you have a new argument now, and I don't believe that you actually have a new argument. So like I said, we're not doing
Practice
it
that in
tonight.
chat.
Come back another night with that new argument. Write that. In fact, take this time, write your argument down, formalize it, make sure that it actually follows a valid inference rule, and then we can discuss the soundness when you come on another night. But
Fine,
tonight
Felix.
is not the night. Okay.
We're not going to discuss it tonight.
All
It's
right.
not your show, Felix.
We're done responding to you now, Felix. Okay. You know, like you can shout and chat as much as you want. I already gave you a link to the horizontal chat so we can actually talk to other people. But we're done responding to you. Okay.
one day going to grad school and getting a philosophy degree. Doing all of this helps me like monetize my interest in philosophy. It's, I don't know, there's a lot of reasons.
Because I've realized when I come across lives like this, most of the time the host is very educated with stuff like that. And then that Christians that come up to try and defend their faith, they're not as educated with those things. And all they have is their faith, you know? And so that's kind of where I'm at too, because I've heard all the questions you've been asking and how you kind of go deep into these topics. And I'm like, man, this guy is smart. Like he knows what he's doing when it comes to defending his point. But do you think that there's only one right answer to all of this?
Well, yeah, there's going to be some fact of the matter, right? Either God exists or he doesn't.
And what is your, I would say personal reasoning, but what is your reasoning for believing that God does not exist?
There's like quite a few. Okay, let me make this like super simple. The types and quantity of suffering that we see around us is just radically unexpected if God exists. So let's say that you and I, whoa, wait, sorry.
That evil exists?
Yeah, I do. So let's say that you and I are traveling to a kingdom and we hear that the king is he's just and he's wise and he's powerful. But as we arrive at the kingdom, we see the bodies of men, women, and children just strewn about on lampposts. Well, maybe he's not as, maybe he doesn't know about the killings, but then he's not as wise as we once thought. Or maybe he does know about the killings, but he doesn't have the power to stop them, in which case he's not as powerful as we once thought. Or maybe he does know about the killings and does have the power to stop them, but just chooses not to. In which case, maybe he's not as good as we once thought. Irregardless, we come away with the conclusion. Sorry for saying irregardless, but regardless, we come away with the conclusion that there probably just isn't like a good, wise, powerful king that's in charge of this kingdom. Likewise, I look to the world around me. I see earthquake, cancer. Some people get raped to death. I just can't help but come away with the conclusion that it doesn't seem like this is the sort of world that's being governed by a good.
I always love this scenario that Ian brings up to discuss the main problem of natural evil. Like it's so succinct, and for people who aren't quite as well acquainted with the problem of natural evil, here's kind of a nice flow chart that goes over the basics. So evil exists. Can God prevent it? Yes or no? If yes, or if no, God is not all powerful. If yes, then you ask, does God want to prevent the evil? If no, then God is not all loving. It's attacking his omnibenevolence. If yes, does God know about the evil? If no, then God is not all knowing. If yes, then we go into this loop that will either eventually end up at God is not all powerful or God is not all knowing. And so this is the problem with specifically the Christian God that is supposed to be triomni. This simply refutes those a single one of the triomni properties if evil exists.
I think you just need to add something on to the end. My name is RP. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. That's a great flowchart. I like it. Did you make this? Where did you get this from?
No. I found it on Google.
Nice. It's wicked hard to read on the horizontal, man.
Oh yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
Sorry, horizontal. Like we're
No
still.
You walked us
still
through. I
working on
appreciate
this.
that.
Yeah. Maybe.
Thank you for
maybe
the TED
that's
Talk.
a little closer.
So I think that the analogy that Ian makes is really poignant because it's not about being all powerful. It's just the analogy to a king has rule over his kingdom. And if you come across a kingdom and you see all this, horrible death, destruction, et cetera, what do you necessarily conclude about the king? He's either massively incompetent or he's evil as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I really do like the analogy. I think it works really well. I think he's just Ian is just like writing their next book out loud at this point. I love it.
Yeah. I'll be first in line to get that pre-ordered for sure.
Dude, yeah, it's sick.
But they'll probably wait until like they graduate with their PhD because that's like the main thing they're working on right now is getting into a PhD program.
Oh yeah, probably. Fun stuff.
All right, let's dive back in.
Wise, powerful God.
So let me tell you something. The world isn't governed by God. God created everything, but now the dominion belongs to Satan.
Why would God do that?
I'm gonna just spread the gospel right here. Jesus came to die.
But
so
why
we
would
can be
wait?
set free
Sorry,
through him.
wait. Sorry. Before you do that, sorry. Why would God turn over control to Satan?
He didn't turn over control to Satan.
Did Satan put him in the cuck chair? Yeah, sure. So then Satan beat the fuck out of God. It sounds.
No, God beat Satan.
Oh,
100%.
Then how does Satan control the earth?
And look, bro, if you think about it, like God created humans also with the intention of showing Satan that we can actually be better than him. We can actually choose to believe in God and choose to believe that he's real, despite all the evil in this world. Let me read you a verse.
Wait. So before you do that, that doesn't seem to be an explanation. I'm unclear as to how Satan began to be in control of the earth. Like, let's go back to the king example, because I think that this is like really elucidating. Let's say that the king has like an evil son, and the king knows that his son is like evil and cruel, and then the king, for some reason, puts his son in charge of the kingdom. Well, in this circumstance too, I would assume that the king is not wise, powerful, and just.
Hold on 1 second. Yeah, and I get what you're saying, man. I get what you're saying. I feel like as humans, we focus.
He's literally flipping through his script. Holy shit! You can hear it on the mic. This is crazy. Like usually people have like a script on their phone or on their computer, but like he's got an actual paper script. Okay.
Too much on what's.
Gotta respect the hustle, man. Gotta respect the hustle.
Right.
I want to know, is it in pen or pencil? That's all I need to know.
I mean, it didn't sound like a notebook. It sounded like, someone like printed out things like on a printer and then stapled them together.
Oh, well, that's just disappointing. I was really hoping for something handwritten.
Probably a flow chart from like Darth Dawkins, membership or whatever. Conversation tree.
Jesus Christ, it's so accurate.
Kind of just stick to that and be like, why is God doing all this stuff? Rather than being like,
I didn't say that.
Reveal yourself to me through the power of your Holy Spirit and tell me why things are like this. Why the heck do we have to go through all of this suffering, Lord Jesus? Why?
That's a good question.
Show me. That is like, I feel like most people can't bring themselves to do that. You feel what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, let's do it right now. Hey, Lord Jesus, we were wondering, why would you let kids die of cancer?
You're doing it out of like mockery.
Oh, prove it. No, I'm not. I'm genuinely asking for an explanation. Nope, that's not true. I just genuinely asked. So, okay, what you set up a criteria for how we could figure this out. I met the criteria, so now you need to pivot and say, well, you're being disingenuous about it. That's not true.
But that's the thing, like, look, let me give you a stupid analogy really quick. In cartoon things, it's like, it'll only happen if you believe. If you believe, things will come true. But then there are people that are like, oh, yeah, whatever, yeah, I believe it. But it never comes true for them. But if you truly believe, you have to believe in the unknown. That's what happened to me, man. People who grew up in the church be like,
Yeah, this is pretty much a no true believers fallacy. Like
I wonder, what
if you
about
don't,
the counter of asking to believe it or pray for you instead of praying yourself? Why not put it back on them? Be like, okay, well, maybe I'm not going to know how to pray right, so you should just pray on both of our behalves. Go ahead.
yeah, that's something I think Mezzo turns around on them pretty often.
Oh shit, does he? Oh, he
Yeah,
probably does. That sounds like a mezzo move. That's
yeah.
sick.
Specifically, he has a prayer about his garage door. He's like, okay, so like go ahead and like pray for my garage door to open, because like that would require like just the tiniest amount of voltage to rise in his garage remote controller. That seems like such an insignificant task that God surely should be able to handle it. And it would be a profound enough effect that like it might not convert people right on the spot, but there for sure will be a higher attendance in the churches around those viewers come Sunday.
That just makes me want to drive around wherever Mezzo lives with an infinite number of garage door openers, pressing buttons just to fuck with him.
Something tells me the FCC might be on your ass if you do
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
that.
I mean, technically, no. Yeah.
But that would be hilarious. I think one night he did like pretend to have the garage door open, and
Oh my
like
god.
he just like stood up like and just like walked out of the garage door and left the stream running for like another hour with just like
Oh my
showing
god. I
the
wouldn't put
open
it past
garage
him.
door.
I wouldn't put it past him. That's so whack. Fucking Mezzo. Oh my god.
Such an entertainer.
Hilarious. He really is. He really is. Anyway, all right. Where are we at with Ian and the idiot?
Well, remember, Ian just prayed, and the idiot is
Okay,
saying it was
right, right. And
disingenuous.
it didn't work because he didn't do it right.
Yeah,
Got it.
yeah.
Okay, yes. He wasn't wearing a kilt. He didn't put jam in his oatmeal. Obviously, not true.
He's not holding a giant crucifix around his neck.
All right.
You got to worship God. You got to go to church. You got to pray. And it becomes like this rule book of like things that if you don't do it, you go to hell. And
Wait,
that's how I
sorry.
grew up knowing God. But God,
Maybe we could do
he's
it like
a
this, because
personal relationship.
you say that you've reached out to God and asked him to explain some of the suffering. So I don't know, like why does
No,
God?
I'm saying that you
Oh.
could do that if you wanted to. If you
Wait,
wanted
could
to
you
find
do that and
answers,
then
God
come
can
back with an
reveal them to you.
answer? So here's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering why God would allow. So there's this horrible disease called Lesch-Nyhan syndrome that causes 2-year-olds to stab like sharp objects into their eyes, to gouge their own eyes
Bro,
out
demons exist,
compulsively.
brother. Demons exist.
Sorry, this
Satan
actually
exists,
comes
bro.
about via mutations. The mutations stem directly from cellular anatomy. I'm curious as to why God would design the cellular anatomy in a way that necessitates mutations that cause 2-year-olds to gouge their own eyes out.
He didn't create that.
Okay, where did it come from?
Satan.
So he's not the creator of all things, as it says in the Bible.
He didn't create sin.
So,
We cause sin
so he's
by
not the
human nature.
creator of the human cellular anatomy?
I mean, when God originally created Adam and Eve, those things weren't in the body. But once sin entered the world through human nature, through the serpent, through the devil himself, all these things came about. And
Okay.
God warned us. God warned us in the beginning that disobedience will lead to that. Think about your mom and your dad. You know what I mean? If
No, God did not warn that disobedience will lead to Lesch-Nyhan syndrome. He lied and said that they would die that day. Newsflash, they didn't. Adam apparently lived for like 900 fucking years. But yeah, it's funny that Collar already got called out on the God not being the creator of all things, because that is definitely a verse. I think maybe in Corinthians. I'll go ahead and hunt it down while we're continuing.
you don't follow the good things that they teach you. Now, mind you, people have abusive parents, but there are good teachings that a mother and a father teaches you. That's how you have to treat God. God warns you, if you disobey in these types of ways, these things will happen. Then people go ahead and do it. And then, oh, why is all this bad stuff happening? Because of disobedience. In Romans 5:19, it says, by one man's disobedience, we were all made sinful, but then by one man's obedience, which is Jesus Christ, we were all made righteous.
So, yeah, a little problem. It just says explicitly multiple times that God is indeed the creator of all things. You know, it says in Colossians.
My parents are good. Sorry, I was just replying to a comment I saw.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah, literally, as Ian is saying it, Colossians 1:16 is, I believe, what they're about to bring up. And my Control C is not working right now. Here we go. NRSV. Here we go. For in him all things in heaven and on earth were created. So Lesch-9 syndrome happens on earth according to this verse, Colossians 1:16. Lesch-9 syndrome is in fact from him. So I'm sure Ian's about to grill this down.
Well, I mean, that kind of rules out the incompetent idea, assuming they believe this verse in the Bible, of course.
Right.
I mean, maybe words don't mean words or context. I don't know. It's hard to say.
I mean, why not both?
Oh, that's so true. Okay. Yep. I can see it. I can see it already. Yeah. God's an evil fucker. Created Lesch-9 syndrome because, you know what? The creatures aren't sad enough. We need to make more sadness. Cool, dude. Anyway.
That God is indeed the creator of all things. You know, it
I
says
don't
in
have abusive parents.
Colossians.
My parents are good. Sorry, I was just replying to a comment I saw.
Oh, okay. Well, sure. In Colossians 1:16, it says, "For in him all things in heaven and earth were created, things visible and invisible, whether thrones or dominions or rulers or powers. All things have been created through him and for him." In Revelation 4:11, it says, "You are worthy, our Lord and God, to receive glory and honor and power, for you created all things, and by your will they existed and were created." So
Yeah, that one in Revelations is even stronger because Colossians 1:16 simply says all things in heaven and on earth were created, but Revelation says that all things. It doesn't give the qualifier of in heaven and on earth. I'll have to remember that Revelations one.
it just says over and over and over. John 1:3, all things were made through him. Like, come on.
Okay,
It says
but
explicitly over and over and over again that God is the creator of all things. But is
sin
this
is not a-
is
sin is
human
not a thing, it's a
cellular
product of
wait, sorry,
disobedience.
is the gene that causes Lesch-9 syndrome, is that a
It's
thing?
a product of sin.
But is that a thing?
No, sin is not a
You
thing.
don't think that the gene that causes Lesch-9 syndrome exists?
Well, yeah, sin created things.
Does it exist?
But God didn't create the things that sin brought about.
Does it exist?
Yeah, of course, everything exists.
Sure.
That's
So
what
then
we're
that
talking
is a thing, right? When it says the creator of all things, that's going to include that. I'm sorry that it doesn't say what you wanted to say, but it does say that God's the creator of all things. So you're on the hook for explaining this one.
I wonder if caller is going to go the route of evil is actually the privation of good. You know how there isn't like actual darkness. It's just a lack of light. There's not actual coldness. It's just a lack of heat. But that's usually where apologists will want to take this in order to argue that God can still be the creator of all things. It doesn't make God the creator of like the things that like the properties of like lacking that thing.
I mean, well, when he says things, it's not describing exactly every single thing he created, because sin also created things. If you look more into the word, sin brought about stuff as well, but God didn't create sin.
Yeah, so I'll read this verse again to you because I think it's
okay. It was even dumber than that. He didn't even like try to like take it the accurate way.
Yeah, you gave him way too much credit.
Yeah, he literally just went with P and not P. He's just going to contradict himself.
It was just an appeal to original sin. It's sin somehow came into the world, and sin somehow is greater than God's triomny properties, and so therefore the world is broken. And I guess God took a nap.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's that fucking bad.
For in him all things in heaven and on earth were created, things visible and invisible. Those are exhaustive categories. Come on.
Well, yeah, if you look at just that verse, obviously you can twist it and say that every single thing that's bad and good was created by God. Yeah, but just look more into the word, you'll find more things. Obviously, I'm not going to pull up a random Bible verse that will kind of go against
so
it.
RB, that's words don't mean words. That's a checkbox right there. Well done.
Yep. And also context.
Yes, so I know. Context, original sin. Got to go back to a different passage. Fuck me. Oh my God. How does Ian do this?
And caller's already caught in a contradiction. Like, adding more things into it still, like, it still remains a contradiction. It's no amount of massaging a contradiction no longer makes it a contradiction.
I mean, so what comes next? Are they going to do appeal to a mystery?
I don't know, because there's a lot left in this conversation.
Fuck. Okay.
We got like 30 minutes still.
So much evidence in the Bible that all of these things that are bad, considered horrible, that we look at like, God, why do you create these things, didn't inherently come from his design.
Then that's a contradiction. Any place, even if you have like a verse that says God didn't create this, then that's just a direct contradiction with the 3 verses that I cited you that say explicitly in no uncertain terms that God is the creator of all things. If you're saying God is the creator of all things, but also there are some things that God didn't create, that's just a contradiction.
Okay, so let's say if God tells you, hey, I give you a good thing and a bad thing. I tell you to choose the good thing and it'll be good. Would you just choose good?
Well, if God exists, then I would choose the good thing. If God was like, this is the good thing, go choose the good thing.
30:19,
This is a total pivot, by the way. Wait, this is a total pivot. Let's just get clear. So do you have, I guess, like, what's your response to the argument that it would be a contradiction?
Okay, look, God created everything and it honestly, we failed.
Okay.
We failed, and which led to all of this extra stuff. But
did he create the extra stuff too?
That said God created disease.
Wait, did he create the extra stuff too?
Yes, but all things good.
Oh, it doesn't say that though. It just says all things.
I think there's a verse that says he created all things good.
Yeah, let's see that. I mean, what I would infer from that, to be clear, is just that all things in the world are good, is what the Bible is saying, because it says over and over and over again that God is the creator of all things. So if everything that God creates is good and God's the creator of all things, then it would just seem to follow that all things are good. But sure, if you're off the app, I can't hear you. Got to come back on the app when you're ready.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. You got a very, very valid argument there, and it'll drive a Christian insane with the way you ask stuff. So I can't let it do that to me. I just know that there's so much evil in this world. We have no way to escape it, but there is a way we can spiritually. We can, and if you don't want to believe in that, I really respect you for that. I really do, and I find it amazing how you.
I just want to know what evidence there is.
No, yes, I'm not gonna say I agree with it because obviously there's gonna be opposition on here, but I'm saying that Bible verse can justify why you have that reasoning of God. That it completely justifies it. I get it. But personally, if you actually are hungry and thirsty for the Holy Spirit to come and reveal things to you, because we have so many questions, it will, but it's a choice. That's the beauty in.
Yeah, more poison the whale if you're actually interested. Like, just all this mind reading bullshit, implying that Ian isn't actually interested in getting to the bottom of this. I think it's just a massive amount of projection for most of these people. Like, they're not actually interested in like finding out if their belief is true. And so if they feel that way, then obviously their interlocutor must also feel this way.
I mean, it bums me out that ad hominem came next. That sucks. I was banking on Appeal to Mystery. I'll put double the chips on the next one. Appeal to Mystery. I think here it comes.
Like, what is the most disappointing pivot the caller can make? I think that's going to be the safest bet because, like, both times we overestimated them.
The most disappointing in my book is when they say, after all that, they go, "Oh yeah, I deconstructed 6 months ago."
Oh my god. Whatever.
I hate.
It's like you don't know if they actually did or not. They probably didn't, but if they did, they're a shitty person. If they didn't, they're a shitty person.
Yeah, like no one in the crowd wants to hear like an atheist LARP,
right?
Dumb.
Choosing, bro. So let me read Deuteronomy 30:19 real quick because I've been wanting to read this.
Yeah, wait, is this evidence? Wait. Whoa. Wait, I'm so sorry. Before you read it, I'll let you read it if it's relevant, but before you read it, is this evidence in favor of God's existence? I don't want you to preach at me. I want you to give evidence.
Listen, there were people in the Bible that the only evidence they had of God's existence were testimonies.
I'm disheartened by the fact that you're not saying that it's evidence.
Say that again?
I'm like pessimistic about what you're about to read based on the fact that you won't even say that it's evidence.
Well, let me read it.
Is it evidence?
Yeah, I think it's evidence.
Okay, go for it.
I call heaven and earth as witnesses today against you that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore, choose life that both you and your descendants may live.
Well, that verse itself sounds like God said that he set like curses before you. So it sounds like God does create evil.
Yeah, God warned us if we disobey, there will be curses against us.
Okay, that kind of seems to prove my point.
Because when he created the first humans in the earth, Satan was already trying to plot against them. He was already plotting on how to destroy the world. So God is like, I'm warning you. If you go this route, this will happen. And that goes for every single person, whether not nowadays, for in history, everybody had the right to choose good and evil. Some people stick with evil because it seems kind of easier.
Do you think that that's where cancer came from?
From what?
Like the fall of man. Do you think that that's where cancer came from?
I would like to believe so. Yes, I believe.
Are we going to get the classic dinosaur bone cancer bit from Ian? Because that's usually a pretty good place to take it, you know.
Right.
If cancer is due to the fall and the fall of man happened after dinosaurs, then you know why did dinosaurs have cancer?
It's hard to say with him. They might do a more metaphysical claim about the necessity of cancer. So who the fuck knows?
These things.
Maybe you could help me make sense of something. So we have this dinosaur bone that is cancer.
Let's
it's
go,
like a
let's
cousin
go.
of Triceratops.
Damn
It's bone
it!
cancer. It's a
Damn
bone tumor.
it!
You know, maybe it was something that they were consuming. You know, maybe it was the sin. Perhaps it was something in the food. But you know, regardless, we have.
I'm not laughing at you.
That's okay. You could be laughing at it. It's you know, it's funny. It's meant to be a
There
joke.
was
But
a lot of sin in the ground there.
I mean, we have this.
I'm a little sad that Ian's new editor didn't include the graphics that Ian always flashes up when going over this this parody. Cause he has like a toy dinosaur like smoking a cigarette, a toy, or then like a T-Rex like trying to, you know, have some 5-finger happy time, but his arms are too short.
Yeah.
That is a shame. That's funny as shit. I would like to see that.
It's a pretty fun visual.
We have this bone with cancer. If cancer comes from humans, then how could we possibly explain the fact that dinosaurs had cancer?
I think any living organism can have some type of cancer, for sure. I just think humans brought it into existence because we have brains to actually call it what it is.
How do you?
Oh wait, you're just saying like humans.
He just said humans brought it into existence.
Yeah.
I just think humans brought it into existence. We would have to predate the dinosaurs, then, dummy.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't.
Yeah, that was so dumb it broke my brain. Like, did we manifest dinosaur cancer after the fact?
Did we make dinosaur cancer and then send it backwards in time?
Jesus Christ, so dumb.
Yeah, fucking
Wow.
literal retro causality.
Oh my god, it
Like
hurts
millions
so
of
bad.
years.
It hurts so bad. Yeah, that broke my brain.
Categorized it.
The humans can speak and say, "Hey, this is cancer."
Well, I
We
agree
found
with
in the body
that.
it's cancer.
Yeah, I
I
agree
believe
with that.
Cancer has existed in other organisms before actual intelligence and research and
Yeah.
science. And all
Why would God create it like that?
that.
It's like painful for all these animals, right? You know, when your dog gets cancer, that sucks. That's horrible. Why would God give all these animals cancer?
He didn't give them cancer.
Didn't he make the world with the ability for them to get cancer?
Yeah, he made the world, and he was like, "Hey, if you disobey, this is all gonna happen."
But they had
What did
cancer
the
before
dog
that.
do to
Exists
get
in the Garden
cancer?
of Eden.
Did the dog disobey?
It wasn't the goodest boy. It was only a good boy.
Good point. He was a bad dog. Got into the trash again.
Oh man, our dog has been getting into the trash in RP Junior's nursery, where
Yeah.
the spent diapers are. Yeah,
Right.
I've had to
Those are,
shampoo the carpet like twice in the last month.
and then they want to lick your hands and your face.
How many times have we had to shampoo the dog?
Twice too. For that specifically,
always,
he's
like,
been
a
outside
little-
and rolled in some stuff in the backyard.
Oh man.
Yeah, we have these cats out here, and there's always little cat turds in the grass, and so Fry will go. It's like Easter egg hunting for him. He just
Yeah,
looking
what
for
is
little
it
treats in the grass.
about other animals' fecal matter and dogs just loving that shit?
It's
Literally.
the nose. They smell the what was. The
And they
once
want
was.
to taste the what was.
I guess smells like when you can smell that good, you can still smell the original. I don't know. I have no idea why dogs do it, to be honest. But I know their stomachs can handle it better than ours.
Yeah,
there's
it's
always
the shorter digestive tract.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
like things don't sit in there too long and like have any sort of like bacterial impact. And dogs gut biomes are very strong. Like you can't. It's really hard to change it.
There's all these little bone chips out around the dumpster bin, and Fry will chew on them, pick them up, and I'm constantly like having to drop it, and then he just will not drop it. And I have to stick my fingers in his mouth and pull it out every time. He doesn't have any teeth, so.
Oh, poor
so
guy.
gross.
Yep. Yep. This is why dogs get cancer, obviously.
But I will always own a dog. I don't care how gross dogs are. I get that dogs are gross sometimes.
They have their gross moments.
But yeah, I love my dog. Gotta have a dog in my life.
Yeah. Dogs leave
I like cats,
paw
too.
prints on our hearts. I'm deathly
Right.
allergic to cats, and so cats are just simply a no-go.
So was my first wife. I had 2 cats when we met, or not when we met, when we decided to move in together. And so I thankfully had a family member that was able to take my pets from me. But she did try to put up with it for like 6 months. She took like a lot of the allergy medication and
Yeah, antihistamines.
yeah, and it was I just was like, no, this ain't you're miserable. This ain't gonna happen. So I talked to a family member and was able to help her. But yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, I guess I technically have an allergy to dogs, but it's a really mild one. It's not anything that I've ever noticed. But it like if I had to take like an allergy test to see what I'm allergic to, that would show up on it, along with like potatoes, which I loved potatoes, and so I don't know.
See you, Brent. Brent
See you,
says,
Brent.
time for food, and then I need to get some sleep. Bye, heathens. Hope you rest well and fill your belly.
Good to see you as always.
Catch you later.
Before Adam and Eve sinned.
Oh, wait.
So once they disobeyed in God's face, all of these things came about.
Which do you think?
I mean, I like to think, bro, I like to think that God does not play around. Like, he is a serious God. He's very loving, but he's also very serious. And he's also very, like, true with what he says.
Okay, which do you think came first, humans or dinosaurs?
I always think they're talking about themselves in some regard, like
Mm-hmm.
when they're talking about God, like because they're kind of imagining themselves and like what they would, because God doesn't do anything that in their minds that's unacceptable. You know, so they don't like, and they tend to don't think to them, you know, like the same sort of biases apply to yourself. You're like kind of the hero of your own stories. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And I'm not saying
very-
it's
very
guaranteed
main
what they're
character-y.
trying to say. Well, I'm sorry.
Very main character-y.
I still didn't catch what you said. I'm sorry.
Very main character-y.
Oh, yes. I thought you said carrot.
Yeah, no, sorry.
I don't like making you have to repeat yourself.
Well, I have bad news for you. We have like tons of evidence that dinosaurs predate humans by like millions of years.
Okay, so if you believe in that evidence, why don't you believe that there's evidence of God being real? You've
I
never seen
actually-
that evidence. You've just read it.
Holy shit. Like, if you believe in evidence for one thing, you have to believe in evidence for everything, like every claim ever made.
Yeah, right.
So, caller, why don't you believe in the evidence for the Greek pantheon or
Yeah.
like the Mesopotamian gods or like the fucking Roman gods, even though they're basically a continuation of the Greek pantheon?
It seems like believers are just people who have never. I don't know what it is. I don't know how to explain getting into adulthood and being a believer. Like, did you never? Like these bad epistemological moves you're making? Has it ever occurred to you that religion might be wrong? I don't know.
For a lot of them, they're just so uncritical. Like they go to church because they get a good feeling from it, and like they don't like examine it any deeper than that.
I think so. I think I don't see how any other way to get to that point. It just has. It can't have occurred to you.
Wait, to be clear, I actually do think that there are some things that are evidence for God being real. Like, I think sophisticated versions of the fine-tuning argument probably do provide some level of evidence for God being real. I just think they get massively outweighed by the good arguments for atheism, like things like the problem of evil. So I think that there is things that I would qualify as evidence for God. Do you think that there's any evidence for atheism?
Yeah.
Like what?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of evidence for atheism. It's the free will to choose to believe in that.
But like, what evidence would you think is good evidence for atheism?
I mean, I've never been an atheist. I don't really understand how y'all think
I
about stuff.
appreciate
But
him saying that.
Okay.
like,
Right? He didn't pull out the well when I used to be an atheist. No,
You're right.
like small W for color at this point.
Yeah.
For being honest, at least in that regard.
He seems to be genuine. Like he bought. He's definitely a Kool-Aid drinker.
Yeah, genuine, but not the deepest thinker.
Yeah, he doesn't know. He's not aware of the things that he's unsound about. But I guess there's got to be a first. There was you had to happen to me that way in a sense. There was a first time when I learned these things, and so I guess maybe some people just need to. But I don't know. I think the older you get, the harder it gets to deconstruct. The more cemented in your position you get.
For sure, I would definitely grant that. Just because like you've spent many more years conditioning those neural pathways, and so like it's literally going to be harder to train your brain to think in a different way, because the brain likes to take the path of least resistance. That's why we have confirmation bias, so that like our brain doesn't have to constantly be taking in new information and processing it. Like once you've like essentially made a decision about something, it takes like a shocking amount of like evidence in order to convince you otherwise.
Yeah.
the research that you do into science is very, very good for atheism. Just biology in general, philosophy, that is all very good things to learn in order to prove atheism may be real in your standards or whatever.
Okay, sure. Well, I mean, I think we have like good reason to think that science is pretty reliable, and science seems to indicate that dinosaurs existed like millions of years before humans.
Science is very reliable, but I think people worship science more than they actually believe in God. You know, I think people put their faith into science as a God itself.
Oh, I don't think that's true, because science deals with evidence. So faith as a thing, faith is like a belief in the absence of evidence. Science deals strictly with evidence. I don't think that there's any faith in science.
People have faith in science. They swear by that's the only reason why everything exists is only science.
Well, that doesn't even make sense.
I consider that to be faith. Like there's nothing that can shake you out of the belief that science is the reason for everything.
Yeah,
that's faith.
I guess I don't even think that what you just said is like, I don't know, like I can't even make sense of that. Science is like a methodology for arriving at knowledge. Science isn't like some sort of thing that causes things. It's literally just how like a tool for us to make sense of the natural world. So I'm not sure who thinks that science like caused everything. That
it doesn't have
I suspect that this is like a straw man.
Hey man, I'm gonna let you have your thing, but honestly, all I can say is that, oh man, Chad is about to roast me for this.
I'm gonna let you have your thing. Translates to like, I didn't understand a fucking word of that, but I'm gonna play it off like, I'm just like letting you believe what you believe.
Right.
As a drug addict for all my life, trying to stop on my own, the only thing that brought me out of that was calling on Jesus' name in the name of the
This is where the conversation ends then.
Oh my God. Okay. So like several people that like to join the panel here have had their share of run-ins with substance abuse issues, and several of us were able to get clean, not while we were believers, but after we were believers.
Exactly.
There are plenty of stories just like this. It shows that you can get clean whether you're a Christian or not a Christian. There's not some like magical thing that's like gonna be better once you're a Christian or a believer.
Yeah.
Yep. And another good point, Eric. How many people called upon Allah and fixed their drug problem? So like it's not even just specifically the Christian God. Like if anybody can call on any sort of deity, or like not even need of a deity to get clean, it just means that like the deity isn't part of the equation. It's an incidental.
Holy Spirit. That was the only thing I was changed in one night. That's all I could say.
Yeah.
And that's going to be my argument. Jesus can set anybody free if you really go and pray If you
You
really
should come hang
believe,
out with us, Eric.
because you're very smart, and I have no other way of really defending my point other than my testimony.
Mhm.
Because there were people in the Bible that only had their testimony; they were dumb as a brick. You know what I'm saying? So it's like when you say, I just realized, bro, when you say the name of Jesus to people, they freak out. But you mentioned Buddha, they're like, oh yeah, Buddha's cool. Krishna, oh yeah, Krishna's cool. Why is Jesus so hated? Why is he so
I don't
hated?
think that
Jesus
Not
Jesus
because
is
of
uniquely
things
hated.
that people did for him in the Bible, just the name itself. Why does it bring so much
You don't
controversy?
need to
Why do
cite
people
some
in Hollywood
examples.
nail themselves to the cross?
Right.
Like
You know
who?
what I'm saying?
No.
Why do people in Hollywood do that? Why do
Like
artists
who?
like the Baby and Oliver Tree, rest in peace? What was another one? Tupac. Why do they
Wait,
nail themselves
sorry.
to the cross and mock Jesus? Why not mock
Did
Buddha?
this
Why
happen?
not mock Muhammad?
Did Oliver
You know what I'm
Tree
saying?
nail himself to a cross?
He nailed himself to a scooter for like one of his first albums.
Kurt Cobain kind of did. But I don't think he's talking about Kurt Cobain. In Heart Shaped Box video.
Mm-hmm.
But that wasn't actually Kurt on the cross. But it's still, he was mocking Jesus.
This is the Oliver Tree, but
No.
it's symbolism. Okay, like
That's kind of funny.
yeah. Rest in peace, Oliver Tree.
I don't even know who that is.
Oh man, I gotta share some Oliver Tree songs with you then.
Okay.
His music videos were a pretty fun time too. But he passed.
That might be
recently.
something I'm just not realizing I am aware of. I
Mhm.
don't know. You know what I mean?
He passed recently, and I think a helicopter crash in Brazil.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, show me something sometime for sure. I like learning, like
Yeah,
finding
look
new
in
things. Go ahead.
the music video Hurt. At the end, he was nailed to the scooter as if it was a cross with nails in his hand. It was like a big scooter, and he was acting like as if he was on a cross.
I see.
Like it's a crucifixion. It doesn't have to be a cross, but it's
Don't
a
you guys
crucifixion.
don't you guys like literally wear like a cross around like all the time constantly?
Right.
So personally, wearing a cross, if you're not a true Christian and you wear a cross, that's kind of like blasphemous in a way, because the cross itself is a way of killing in general. It's not, before Jesus died on it, it was just something that they used to kill people. But the reason people wear it is to remember Jesus himself. It's like wearing a cross isn't gonna like be like, I rebuke you and you put it on someone's forehead and cast.
So if Jesus had died by guillotine, would they be wearing little guillotines around their neck?
Yeah, probably. Or if he died from a firing squad, if Jesus, lived like, two millennia later, like they just all be wearing like, little AKs around their necks.
If he died by machete, by getting beheaded, would they all be like, what? Is that what's going on here? Is it the method of death is what matters?
What if he died by starvation? How would you symbolize that?
Right. That's a good question.
Just like an empty bowl. At that point, that would like double as like a little cocaine spoon.
Yeah. That's wild.
Out a demon. No, like all that Catholic stuff is kind of crazy. Like Jesus on the cross himself as a white man with crowns on his head, that's a form of idolatry. Because you can't, you know what I mean? It's a little bit different, but when a true relationship with Jesus is above that, it's very spiritual. It's very spiritual because I've came across.
Wait, sorry. So before we move past this point, I think that there's like,
I think it's irrelevant whether the pretzel was salted. What's relevant is what did Jesus intend to dip the pretzel in. And anything other than cheese is a heresy. all you mustard believers are going to hell.
What about Grey Poupon?
Isn't that a type of mustard? Yeah, that's a type of mustard.
It's fancy mustard.
Yeah, you're going to hell. That's a heresy.
Yeah.
I'll praise the true cheese pretzel Jesus.
I don't even eat sauces anymore. I used to like love ketchup, mustard, all that mayonnaise. I don't hardly eat anything with sauce anymore. I don't know what's wrong with me.
I think in my adulthood, I've actually began to use more sauces because like typical autistic eating habits growing up. I liked all my shit plain. Like I'd get plain cheeseburgers, fucking butter noodles and all that until like
yeah.
I was able to cope with like expanding my palate. But now I like mustard. I like barbecue sauce. I
I
only
like
like
barbecue still.
I only like European ketchups because like American ketchups are just way too sugary. It's like
Yeah,
putting a
they
sugar
are.
sauce. I
Um,
like honey mustards.
yeah, honey mustard's good. I like honey on a lot of food, like on meat,
Mhm.
especially like chicken. Honey on chicken is really good.
Yeah, honey and chicken strips is what I used to get at KFC a lot when we'd eat go after Sunday service. We'd always go to like some fast food restaurant. That was why Sunday
Yeah.
afternoons were my favorite time of the week because I'm free from church. I'm getting delicious fast food. And
Hmm.
then I got to spend the entire afternoon at my grandparents' house, which was my favorite place in the world because
Nice.
my grandfather was super into tech. Um,
Cool.
yeah. Like I've told this story before, but like he was an electrical engineer who worked for the Iowa State physics lab, and he was
Hmm.
part of the team that refurbished the original ABC computer.
That's badass.
Yeah. So he taught me a lot about computers, and so Sundays
Nice.
were always my favorite days because I get to spend
Mhm.
the afternoon with Papa learning about computers.
Hell yeah, that does sound like it would be a good time. I envy. A friend of mine growing up would always get order his burgers plain, but not because he didn't like ketchup and mustard. He loved ketchup and mustard, but he'd always order it plain. And one time I thought to ask him, I was like, I just thought he just didn't like it. He's like, oh, he's like, I like it. He's like, the reason I get it plain is so I can open it up and see if they spit on my burger. He was so paranoid that that was going to happen to him, and he was never going to let it happen to him. So he got everything plain so he could check, and he just was waiting for the day that he could take a burger back in and show it to the clerk and be like, "Look, you know."
Yeah,
I was like,
if you're worried about people
"Oh my
spitting in your burgers, like maybe like, reflect a little inward. Like why might someone want to spit in your burger? Are you being a raging asshole to like everyone you meet and so like you're always like afraid of
no."
retaliation?
Well, he was a bully before I met him. Like he was
Mhm.
one of those school bullies. He picked on kids in class. Like if they were like someone came like from a special ed class, he would mock him. He was not a good kid in
Oh
high
geez.
school, but I wasn't friends
So
with him.
so
Or
you
not high
figured
school.
like
That was in middle
there's some
school.
like karma waiting for him.
Yeah, right. Like maybe he pissed off the wrong person. I don't know. But yeah, he was
Oh
he
boy.
was a piece of shit kid. He was a bully, but he wasn't like that later on in life. He was actually pretty kind. So, but he
Okay.
yeah. When I met him, I didn't like him. When I first met him, I was not going to be friends with that guy.
When you first started telling the story about your friend always ordering a burger plain, and like the spit part reminded me of the part in Super Troopers, when Farva and his partner go
Oh
to
yeah,
the restaurant, and the cashier is like, one burger, it's for a cop.
oh
He's like,
yeah, yeah. I remember
why'd you
that.
say that? So you can spit in it? No, don't spit in it.
Yeah, that's totally probably how Ben thought of it.
And
That's
then he opens it up and they did spit in it and he just eats it anyways. He's like, whatever.
yeah. I remember. That's fun.
Apparently there's a third Super Troopers that's about to come out.
I didn't think the second one was as good as the first. I don't
I mean
remember the
the
second one.
sequels usually aren't unless like they're done pretty like they strike while the iron's hot. Like with sequels like
Yeah,
to Super Troopers and like Anchorman 2, um they're very. Oh my God, they follow the Family Guy memes. It insists upon itself.
yeah.
Like yeah, like sequels like that are like mostly callbacks or like redubs of the original jokes, just like with an updated second movie premise.
Like there was nothing new to it. It was like let's just redo all the same things and wink at ourselves a whole bunch.
Yeah, yeah, but You know, I think that group is called Broken Lizard or something.
Yeah, that's the group.
They have they have a lot of good movies like Beer
Yeah,
Fest and the Slam and
Beer Fest was
Salmon.
good.
There's someone where
It's
they're on an
weird though, because like
island.
you can get like the first time I saw those guys was I think it was Super Troopers, and I remember thinking like, like this. I kind of thought like these roles would like stick from movie to movie, and they're not. Like the dude who plays Farva isn't always the dipshit in all
Yeah.
the movies. Like that threw me for a loop because that's what I was expecting. I thought they would play roles like that's just like that's how they would run their troop. But no, like it's more of like Kids in the Hall style. They all fit
Yeah.
into whatever roles necessary.
Yep, they change it up. They show their acting range
Yeah, exactly.
really well. Man, Kids in the Hall, another group of absolute goats. Like David Foley is probably like one of
Fuck
my
yeah.
favorite comedic
I
actors of all time.
loved watching Kids in the Hall when I was a kid. It was one of my favorite shows. It was
Did
one
you
of the
see
shows I can watch.
the reboot?
Yeah, from when the pandemic.
Yep.
Yeah, it sucks that it didn't take off. I think the pandemic is probably to blame for that. But
Yeah. Inopportune timing.
yeah, but it was like it was a good time. It would have been a perfect time if the pandemic hadn't happened, because I think it was the right time for them to come back. But maybe they can do it again at some point, because there's no reason that they can't. I don't know. They're
Yeah.
amazing.
I
Same with MST3K, like the original cast.
Oh yeah, yep. Well, I've
And
enjoyed
Mike
when
Nelson.
Patton Oswald gets involved with them as well.
I thought with Patton Oswalt was good. The other one though, the one before that one, that first reboot, I wasn't the biggest fan of that one. But Joel Hodge, or is that his name, Hodge Robinson, Joel, whatever his name is, the main guy, the guy who created the show originally. Joel also does his own like side project, and it's like called I think it's over with now, but um, with a lot of like the same people. Um, so when Mike Nelson kept carried on with MST3K, and then started doing his own thing with the riff tracks, Joel was doing the cinematic Titanic, um, which it looks like they're like instead of like the rows of chairs, looks like they're sitting in a theater that looks like they're on a ship, like on the Titanic, like on the bow of the ship, and they're like sailing into the movie. That's kind of what it
That's
looks like.
interesting.
Like the silhouette is like them, yeah. But it's got like Frank is in it. He's actually one of the people that comments on the films in the cinematic Titanic, and Pearl, who does Gypsy's voice, is also one of the people that does the commentary in those. Crow, that guy, is also one of it. He doesn't have Frank, or doesn't have. It doesn't have Tom Servo, and it doesn't have Mike Nelson because they were doing their own thing. So, but the cinematic Titanic is still really good for people who aren't aware that liked MST3K. There's probably 100 or so movies. It's not a huge catalog, but it's still pretty big. Yeah, it's really cool though.
Like I feel like this is like similar humor, and like it involves like movie parody. And like what Mystery Science Theater kind of does is like parodying through commentary. But have you ever heard of Steve Odenkirk's Thumb movies?
Sounds vaguely familiar. Maybe, I don't know.
So Steve Odenkirk is
Familiar.
the creator of O Entertainment. They did Jimmy Neutron.
Okay.
Do you remember the like little closer? Like there's like a 3-eyed monkey and turn out the camera and be like, "Hi, I'm Paul."
No idea what you're talking about.
Okay. Well, that was Steve Odenkirk's company. Here I'll throw like the Thumb movies
Okay.
up on screen for people to see. But he did just a bunch of like it's not stop motion. It's like puppetry, but with your thumb
Nice.
movies.
I've
And so
never
he
seen this.
did Thumb Wars, Thumbtanic, Franken Thumb, God Thumb, Bat Thumb. These are like hilarious and like a late
Nice.
'90s, early 2000s sense.
Yeah, I screenshotted it, so
Good, good.
I will take a look at this for sure. You know who Red Letter Media is?
Yeah.
Those guys are great. You ever watched Mr. Plinkett?
I
The
don't think so.
Star Wars reviews?
Oh wait, yeah.
Those are the funniest things. The first time I ever saw Mr. Plinkett's Star Wars reviews, I cried. I never laughed harder at anything in my life. I swear that is still like the funniest thing I've ever seen. If you're a Star Wars fan, it'll hit home. If anyone in the audience listening has never seen Mr. Plinkett, you should bring it up on stage. You don't play any of it. I'm sure it's copyright. You don't want to get striked or anything. But if you show people what it looks like, but Mr. Plinkett from Red Letter Media is the funniest. The Star Wars reviews, especially. He does a few other reviews, and they're okay. But the Star Wars reviews were by far the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life.
Do you keep up with like new Adult Swim shows at all?
Were you gonna bring that up?
Bring what up?
I just wanted you to show Mr.
Oh,
Plinkett.
Mr. Plinkett. Did you give me a link somewhere?
Oh no, I just meant like search it on YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't have to play anything.
Have you have you ever watched Smiling Friends?
I don't know.
It's one of the like recent hits on Adult Swim. Mike
No, I have not
Stocklassa.
seen this.
Mike Stocklassa from Red Letter Media did a couple voices for characters in the show.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I think he's actually in the pilot, the very first episode.
But here I can get you a picture quick if you want.
Here we go.
Or did you already get it?
I'm trying to find something that's not a GIF.
Oh, well, here I
there
just
you
did
go.
a screenshot. If you want to use this. Oops, not that.
That's his typical attire, right?
I was talking about this.
Yeah, those are his thumbnails.
Yeah. That is the funniest. All the whole thing, the whole series of these are worth watching.
Yeah, Eric. He was Desmond. This was such an unhinged line, but it like solidified my love for the show.
I like it. Yeah, that definitely seems like him. Hell yeah. Well, I will definitely check those things out. I'm really glad that you guys showed me that. Bookmark that.
All right, let's dive back in. We're about halfway through the Ian clip.
Sounds good.
Like 20 more minutes.
Probably like a reasonable explanation for I don't know, like people who would use like cross-based imagery, which is that it has like cultural significance. There's like a specific message and story that's associated with it.
Yeah, it's
for
associated
example,
with
like you can
Christianity.
you can be invoking like various pieces of mythology. You can invoke like King Midas from the story of like the Midas touch without actually believing that it was like a real story.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Yeah, people have that You can believe that 100%.
Oh, also they all live in like a Christian country. So let's say that they are mocking. I mean, you know, the reason why they're doing this instead of mocking one of the other religions is because they're here, or this is like the most
And think
prominent
about it too,
religion.
like the mass murdering of Christians, which is not being talked about on the news right now. They're killing like hundreds and thousands of Nigerians in Nigerian Christians right now.
Yeah, that's
And in
bad. You
Syria
know,
too,
you shouldn't
but,
do that. Yeah.
But I know, yeah, of course you shouldn't do that, but why? That's something that
You know,
really
they're-
brought me closer to the Lord Jesus, bro.
Wait,
Like,
you know they're doing this
why
in like a lot of places, right? Like they're
Yeah,
murdering
that's
like
what I'm
lots
saying.
of
It's all
people
over
of
the
lots of
world.
different religions in like lots of places. You know, there are places where like Muslims are getting murdered, places where like Buddhists are getting murdered. What was the I mean, there's like all that tension between like Hindus and Muslims around like Pakistan and India, for example. Like people
Yeah, I
will
was
go and
just-
kill each other.
They're probably talking about the Pakistani-India border. Like they
The
have
water
full on like military demonstrations where like they march
You know,
at the border.
well, it's
Like-
because of the water crisis. Because the controls the source of Pakistan's water.
Mm.
There's like 6 major tributaries that flow into the Indus, and they start up in the mountains in the Himalayas. And when the British Raj was getting split up, the guy who was put in charge of doing that didn't take any of the political shit into consideration and just made the stupidest border imaginable. And they've tried to fix it, and Pakistan has like pled their case to the international court. And,
Oh yeah, the ICC.
yeah, and they won, but India is ignoring the ruling, and that's where we're at today. Is the standstill.
Wait, sorry, the ICC is the International Criminal Court. I don't
The
think this would be
Hague, or
a
the
criminal
Hague.
case.
I'm talking about that. I don't know how to pronounce it. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, The Hague.
Yes. Is that how you pronounce it? The Hague?
I think so.
I don't know how to pronounce it. Anyways, but yeah, that's the situation. And yeah, that it doesn't help that Pakistan is culturally Islam or Muslim, and India is Hindu.
On that basis.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of radical too, you know, in a way. I think all killing of anything spiritual, they think is spiritual, is very radical in itself.
Yeah,
And
I don't think that you should be
you're right,
killing
they do
people
do
for
that
their
with other
religion.
religions. Yeah, I mean, I guess the only argument I have is that it's real to me. You know, I can't really tell you that you have to believe, but you can actually try.
Yeah. Well,
That's
you
what I'm
said
saying. Like, you
He's
can
on it.
actually try. Like, have you ever like been hurt in like a church setting or by a Christian?
No.
Like, what?
Fucking church hurt. He's digging, trying to like get you in
Right.
on like some church hurt or some bullshit. Like he's still being disingenuous, but like he's trying to like wrap it up in this like, oh, I'm friendly and approachable package.
I'm with you, Ben. You've been calling it the hog. That's funny.
Led you that didn't really, because sometimes I talk to people
not
like,
until
oh,
I
I've
like
had
started
church hurt.
debating, but no.
Oh, okay.
No, I just became
All right,
convinced
well-
that the belief was false. Like somebody presented me like what I took at the time to be a logical argument against the belief. I don't think it still works, but at the time I thought it was compelling, and then I decided I changed my mind on it. You know, you said something interesting with your story, that the reason why you believe is because this was like the only way that you were able to overcome addiction, which I think is great. I think it's awesome to overcome your addiction. You know, when I was a kid, learning how to ride the bike, the training wheels were the only thing that could stop me from falling over on the bike. But then eventually I gained my balance on the bike, and it was time to take the training wheels off.
Yeah. So, do you think riding a bike with training wheels and without training wheels is the same as quitting drugs?
So the
I
analogy
didn't
that I'm
get
trying
what
to draw
Ian was
here
going with
is
it.
that
I kind of was left scratching my head when Ian Brett said that after him talking about quitting drugs. That was the only thing I had to say about it. I just didn't know where Ian was going with that.
I think that
But then he's
religion
gonna
can
explain it here.
stabilize your life if your life is in shambles.
It's
But
not
I think after
religion.
your
It's
life
literally-
is stabilized.
It's not religion. It's just the name of Jesus. through the
Wait,
power
sorry,
of the
did you
Holy
try the
Spirit.
other religions?
I looked into them, but nothing really kind of fulfilled me more than like the name of Jesus and actually calling out to it.
Which
And
religions did
feeling
you look
that
into?
presence, like, huh?
Which religions did you look into?
I studied a little bit. I don't really remember anything I studied from it. I just kind of looked into like the Book of Mormon is kind of like similar to Christianity because they do believe in Jesus, but it's like weird
Why
rules.
can't you just say you were
Like
indoctrinated?
Muslim, my friend tried to get.
I don't know. They think that like they can score brownie points with like I don't know.
When I was a Christian, did I ever consider that my religion was wrong and other religions could be correct? Not really. I kind of wondered what other religions were like, why there were other religions,
Mm-hmm.
but I was more curious, like, what do they think? I would then go look at what they thought, go look something up about whatever their religion is. The second I contrasted it with what I thought, I'd be like, that's fucking weird. And then that's the end of it. They're clearly wrong.
Their
That's
weird
how
thing
I
isn't
thought
like
of it.
my weird thing. They must be wrong.
Yeah. Right. I didn't reflect inward at that point. I wasn't like, I just got an idea of what they believed, and I was like, no, that's ridiculous. And I walked away, So I don't think like, I don't know. I didn't, when other people in my church, like people I grew up with, no one in my church was like, so yeah, I looked into Islam over the weekend. Like nobody would say that, nobody would do something like that.
Right.
So like, no, it doesn't come up. Most times if you look into anything at all, you just look as a curiosity. But you've already made up your mind. You're not going to, whether you realize it or not, you've already made up your mind.
Well, and even as a Christian, I would kind of like do that to like other flavors of Christianity, like because like
Yeah.
I was brought up at Church of Christ, very like fundamentalist denomination of like Protestantism. So like I would like look down at the Catholics. I'd be like, oh, you guys believe in saints? That's weird. Or
Yeah, I
I'd,
did that same shit.
Or I'd look down at like non-denominational Christians. It'd be like, oh, you guys use instruments during your worship? That's a sin. That's weird.
Are you speaking tongues?
Right,
That was what I got
yep.
made fun of a lot for that. What?
So yeah, like you can't avoid that even within Christianity because it comes down to like what flavor of Christianity are you?
Exactly. They can all be on the same team at the drop of a hat when they need each other to be, but they'll also tear each other's throats out when you put them against each other, when they realize that they have beliefs that are mutually exclusive. And someone has to be right and someone has to be wrong, or both have to be wrong, but both can't be right.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's jump back in.
Yeah,
I mean, we Muslim one time, and it's just, I don't know, man.
I think
Like,
all of these,
stuff,
there are stories in all these
the thing that's
religions of
always
people
been stuck in
stabilizing.
my mind was Jesus. Like something just kept coming to me about Jesus and God and Jesus and God. Like, and I didn't even try to open myself up to these things. I was forced in the church. I had to get baptized at a young age. I didn't. So I left because I had this like, why do I have to believe in this? Why is this being forced in my life? But then one day I was just so tired of certain things, and I tried to give up on my own. So many times I tried to be like, I'm done with this today. I'm quitting. I'm not going to do this. And then it will come back and hit me harder. And then one day, literally in one night, I don't know how to explain this. I was like, Jesus, if you are real and you are the God that you say that you are, come and change my life right now and reveal to me what I need to change. And it's like people call me delusional now. I've lost a lot of friends because of it.
For him.
Yeah.
But fuck the kids that are in Africa that are starving. Fuck Jesus Christ.
What about the kids that are praying right this moment? They're being abused.
Right.
It's as ridiculous as like the Christian is like, like they're fellowshipping like during like Bible study before the sermon. talking about how Jesus, helped them in their week, and like one woman's like, "Oh, I was going to be late to my to work, and I prayed to Jesus, and I found my car keys." It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, he helped you find your car keys, but like the child literally starving to death right now
You know what you
is
never
praying to
hear?
the point where their hands are bleeding, and he's
Yeah.
like, "No, fuck you, find your own food."
You never hear them say like, uh, uh, should I draw? I lost my train of thought.
I've got another one. Like when professional athletes will be like, "Oh, first of all, I want to thank God." It's like, yeah, God chose your football team to win the big game today, buddy. Like for once, I want to hear like a player on the opposite team that lost be like, "First of all, I want to curse God. Fuck you
Yeah, right.
for blessing the other team and not us."
I totally went blank there. I cannot remember what the hell I was going to say.
That's
When
all
that
good.
happens.
We'll just
It'll
dive right
probably come
in.
back in a minute.
Listen, I'm not even trying to I wasn't even trying to force them. I'm like, hey man, I gave my life to Jesus. Boom. No,
Yes, M Carp. Like we're on the same page club tonight.
I'm my friend no more. And in the Bible, it says people will hate you for my name's sake. So it's like when all
What?
these things happen, you know what I mean? You never read that Bible verse that people will hate you for my
I
name?
have no clue. Like I hear the reverse quite a bit, where Christians lash out at like atheists.
I will never lash out at
or
anybody,
like,
man.
well, yeah,
I
right.
love
Like I
everybody
don't know
the
if somebody stops being friends with you because you're a Christian, then that person's like weird. Also,
Yeah, but
that's just like statistically unlikely, right? Like there are just way more Christians than there are atheists.
it's because,
This
bro, like the
person would have
name
to
of
be
Jesus
friends
used
with
to
nobody.
irritate me a lot, bro. The name of Jesus, people will try to come to me and I would get so mad, bro. I would get so mad. I'm like, why are you telling me about that dude? Like, he's just some guy. He's just some dude, or he's just like some religion and something. But like, when I actually just tried and I was like, you know what? Let me see. Since everybody's talking about it, since I see people be saved and changed overnight, and bro, like it happened. And I just don't know. Like, I can't just tell you, like, hey, that you got to do it, bro. You got to do it.
I
This is the
think I
only
remember
way.
what I said.
You know, I can just.
I was going to say something like, you never hear a Christian say, so how I came to Christianity was I heard this guy say that he was really close to giving up, and then he prayed, and then Jesus spoke to him, and that was enough for me. And now I believe in Jesus too. You don't
Right.
hear that story. But he's
Yeah.
trying to use this as the story to convince us. That would be my story then. If I
Right.
did Go ahead.
Testimony is so weak. Like no, very few people care about your story. Like it's more like used like in a circle jerk setting, like that period before class, or but before Sunday worship, where everyone's talking about how good Jesus was in their life.
Yeah, exactly. It's like your personal testimony is you're trying to use this as what you think should convince me, but then this would be my story. This would be I would have to then go tell other people. It's like, yeah, this is why I believe, because this guy told me this is what Jesus did to him. I didn't have that experience, but that's what he expects me to believe. But it doesn't work that way. Like if anyone was any Hindu that were to come up to him and be like, well, listen, I was about to give up on Hinduism, but I prayed to Vishnu and I had this really amazing experience. So now you should believe. Like,
Yep.
that's the logic there. I mean, like,
And to them, they can never give a symmetry breaker as to like why their testimony should be more believable over the Hindu's testimony.
right. Yeah.
Tell you that this is what happened to me, and it's the best decision I ever made, regardless of how much money I've been making recently, regardless of sicknesses around the world, regardless of things. Like everything happens for a reason, and I think God allows things to happen in this world so that we can choose good in the end. You know what I mean? Like
The reason why that's uncompelling to me is because I don't have some catastrophic problem that I need God to fix for me. There's nothing for me to call out to God
You needed him to fix, or you wanted him to fix
that I
it?
want him to fix. Like I don't need, or even like need him to
So
fix.
did
Like I don't
you
have any sort of problem
actually-
like this that I would
did you
need
actually
to
make
call
some
or want to
time?
call out to God. Yeah, I've like prayed
Yeah.
before and nothing
Well,
happened.
so
Prayed
you
before,
will.
you
Yes.
prayed continuously.
You will at some point in your life. You will. And when you're at that lowest point in your life, you will call out to God. That's when God likes to swoop in.
Yeah. So like recently, I had to go through a very difficult situation that was watching my grandfather die. Essentially, he had a
Oh,
really bad fall in his memory care unit. They didn't know
is this the
how
same
long.
one that taught you the
Yeah.
computers?
Yep. Yep. So like I'm here in Colorado and he's back in Iowa. I get a call from my mom, saying, he had a fall. He's in the hospital and they're about to like, operate to treat a blood clot. I'll let you know how that goes. And then like he kind of starts to get better for a day, but at knowing what I know now, I think he was experiencing terminal lucidity. And then all of a sudden he took a bad turn and they put him on hospice. And so I flew home quickly, to hopefully be there when he passed. And I was one of two people in the room that were there. It was me and my nana, his
Mm-hmm.
wife of 60 plus years.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, I was right beside him as he took his last breath. But that entire weekend, if I'd been a believer, I would have been like praying, like, oh, don't take him, and all this. But this was one
So
of the
conflicting.
first big sort of losses that I went through that I didn't
Yeah.
have any sort of feeling or inclination to pray. I just allowed myself to be as present in the moment as possible so
Right.
that, I could, remember being there for his final moments.
That's awesome. I'm glad for your sake and for his sake that you did that. That you were present for that. Because if
Yeah.
you would have been the other opposite, it would have been diminished.
hmm it would have been a lot harder for me to also not be there and like, be 2 states away.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like you can absolutely get through tough times without needing to drop to your knees and pray. It's just a part of the human experience. Is if you have the capacity to feel things, you're going to feel bad things sometimes.
It's true.
And you just gotta like know how that like plays into like developing your character and like who you are, and like you are your experiences, or more so you are how you react to your experiences.
Yeah, that's a good way of saying. That's a good way of putting it.
So all in all, yeah, I reject the caller's assertion that like you're gonna need it like at some difficult point in your life. Like it's not necessary, even though like it might have utility for some people. There are still
Hmm.
other ways of coping and dealing with tough situations.
Yeah, and I think even for the people that use religion as their method of, whatever it is, getting through a divorce or getting off drugs or whatever, great. I'm glad it worked for you. If that was what you needed, I'm glad that that worked. I think that was a low, uh, depending on your priors and what the things you already believe. I mean, you took maybe a thing that has a low probability of working, and because of all that, you maybe raise the probability a little bit for yourself in your own case. But for most people and in general, it's going to be a low probability method for getting through these things. I tend to think that evidence-based, science-based, methodology is going to work tremendously better. I
Hmm.
mean, that's usually been the case for me. um, but anyways,
Yep. Let's dive back in.
sounds good.
I'm sorry. How long am I expected to pray for? How many times did you do the Muslim prayer?
Never.
Yeah, not a single one. How many
Right.
times did you do like a Buddhist meditation or like a Hindu prayer?
Never.
Yeah,
Never.
exactly,
I've seen
right.
people
So
do it
did you
though, and
never thought it
they just go right back to
seriously?
Right. So you weren't a true believer in those other things, and so like how do you know that like those weren't the real truth?
Pascal's wager,
Hmm.
right back at him.
drinking and smoking, so I don't know how to explain that.
Same
But
is
I'm
true
just
of a lot
saying,
of
like,
Christians, by the way. But yeah,
Yeah, it's true. It is true with a lot of Christians too. But it's like, a lot of religions, religions leave out the Holy Spirit. And this is something that I was always realizing. They only just talk about God. They don't mention Jesus. They don't mention the Holy Spirit. But when you bring those other two names into the picture, it changes, because it's like God is all three, right? You heard about the Trinity. The Bible doesn't mention the name of the Trinity, but God is all three in one.
I have questions about the Trinity, actually. I actually don't know how to make sense of this at all. So
Yeah.
think about it like this. So the way that we determine like the number of things, we can count like the number of things that share an essence. So okay, this has like the essential features of a pen. That's one pen. This one also has the essential features of a pen. Two pens. This also has the essential features of a pen. Three pens. We have three pens because we have three objects. These objects all have the essential features of a pen. Three pens. So we have the Father, who has the essential features of God, the Holy Spirit, who has the essential features of God, and then we have the Son, who has the essential features of God. It just seems like that would be.
Yeah, Carp. Like Ian plays with their pens so often that it's actually like a custom emoji when you're a member.
Yeah.
There's a little pen twirling emoji, and so yeah, that's definitely one of Ian's big quirks. It's like their own fidget toy of like how they stem to stay engaged. Like my main stem is like I just bounce my leg. When I used to work in sales at a call center, I had all sorts of Rubik's cubes that like I'd just be speed cubing the entire time that I'm doing the conversation, building the rapport, getting the information, and then trying to pitch the right product. Yeah, I think a lot of people that have super active minds definitely need like some sort of thing to like fidget with in order to like reach that maximum amount of focus. Hit that flow state, as they call it.
Right.
Three gods.
No, well, think about it. You're a son, you're a brother, and you could be a father, but you're all in one person.
Okay, so you're a son. So then the Father is the Son?
Yes, I believe that the Father is the Son.
No,
and the
You
Holy
see the
Spirit.
side chat, RP?
Because look, in order.
See the what chat?
The side chat.
Yeah. I'll be fine.
Okay. Be right back.
Yep, no problem.
Look, if you want to think of it this way, in order for God to relate to humanity and actually show himself, he had to come in human form. And that was Jesus.
Okay. Unfortunately, you just rejected the Trinity, actually.
How? Explain.
So the Trinity holds that it's three persons, one God. But you're saying that it's all the persons
we can be three persons in
are
one
just
human.
the same person. So it's not three persons, it's just one person.
I'm a brother to someone, I'm a friend to someone, I'm a son to someone, I can be a father to someone.
Do you think
so we can be four persons in one person?
Do you think Clark Kent and Superman are two persons or one person?
That's just identity.
Yeah. It's like pretty clearly like one person.
Well, yeah, Clark Kent technically, yeah. To other people, he's one person, and then to someone else, he's another person because of identity. But that's just like.
So it seems like it would just be one person. Like the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit under this criteria would just be one person.
Be one being, yeah.
One person. Like these aren't like the Father isn't like a different person than the Son.
Any other Superman fans like frustrated with how inconsistent Lois Lane's I guess critical abilities are? Like in some Superman franchises, like Lois Lane obviously knows that Clark Kent is Superman, but like she acts, like kind of coy about it. In others, like she's completely oblivious. Like there's no consistency on whether like Lois Lane like is actually able to pick up on the fact that Clark is Superman. And so that's always kind of been frustrating for me. Like she's supposed to be this like top-notch investigative reporter. Like of course she's gonna like know that freaking Clark is Superman. Those are usually my favorite interpretations of Lois.
Person, like his form of Jesus was a person, yes, but Jesus is still God.
Okay, are you saying it's like a mode of God?
A what God? A motive?
Like a mode of God, like God exists in like
mode of
different
God?
modes.
Well, if in the Bible he said he made man in his own image, he can come down as a man and show himself.
Okay, sure. Then this sounds like a heresy. So here's the heresy in question is called like modalism, which states that you're saying that it's like 3 different modes of God. Like for example, if you were to say like, well, we have this puddle and this puddle can freeze, but it's still the same puddle, or it can like thaw out, it's still the same puddle, we could evaporate it, you know, still the same puddle. That's called modalism. It's a heresy. That's the problem with the Trinity, is that there are like a handful of ways that to me I would be able to make sense of it, and they're all heresy. Like, for example, I could understand if what's being said is that the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit are parts of God, but not the entirety of him. But that's partialism. It's just a mess.
Well, don't you think parts make up an entirety?
Parts do make up an entirety.
So I mean, then that's what it is.
You don't
It
want to
just makes-
say
it just
that
makes
God
sense when
has
you think of it like
parts,
that.
because then you just commit yourself to heresy.
I mean, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, man. You have really good points. But I just, I like to think of it as that, like, God is the one being that has always been there, and he has a power and he has a form that we can relate to, and they're all one thing, if that makes any sense. Because God himself had to become human. And I saw somebody say, so did Jesus pray to himself? Jesus had the characteristics like every.
Okay, right there, that's a very interesting phrase to me. God had to X. If your God is omnipotent, God does not have to do anything. God chose to become human. He did not have to become human, because these are rules that he put in place by himself. He can choose to change the rules at any point if he's omnipotent. So anytime a Christian uses that specific language, God had to, they are immediately weakening their God.
Single one of us. So maybe Jesus in his human form didn't know he was God, but when God sent him down, he is God because he lived a perfect life. He died and rose 3 days later.
Yeah, like catastrophic issue there. I'm glad that you brought this up too, because this is like, in addition to the Trinity not making sense, I think like the hypostatic union, the fact that Jesus is 100% God and 100% human, I think that the hypostatic union is like complete gibberish. Like I think that this one's like maybe even more cooked.
Well, I mean, I like
God's
to think that,
all-knowing.
a lot of that's, yeah, go
Right.
ahead, my bad.
Yeah. God's all-knowing. Jesus is 100% God. So Jesus is all-knowing. Humans are not all-knowing. Jesus is 100% human. So Jesus is not all-knowing. So
It is very confusing.
Jesus is both all-knowing and not all-knowing. It's just a direct contradiction.
It is, and it is very confusing, right?
I think it's like an impossibility, probably. I think it's worse
just
than
like, bro,
confusing.
like,
It's like strictly false.
Because I feel like the spiritual aspect of things our human minds can't comprehend. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, like, Jesus to people is just fiction. It's like, oh, he was just a man, this and that. But like I said, like opening up to it and actually feeling a change and actually feeling his presence, like that overrules all the intelligence that someone may think they have. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And all the research, because it's beyond our human comprehension. It is. It really is. Like God himself, if God really is the God he say he is, which I truly believe, and he did.
Right, Equinox, like the moment that they say it is super confusing, that's basically like a miniature concession. And like they're essentially a step away from just saying it's all faith, it's all on faith. So like you know that like it's the conversation isn't really like heading to like any sort of truth when we start hitting these talking points.
Create everything, and he started, and he was always there, always has been. Like we're here, right? And we have the choice to choose. Like, hey, he's not real.
Yep. Like just essentially hand waving it away is what they do.
I'm going to do all this research, and I'm going to make sure that I can prove that he's not real. I'm going to make sure that every Christian that I talk to, like disprove, like I find ways to disprove it so they can believe me. We can do that. You know what I mean? And it's just like, if God really did exist, really does exist, like we will never know that unless we ask him ourselves. Like, I don't know where I was really going.
Yeah,
with
I
that,
mean, I
because
prayed,
I'm just
but
like,
then nothing happened. So I don't know. Like I've done the things that you've said that I should do to find God. And
Right, M. Carp, it's almost as if it's gibberish and like inconsistent because it was written by fallible men. Men create gods, not the other way around.
I just don't find God, which leads us. I'm so glad you keep on saying like new things, which leads us to like more problems with the religion. This leads to the problem
There is
of
a lot
divine.
of problems with religion. There's a lot of problems because humans created religion. God didn't create religion. Like there are so many contradictions in every religion. Like, bro, you look at Christianity, you got Baptists, you got Seventh-day Adventists, you got Pentecostal, bro. It's confusing. But when you dumb it down to just Jesus himself, that's when everything starts to make sense.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? But and it's a personal relationship. Like I can't come out here and teach you what I feel.
Hey there, John. How you doing this morning?
Yeah, good. Thank you. Thought I'd join you for my morning coffee.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, this how old is this clip that you're playing?
It's like probably 4 weeks old. I want to say
Right,
it's like not super recent, but
Yeah. No, yeah, it's not
happened
like-
this summer.
I've always found like when people say religion is man-made but God isn't, fine, I can get on board with that. But then when people start trying to explain the Trinity, where they say,
Nice, hell yeah, John's here.
"Hi, Nectar, how you doing, bud?"
I'm good. How are you?
Cracking. Yeah.
I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, no worries, Nectar. Trying to explain the Trinity, I think, is folly. I think it's nuts. There is no explaining the Trinity. It's just it's a contradiction from beginning, middle to end.
Mm-hmm.
But when people say things like, well, there's no way that we can really understand it, I just feel it. I'm like, okay, but you're making a knowledge claim. You're not making, you're saying that you believe something, but you're also categorically stating that something is true, which is a knowledge claim, not just a belief claim.
Well, they know it on faith.
Yeah. So they know it because they believe it, basically.
Yeah.
Which I have a bit of a problem with.
Yeah, well, good to have you up here. Probably got about, it looks like 6 to 7 more. God damn it, 6 to 7 more minutes left in this clip.
Yeah, no worries, but
I have a relationship with someone if I don't know that they exist.
You can that's a good question. You can have you can't have a relationship with someone if you choose to believe that they don't exist.
Well, wait, but let's say I'm just not sure whether or not a being exists. Can I have a relationship with them? Like, can I have a friend if I don't know that that friend exists, or like a girlfriend if I don't know that that girlfriend exists?
If you don't know they exist and you have problems with it, obviously, no, you can't have a relationship with them.
Yeah,
with
exactly,
them.
right. So I don't know that God exists, so I can't have a relationship with him. If what God wants is a relationship with me, he needs to make his existence known, and then from there I can decide myself whether or not I want the relationship with him, but I can't have a relationship with a being if I don't know that they exist.
We brought up this conversation or this talking point probably about like 30 minutes to an hour ago. Talking about like the Scarlett Johansson argument. Like, Scarlett Johansson can't have a relationship with me if like she's never met me and she doesn't know I exist. I'm just sitting here, wanting that relationship with her, like God's wanting a relationship with us, but there's no demonstration of our existence so far.
well, it's like when people say that you don't believe in God because you hate him. It's like, no, I don't think he exists. I can't hate somebody who I don't believe exists. I can hate the concept or the idea, but I can't actually hate the entity, right?
Right.
Can allow it. You can allow him to reveal yourself to you. God is not just going to come and swoop you off your feet. That's
Why wouldn't
something
he
I
make
had to
himself
learn,
known? How am I supposed to call out to the being that I don't know exists?
Well, if you don't know exists, you can choose to believe. You can choose to believe, like, if there's not a fly on the wall and you don't see a fly on the wall and be like, hey, I choose to believe that there's a fly right there and it never shows up. Like, you have the right to believe that. You can do that with God.
But why?
Yeah, that's not a choice. Like you see something on the wall and like that belief is happening to you in real time. You are being convinced of the fact of that state of affairs. Like you're not taking in the information, withholding judgment, and then making an active choice to choose to believe whether you see that fly or not.
Well, yeah, I've always found this like people who claim that you choose to believe stuff. Like, let's take the fly on the wall as an example. Like, you don't choose that the photons hit your retina. You don't choose the chemical reaction that happens in your retina. You don't choose what happens when your optic nerve processes that information. You don't choose what happens when the neurons phase lock and form connections. So, at what point are you choosing to believe that there is a fly on the wall? You fucking
Yeah,
not. It's
exactly.
happening to you, right?
Every step of the way, it's happening to you.
Yep, precisely.
Wouldn't God
in
give me
oxygen, you can't
sufficient
see it.
evidence?
You believe in oxygen, you believe in space, but you've only seen it in textbooks. You know what I mean?
Okay.
You've only read about it.
The reason
But
why
you
I don't believe in
it
God
every
isn't
time you
because I don't
breathe.
see him.
We can literally cool and pressurize oxygen to the point where it like liquefies. So like we absolutely can see oxygen with our naked eyes. Maybe not in its gaseous state, but we can see like the effects of like oxygen heating up, like when we get some like weird optics when there are different like pockets of gas being heated in different ways. That's like why you get like miraging effects and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, but obviously, if you get like, I mean, that's obviously the mirage effect doesn't have anything to do with the. Well, it does have to do with the oxygen, but it's more to do with water vapor. But we absolutely can. We can fuck around with. Like you can do the same with nitrogen as well. You can super cool nitrogen. It's nothing special. Yeah. It's just getting enough of the molecules in one place and getting them to sit still so that we can actually see them. It's not complicated.
Yeah, if every time you breathe, you believe you're taking in oxygen.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I can like literally feel it. I can't feel God.
You treat God the same way, though, bro.
I can't feel God. I can feel the oxygen.
When you used to work in your imaging career, did those machines use like liquid nitrogen for cooling?
So the MRIs. Did the MRIs? So most of our machines were either Siemens or GE, and I can't remember. I think some of them used nitrogen, some of them used Freon.
Okay, so just like an air conditioner.
Kind of, yeah. It depended. Like we had the company that I work for, Alliance Medical. It depends. Like we had most of the scanners that we used were 1.5 Tesla scanners. The high res ones that we'd use for cardiac imaging were 3 Tesla scanners, and then there was a research one that we had at Oxford University, and that was a 7 Tesla scanner. I know the bore on the scanner was so small; it was only about 4 or 5 inches across. But it was purely used for research. It wasn't a medical scanner with respect to patients, but they did things like they put like a mouse in it or something, and the resolution you get on the imaging was absolutely bonkers. It was insane. But yeah, I mean, obviously, I was more medicine and patient focused rather than an engineer for the scanners. So I don't know to be certain, but I know some of them use nitrogen, some of them use Freon. They depended on the company how they manufactured them.
Cool. Yeah. Just thought I'd ask that since nitrogen came up specifically.
I could buy a telescope and look into outer space. I see all these objects in space, like the stars and the moon.
Our human nature can shut
It's a
ourselves off
conspiracy
from
by
God.
NASA.
Don't you mean Nasha?
Yeah. To deceive. I got it. We will come up with we'll call our organization NASA.
Like what is it with conspiracy theorists thinking that like these evil organizations are just like advertising like their deception like in the open like that?
We gotta
like
wink at them.
Leaving little breadcrumbs to get found out because getting caught is like half of the excitement.
Yeah.
Oh, just on a with the what you're. Did anybody see in the news recently about that young kid that was nearly killed in an MRI scanner?
No.
Absolutely nuts. I still to this day don't understand how it happens, but basically, a young kid was in an MRI scanner and started desaturating. His O2 started going down, And one of the nurses panicked and brought a metal O2 cylinder into the room, and then the magnet just
No.
picked it up and clattered the kid in the head. Yeah.
Holy
Jeez.
shit.
Yeah, that'll turn like any metallic object that is ferromagnetic,
Well,
into essentially a bullet.
Yeah, and well, I mean, in this case, a 30-kilo bullet. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm assuming
So-
she's no longer employed.
Well, she wasn't part of the radiography team, from what I understand. It was just somebody like somebody in the room just like started screaming for oxygen. So, but the thing is, like anybody who has ever worked near like when you get like your lanyards with like your ID on and stuff like that,
Yeah.
or like none of the radiography staff wear watches with metal straps. Will wear watches, to be honest with you. None of our lanyards have the metal clips or cleats on them. Everything is plastic. There's nothing in you like your uniform. There's no, you don't carry coins or anything like that. No phones, no nothing. It all goes in lockers, and it's all because again, like at best, the MRI magnet is going to trash anything ferromagnetic that it comes into contact with, and at worst, it is going to insert that object into the patient that's in the scanner at speed. Yeah. So
fuck's sake.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Definitely no staff within any Prince Alberts.
Yeah, well, precisely. we have had to. I only did enough patient contacts. So the only reason I did my radiography qualification is because I was working in operations and I was interested. So I just wanted to do it. It was the equivalent of a 3-year degree, and I did it part time. So it took me about. I did it in about 6 years.
What if you have a high diet or a diet high in iron?
No.
Like what they did in X-Men 2 when Magneto broke out from the was it the security guard was eating too much steak?
Yeah.
Something. There was a bunch of iron in it or something.
It's like our safety questionnaire with respect to high iron in your diet. I've never known that to be an issue. I mean, I think if your diet was so high in iron, you'd probably be dead long before you got an MRI scanner.
Right.
You don't tend to MRI corpses.
Fair.
But
Right.
the one thing that was potentially quite dangerous, like the smaller bits of metal that you can get in a body don't actually move with respect to the magnet. What they do is
iron in your blood is what.
Yeah. But the smaller bits of metal in an MRI scanner don't actually move. They heat up. They get super hot. So one of the things that we do have to check is anybody who works in like any like welders or people who work in like mechanics, stuff like that. If they can potentially get I don't know if it's the same in the US, but it's what we call swarf. So you can get like little bits of metal fragments, metal dust embedded in things like your cornea or your skin. And so what you have to do, anybody who works in that field, what you do before you put them anywhere near an MRI scanner is an orbital X-ray. So you do an X-ray to see like a no contrast X-ray, because things like like little metal splinters and stuff show up like little shotgun pellets. They're bright white on an X-ray. Because can you imagine how painful it would be, or how potentially dangerous it would be if you put somebody in an MRI scanner who had a little bit of metal fragments like stuck in the corner of their eye?
Right. I bet.
And it superheats in the magnetic field.
Fuck that.
Yeah. Exactly.
I'm no longer a candidate for MRIs because of my knee replacements.
Surgical pins, exactly.
So, yeah. And thanks, Eric. Mystique seduced the security guard, knocked him out, and then injected him with iron.
Yeah.
I always thought that was a silly little plot, like how they break him out.
But yeah, I mean, it was also the injection, right? The iron injection, like it was like the size of a fucking milk bottle. How like this sort of caused like emboluses all over the place, like effusions. Like that guy is not. If by some miracle that guy survived just the iron injection, he is sure as shit not going to be in work the next day.
He must have had a similar healing factor to Logan, to Wolverine. That's got to be the harmonization. Yep. The mutant security guard.
You can always explain it away.
Yeah, obviously it's all done for cinematic effect. I get that, and you can't be, you've got to suspend like realism, or at some point. I did always think it was quite funny.
I had a friend though who'd always take it to the nth degree though, like the opposite direction. They'd be like, you talk about Star Wars, and he'd be like, "Is that a documentary?" Shut the fuck up. It's like, so when did that happen? Billions of years ago, right? Galaxy far, far away.
Yeah, well, my daughter's starting to watch some of the site. Like I was watching Star Trek Discovery, and my daughter was sat over my shoulder watching it with me the other day, and because obviously the CGI and stuff is so good, like it's not like the sci-fi that I used to watch when it's not like Next Generation where you knew it was the CGI wasn't hyper realistic. So you knew it was fake, but my daughter's watching it over my shoulder, and she was like, "Is that real?" I was like, "No, kid, it's definitely not real.
Right.
You know, we can't travel faster than the speed of light. We don't have any of this technology." But yeah, she's starting to get into it. But it is an odd. It must be an odd sensation, you know, to be watching something on a TV, wondering. I think she looks at some of the science fiction that I watch now, and it must be a little bit like when you're a kid watching wrestling. You know, obviously we all know what kayfabe is, right?
Yeah.
Now, when you're a kid watching wrestling, you think, "Oh my god, these guys, they're beating the tar out of one another," but you don't realize it's acting. You know, obviously
Right.
they do potentially hurt when they're hitting.
Yeah,
one
they have
another,
to have some
but it's not-
athleticism.
It's
exactly.
a physical thing, but like
Yeah.
they're not actually like beating each other up.
Yeah,
The who's going to win is determined ahead of time. And,
yeah, exactly. It's
It's more
a
just like
narrative.
stunts.
yeah.
Hey, nobody, how's it going?
What up?
What up?
We're almost done with this Ian clip, and then it's kind of like
That look on
free reign
Ian's
for,
face really sums it up too.
Oh yeah, yeah. This was just not a good call, but
That's
they
about how
usually
the
are.
call is going. How you been tonight?
Oh, good. I've just been at work. What is this? What is this call about?
The title is Christian folded by Superman analogy. You know, they're basically ended at the like the impossibility of the Trinity, like the logical contradictions, and how, like, you know, like Superman and Clark Kent are obviously not different persons. Like they're both Superman, but they're the same person, and so this whole like three persons in one God is, you know, just gibberish.
And he's been good faith. He's just not. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, Uppy, just before I joined, you were saying how like there are different iterations of the Superman franchise. Somewhere Lois Lane knows who Clark Kent is, like with respect to being Superman, and somewhere he doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
There is no like all of the ones that I prefer, all of the narratives which are the better ones. Like when his disguise is a pair of glasses. There is no way that she wouldn't know. You know, she's fucking the guy. There is no way she wouldn't know.
Right.
I'm sure there's like a College Humor like skit where like, you know, he puts on the glasses and she pretends to not know him, and then she's like, "Of course I know it's you, Clark."
Yeah.
Like.
Also, that was rude of me. How is everyone else doing?
Oh, great.
Good.
All good, nobody. How are you doing? You all right?
Oh,
Missing Gretchen.
never had a bad day. Yeah, where's Gretchen?
Probably crashed out because she didn't get much sleep the last couple of days. I think she's probably resting up.
True.
Yep. We're holding down the fort.
Yeah.
That's why I'm wearing the big old A on my chest tonight.
Right.
I'm the async hero. I don't know what my async superhero name would be.
I keep expecting her to pop in any minute and jump scare us, but
the A logo, it always struck me as like an orange/red version of like the Fantastic Four style logo.
Yeah,
kind of. Yeah.
It's like each person will be like atheist. I don't know. And then their function, like it's like the A squad or something. I don't know.
I'm the atheist,
like a Voltron.
changeling in the shape of a fantasy book, and I turn into a Bible.
Gretchen would be like the head of Voltron.
Given
wanna
given
be the-
given that this is now the Fildo channel since Gretchen isn't here, which of the four of you is the big black dildo?
Or you're like
I
form
disavow.
of God, and then you just disappear.
Oh no! Wait, RP, come back! I can't undo it. That's great. Nick, too. It's funny that you bring up Voltron because, like, I will often refer to the Trinity as like the Christian Megazord.
Right? That's true. I used to have a Voltron TV tray, dinner tray, and a Thundercats dinner tray.
Ho!
Right?
Did you guys ever used to watch Power Rangers?
Yeah,
It was a little after my time.
that's what I just made a
is it?
reference to. Yeah,
I'm
the
familiar
Megazord.
with
The
it.
Megazord
Oh
is,
yes,
is a
yeah, the
Power Ranger
Megazord,
thing.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
I'm familiar with it, but I'm not like I didn't grow up watching it.
I love how it was like that 80s, early 90s. So like the Black Power Ranger was actually a black kid.
Well, and what wasn't the
wild.
yellow Power Ranger the Asian person too?
The yellow one, yeah,
Yeah, until she died in that
And the
car.
pink was the girl.
yeah.
The red was the white male.
The only way it could have been worse is if the red one was like a Native American. That's the only way they could have made it worse. You know. Yeah.
For fuck's sake.
The early 90s. Fun time.
Oh.
Well, I watched lots of shows that were kind of in that same format, like Beetleborgs, Virtual Reality Troopers. I think there was another one.
Some of these, bearing in mind this is very much pre-internet, and we only had like 4 TV channels in the UK back then. A lot of this won't have crossed the pond. Power Rangers did.
Yeah.
Everyone had a crush on Kimberly, but the real correct answer was Trini or whatever her name was, the Yellow Ranger.
I also used to watch a lot of Hey Dude on Nickelodeon. Hey Dude. You don't remember that?
No,
Really corny.
I don't even know if we got it.
Hey Dude was the shit.
That might have been
Yeah,
a little before my time. Like Rocco's Modern Life was like one of the earliest Nickelodeon programs I remember.
You can't do that on
Those were probably,
television. It was also a really good show on Nickelodeon. That's where the slime came from. When they used to slime people.
I kind of miss the era where you had to watch certain programs at certain times of the day. The fact that you can now just go and
You sound like Jerry Seinfeld.
binge an entire. I like being able to just get home from work and watch what I want when I want to watch it. But
Well, you can.
But you kind of lost. Now. Yeah, but what I mean is the bit that I miss is like my brother.
The whole country being forced, they have no other option to watch the same.
Well, no, it's more like my dad, my brother, and I. We used to love The Simpsons, and The Simpsons used to be on at 6 o'clock in the afternoon every Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd get my dad, my brother, and I sat on the sofa watching The Simpsons at the same time. But now, like if you're into a TV series, you can just watch them independently. You kind of lost the community of television, if that makes sense.
Maybe to some degree. I think it's just more diversified.
Mm-hmm.
What were you gonna say, RP?
I was just agreeing. But also like they're like the way like shows are structured nowadays are like they're very serialized. Like there isn't very much just like episodic happenings where like things just kind of like reset the next week.
Yeah.
Like shows nowadays, like decisions will carry over into the next episode. Whereas,
do you know what I was referring to with that Jerry Seinfeld clip?
Not really.
Jerry Seinfeld was lamenting that he thinks part of the reason he thinks the woke left killed comedy, and he thinks he misses the days when and it was like his you have to look up his exact quote, but it was something along the lines of, "He who misses the days when everybody," what basically the same sentiment that John was expressing, that when everyone would have to be at, everyone in the country would have to follow the same TV schedule, and everyone would talk about the shows as a collective group because that was all they had to talk about, because that was the only options at the time.
Yeah, I wouldn't have ascribed it to a particular political affiliation. I think it's just a byproduct of the technology. Yeah.
It wasn't his only point. That's why I'm saying you should look it up to get the whole context of what he meant, because I'm probably not doing it justice. Only part I'm trying to take out of it is he got criticized by other people for basically the idea was, for like being a typical conservative and wanting to force people to go back to a time when
God, no! Firstly, I couldn't stuff the technology back in Pandora's box, even if I wanted to. It's out there now.
Sure.
It's done.
I wasn't calling you.
I wasn't. No. But I am. But I wasn't advocating for.
Well, in the Jerry Seinfeld sense, I wasn't calling you conservative.
No, I wouldn't advocate, because I do definitely think the technology has done far more good than it has done harm. It's just one particular aspect that I kind of miss. Like I view this thing that I view it with a degree of nostalgia. The fact of the matter is that you can still preserve that. We just now there's nothing stopping like my kids, my wife and I sitting down on the sofa and watching an episode of The Simpsons at the same time every week. It's just now on us to organize it. It's not done for us by a TV schedule,
Yeah.
So, but it is just something that it's just a feature of my childhood that I look back on with fondness, and doesn't seem to happen as much anymore. That's all. So.
Yeah, I get that. I totally get that. There's nothing wrong with being nostalgic for the way things used to be. It's the wanting to everybody to be subjected to it, because the way Seinfeld was framing it, it made it seem like that. I guess, at least to some people. I don't actually remember the quote, or remember the. I watched the clip. I watched the interview where he talks about it, but it's been a long time now, so I don't really remember the finer details.
Personally, I don't understand why so many people suck Jerry Seinfeld's dick like he was like some huge contribution to comedy. Like he
fucked over Adam Sandler hard.
Well, he was on one successful show, and the show wasn't necessarily successful because of him. It's Larry David. Larry David was the true the genius behind it. Like he just got lucky that he was the star of Larry David's fucking magnum opus.
Yeah, well, it is obviously it is the writers which are the unsung heroes of almost all the comedies. And then that's not to say that the actors obviously don't contribute anything. They absolutely do.
No, yeah, they definitely play a huge role.
Yeah, they're in charge of execution.
Exactly.
But if you look at Jerry Seinfeld's work after Seinfeld. Like what has he done? The fucking Pop-Tart movie that flopped, and B movie, which also flopped.
I didn't know
B
any
movie
of
was such a flop that it's a meme on the internet.
Only thing I know that he did
was B movie the one where the bee fell in love with a human, woman and cucked
Patrick Warburton.
Wow. Yeah. I didn't even know that was him.
My kids are watching that, and because it's just on kid Netflix. My kids are watching that, and I was making them dinner, watching it over their shoulder in the kitchen. I was like, "What the fuck is this crap?"
Oh man.
I mean, can you imagine a husband being cucked by something that you could swap with a newspaper? I mean.
And his character didn't really have any major flaws. He just didn't think that the bee had the best idea to save whatever.
I don't remember the movie at all. I think I seen it, but
I just obviously it was tongue in cheek, but I just remember the way like what was happening with the wife was like when somebody's wife talks about like their best friend at work and it's a male best friend, and the wife is talking about the male best friend in a particular way, and the husband was obviously picking up on this like relationship between like the wife and the best friend, but it was a fucking insect. And it was so bizarre.
What are we doing here?
Yeah.
What's happening?
Fun stuff.
But anyways.
Oh, Jackie, that's wild. I used to play so much audio surf, playing through the entire B-movie script. That's dedication.
What's audio surf?
Wild as fuck. What? It's like
it's a rhythm game.
It's like you pilot this little ship with your mouse, and you could upload any song you want from your library, and it would generate a custom tracks that you would have to like dodge or pick up things, almost like a Mario Kart Rainbow Road.
Right. Okay.
I played like hundreds of hours of that game, but that's really funny. That's really funny to play through the entire B movie.
Is that because you like the movie, Jackie?
Is that movie like an hour and a half? So you just like what?
I bet people did similar things with Shrek 2. Well, Shrek 1 and Shrek 2, but Shrek also. All right, let's try to finish up this Ian clip.
Yeah, I'll be back in a minute. I'm gonna go make another coffee. I'll be back shortly.
Sounds good.
Sounds good. Speaking of coffees, that's a good idea.
Yeah, calf up.
Right.
You have the ability to do that, but it's all about dying to yourself. It's all about denying what you think and allowing God to be like, hey, take over. But some people are so much like, I'm not saying you, but there's a lot of people that are filled with like a lot of pride and be like, I got this. I know
that
what
certainly
I'm doing.
is your presupposition.
Huh?
That certainly is your presupposition. I don't think that accurately maps the experience, though.
I mean,
you're basically saying that I'm like choosing to not believe in God. I have no evidence for this thing. Like, how can God reasonably expect me to believe in him if I don't have any evidence for his existence?
Well,
or
look,
have like barely any good evidence for his existence?
When somebody was like, what is this stuff we're breathing? How can I study this stuff and figure it out? Obviously, oxygen, they found ways to just pull it out of thin air and study it and know what it is, right? But they went through lengths to try and figure out what this stuff is that we're breathing in that keeps us alive.
Yeah,
right?
But we know that we're feeling
it. They didn't just stop at one study. Right? They kept going and going and going until they'd be like, hey, this is oxygen. These are the components that it's made of. Boom, boom, boom. If they stopped if they went, what is this stuff? And then just kind of stopped right there and never kept going, they would have never found out what oxygen is.
How does he think this is what we're doing?
Well, and he completely admitted that like he's doing what the straw man that he's kind of setting up. Like when he was talking about when he looked into like Hinduism and Islam earlier, and like Ian caught them on. He's like, Ian asked the caller, did you ever try praying to Allah? And the caller's like, oh yeah, no. So like it's just all projection at this point.
I agree.
Same thing with God. If
wait, sorry,
one time,
you're literally not giving. Wait, sorry, I'm so sorry. Can you give the example of how I have like a feeling of God? Because I have a feeling of breathing. I know that oxygen, or that there's like something that I'm breathing in because I know that I breathe. I can feel me breathing. I don't have anything like that for God.
God is like questioning the stuff around you.
Okay, that's nonsense. That sounds like a gibberish statement. Saying God is just when you question the things around you. Like, I don't even know what that means.
Well, kind of like just having evidence of things that humans can't create. Like, where did this stuff come from? You know what I mean? And
evidence that they exist?
Arguments for that of science, and I've heard you talk before about all that. But it's like people who didn't have science back then, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like they would be like, where did all this come from? So they would go to a higher power. Like, who created all this?
Yeah.
How do we create this tree? How do we make a seed that grows this plant from the ground? You know what I mean?
They're pretty famously like wrong about most of their beliefs, by the way.
Who is? Like
a lot of the ancient peoples pre-science, like a lot of their beliefs were just not even in the same ballpark. So the thing with science, like science updates itself over time, right? It casts out bad science in favor of good science, but there's a remaining like underlying structure that connects specific phenomena together that stays intact over the various transitions. So it just seems like the ancient peoples.
That's an excellent way. I've always been trying to think of how to explain that. Like, I used to explain it like in terms of like I tried to do it like in terms of like a physical shape, like expanding, but like the inner structure still is there.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, but essentially, science, yeah, it changes, but they think of it as it's all rewritten from the ground up. It's like, no, think of it more like a building. We take off the parts that don't help it build, that don't contribute to the structure. We take that shit off.
What's the subject here? Is it like how science knowledge changes over time?
Right.
But you need to think of it like it's the ship of the Theseus. Like every single individual part of the ship was replaced, but it's still recognizable as the same ship, right?
Right.
So
it functions is the point. It functions. It still works. Science is what works.
But it's with respect, like it is really infuriating where you get people who say tropes, but scientists are always proven wrong eventually. Well, no, it's like the information that we had was sufficient. It was accurate enough for the application at the time. And when the application becomes more precise, our knowledge needs to become more precise.
Yeah. It's more of a refinement than a replacement.
Yeah, exactly.
You're refining the model.
Right. Well, yeah, we discard the parts that don't fit. That if they're wrong, they're wrong. We don't keep them on there. Once we know they're wrong for sure, we're done with it. It gets discarded, and they look at the discarding of something as an admission of like being wrong, but when in actuality, it's just part of the. This is the part we discover that doesn't work, and we have to.
Well, in most of science, it's a necessary step on the path to understanding. Like if you think about how we teach science to children, right? We don't start teaching like high energy particle physics to 4-year-olds when they go to school.
Why not?
You have to teach them what is essentially something it's easy for them to pass, it's easy for them to understand, but it isn't perfectly accurate. And then as they get older, as their knowledge increases, you then increase the complexity, and complexity in this case is analogous to like accuracy.
And it's not like your explanations from before were wrong. They just weren't as they didn't explain as much.
Mm-hmm. Plus, like if we're using the analogy of like the ship of, is it Theseus? That's what it is.
Ship of Theseus, yeah.
It's what science does is it's more like, oh, there's a hole in that board, and then they patch it. Mm-hmm. It's not even like, I feel like nothing gets really like substantially replaced. It's just like, oh, this all fits into this part.
Well, if it doesn't, we discard parts of science. I mean, if it's not if it's not science anymore, if we find something that's on the ship that isn't science, it's pseudoscience, we just missed it or got shoved in there because for whatever reason, we take it off. We discard it altogether. We don't come back to it. But we don't replace it with nothing is the thing. We don't when we identify it, we identified it because we realize you get what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
There's no ego. If it turns out that this is wrong, then we get rid of it. But it is the case that
whatever it was that we used to figure out that it was wrong is what we used is what replaces it. How we figure out what is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's not often in scientific fields where usually if we thought that we knew how something worked, then usually the way that when we figure out that we're wrong, it's not because somebody has just categorically demonstrated that this theory or this hypothesis is wrong. It's usually because it is replaced by something which works better, fits better, has more parsimony, or makes more predictions, or just fits the data better. Because there's usually a function to it. There's usually something that we're trying to explain. Yeah, I agree.
They think this idea like entire scientific theories are completely overturned every few decades, like completely overwritten and changed fundamentally from the bottom up, and that's just not what's happening at all. But so there's people that think that.
In this century, I can't think of a time that has happened ever.
We've simply confirmed things that are predicted, like the biggest thing probably being the Higgs boson in 2012.
Yep.
Like we're confirming our predictions. We're not, just like completely scrapping entire branches of science.
Like that has got to be.
But do you know the thing that pissed me off most about the Higgs boson? It was how it was called the God particle in media.
Right,
Goddamn
because it
particle.
couldn't be titled the goddamn particle in the book. The publisher wouldn't allow that title.
Which is crazy because you would think nowadays that'd be like they'd be all over that. But yeah, even in 2012, I guess they couldn't. They didn't want to offend.
2012, like TV stations in the U.S. were still like rolling out the fully digital cable signal. Like some stations were still analog. I remember it was a big deal because we had to get like a digital tuner for our house. And my dad was all like, "Oh, we have so many fucking devices. We got a fucking DVD player, a VCR, the stereo. Now this goddamn digital tuner."
Do you know, we've still got a VCR. We've got a load of it's in the loft. It's in the roof space. But
Nice.
the only reason I've got it is because we've got loads of old like home movies, like family movies, birthdays and stuff, which are now all recorded on mobile phones and are sent to each other via WhatsApp and
They
stuff.
still have a high 8 recorder.
But back in the day, you'd have like a camcorder that was the size of a bazooka or a
Yep.
rocket launcher over your shoulder, and you
Yeah,
could plug
right.
it in. You could plug it into the
Those
VCR.
VHS ones were huge.
Yeah.
They're like modern, like
Yeah.
like your local news station's TV camera on your shoulder.
Yeah. Now, when you bring out the 7-year-old's birthday cake to blow out the candles, you've got it recorded like by 14 people from 14 different angles. Whereas back in the day, you'd have to like set up
You
the
had one
tripod, get the
cameraman.
camera going. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Had it on your shoulder like a fucking bazooka.
Yeah, precisely.
I gathered up most of our home movies on VHS tapes and sent them to a digitizer service.
Mhm.
Had
My
those,
mom did that,
digitized.
Yeah, I need to do that as well because we've got.
My mom did it with their reel to reels, and that was really cool too. And I maybe I should show you guys that sometime. It's not very long. Most of them are just like 30 seconds to a minute or two, but they're all, and there's no sound to any of them because they're just reel to reel. But it's kind of interesting to like see what I look like in the 80s, and like some of them are like at a zoo and things like that. But if you guys ever want to check it out, they're real short clips.
There's some of the home videos from the 80s with my dad because I like from I was my dad was 30 when I was born, so and he started losing his hair about the same time as I started losing my hair, which is in my early 30s. And then when he started losing it, he was just like, "Fuck this!" So he just used to shave it off. So I had never known my dad with hair, and then I watched my mum and dad's wedding video, and my dad had like a full curly head of hair, like jet black hair, and I was like, "Who the fuck is this man?"
My dad looked like Merle Haggard when he was my age, or when he was 28. That's when I was born. When he was 28, and he was bald by 35. His dad was bald at an early age. I still have. I'm 47. I still have a full head of hair, long hair, even no bald spots, not even balding. My hair is receded a tiny bit, but not catastrophically or anything.
Yeah, my uncle. It's an old joke, but my dad had like he had 5 siblings, 4 brothers and one sister, my aunt. But the old joke is that when my dad and his brothers were sat around a dining table, they looked like a half carton of eggs, and it was basically prescient day for me as well. My wife keeps going, "You could just go to Turkey and get it fixed." I'm not that vain. I'm not that bothered. When I shaved my beard off the other day, and my wife was really unhappy about it. She goes, "John, you look like a son." So, thanks, darling.
Oh man, there's a really good Cracker Milk skit.
Here's
about,
my
shaving.
dad being Merle Haggard.
Oh wow!
You see what I mean? That's me when I'm like 4 years old, blonde hair. I used to work for the railroad.
Oh my God, we had a swing set almost exactly like that in my backyard.
Yeah,
Didn't everybody?
that's in Waterloo, Iowa. That's my little sister, and my dad's Merle Haggard.
Is that a Weber barbecue in the corner as well?
Right.
Yeah.
Good old charcoal. Hank Hill would have a fit. Ho, 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 ho.
All right, you can take it down. I remember when I was about 7 years old, we tore that garage down, and the construction. My dad used to, at work construction, he used to be a rod buster, an iron worker, but so he just had his buddies come over with a skid loader, and they just demolished the garage, and they put it up in a day or two, and just drank a bunch of beer while they did it. But it was just a lot of fun for me and my buddies. We got to help, and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, let's drink alcohol and operate heavy machinery.
That was the 80s, and people were fine with it. That was normal.
But I've lost track of how many of those type of garages, those in the UK at least, they're what we call prefabricated. So they're all like concrete pebble dash slabs with a bit of steel reinforcing in them. And they were all thrown up in like the 50s and the 60s, but almost all of them have asbestos roofs. And because my company makes we do timber frame garden buildings, home offices, stuff like that.
Sure.
We knock down several of them a year because usually the garages just become the modern cars are too big to fit in what was a 1960s garage, so it's not used as a garage anymore. They don't put cars in them. So usually what we're doing is knocking this thing down, and then there's like a 6 meter by 3 meter concrete slab that's still perfectly serviceable, and then we can just stick a timber frame building straight on top of that. But yeah, in the summer months, me and the lads have not been above, having a few beers whilst we're ferrying these slabs of concrete to the skip on the front drive.
Right.
maybe after a beer or two, and that's like in 2026. So
when I used to work in a factory in Waterloo, and when I worked there, it was just like what you would expect out of any factory. There's rules, OSHA regulations on the wall. You wearing safety goggles, safety equipment. But when the factory first opened, and it was a cabinet factory, and a high-end one at that, Birch Cabinet Factory manufacturing is one of the top 10 manufacturers in the world. But when they were young, they started in the late 70s, but in the 80s, when they were still a fairly new organization, they were very loosely, when Gary Birch himself, he still used to work in the factory part, himself. They would he'd let his employees drink beer, not on the job, but they would go out. They were allowed to go out and have a beer on break. You could have a beer or two in your lunchbox.
Yeah, I mean, it like with me, it depends. It very much depends on the attitude of the customer, because we're usually working in people's property. We're not working in a factory setting or anything like that. It's usually working in customers' homes or around customers' homes. You get a feel for the customer pretty quick, and certainly in the summer months, I'll go out and I'll go and get the lads lunch. I'll go and get sandwiches and stuff, and dependent on the customer's attitude, I might come back with a 6-pack of chilled beers.
But is that for while they're working with that in them, or do you have it
just at lunchtime? But it's you're not
no one's getting sloshed.
Yeah, we're not sat there drinking 17 beers in 4 hours. It's a beer with lunch, just because it's nice to sit and have an ice cold beer in the hot sun on your lunch break when you've been working.
Can't argue with that.
But yeah, I definitely I would never allow any of the lads to get fucked. And if any of them turned up to work like that, they'd be sent home immediately.
You want to see that's when I started drinking.
Yeah, I do not want to be. The last thing I want to do is have to drive one of my lads to hospital with a piece of 2x4 nailed to their foot, and then the hospital does a drug and alcohol test, and they find that they're well over the limit. And that's a fucking nightmare fuel for me.
I even had the bell on my shoe, so you could hear me stumbling around the house hammered. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't drink. I don't remember drinking
And just a
alcohol at
cute,
that age.
candid moment.
Right.
The earliest I drank was like about 7 years old. I like it might have been a year earlier, but I'm not falling for that shit again. I've fallen for that like fucking 5 times tonight. But around 7 years old, my uncle was having his 40th birthday party down in Texas, and
Sure.
they had several kegs, and it was like at like a fucking like what do you call it, like an American Legion lodge or whatever that we
Yeah.
rented
Oh
out.
yeah.
And so like there were a couple of kegs in the corner, like no bartender. It's just like all the relatives around, and I was thirsty, and I thought it was Texas water, and like Texas water was just dirty. That's why it was like not
Bitter.
clear and yellow and stuff. And so like I went and I got myself some quote unquote Texas water, and I drank it. And then like one of my uncles, he's like, "Aren't you a little young to be drinking?" I'm like, "What do you mean? This is water." He's like, "No, you just drank beer." And like I started crying because like I felt like a terrible person.
Wow. I don't remember.
Yeah. I don't remember like the first time I ever had like a drink of alcohol of any kind.
Probably around 12, I think, is when old I was. Seems to be. I mean, I might have had a sip or two, but the first time I actually drank was with some friends, and it was like 3 of my buddies, and one of them had an older sister who was 21. Well, actually, no, she was only like 19 or 20. Her boyfriend was 21, and they thought it would be fun to get us drunk. And so like the way we would tell the story years later was that we all had drank like tons of beers. Like all 3 of us had, all 4 of us, I mean, had like 5-6 beers each. But when we told her the story years later, she was like, "Fuck, you guys did. You guys each had like a beer, maybe 1, maybe 2. No one had more than 1 or 2." She's like, "We only bought a 12-pack. There's no way you guys each had 5 or 6 beers. And you guys were all stumbling all over each other and peeing in the corners and yeah, so."
Yeah, I think I know my daughter, the first time she ever had a drink of alcohol, she was only about 4. And that's because it wasn't, basically what happened was she was sat on my lap and I was drinking a beer watching the TV. Sure. And she kept on reaching for the bottle, and there was just like the dregs in the bottom of the bottle, and I knew exactly what was going to happen. She was going to upend it because all kids put whatever. That's the way they interrogate the world. Anything goes in their mouth, and of course it was a beer, right? And what was she used to drinking? Like milk and sweet, like so she immediately, the second those dregs of beer hit her taste bud, she was like, "Ugh, no, don't want that." I was like, "Good girl." That's exactly the reaction.
Yeah, I actually remember like being around the countertop with my dad when I was probably like 10 or 11 or something, and I was like, "Let me try that," and then he was like, "Okay," and then I try it, and I refused to drink till I was like 19 years old because I hated it so much. Like all my friends were drinking and stuff, and I was like, "I'm not doing that."
My parents had a bar in their basement when we were growing up, and they used to host parties and have like pool table and stuff like that. It wasn't like super fancy, but it was all right. But anyways, I remember when I was a kid and there was nobody at the house and I was playing in the basement, I'd be sitting at the bar, and I remember like, you remember how film, like Kodak film, used to come in those little black canisters with a gray lid. They're like plastic canisters. That's what the little roll of film came in. Well, I don't know if anyone remembers that or not, but that was the standard thing. That's how they all came. But that's what my dad would keep his weed in, and
just that,
it wasn't until like later on in what.
I was just going to say that to me is insane. Like that's what my dad used to keep his weed in. Obviously different strokes for different folks, but
right. He was weeding these little film canisters, and I guess it worked as well as anything could. But it wasn't until I was older, like I remember, like I was like a teenager, and I had never smoked pot or anything by that age. But I remember like smelling one, and I was like, "That is not what I remember thinking. Like that's not what my dad smelled like." you know. And I said that out loud to some people, and I basically just outed my dad for keeping his drugs in a film canister. But I also used to play with his pipe, but like it was a spaceship because it looked like a spaceship to me. So I don't know
I
why my
remember.
dad left his stuff out on the
I
bar, but
think I think I was like 17 years old when my dad found my weed stash in the house. he,
right.
he said to me, and I quote, "What the fuck do you need this shit for? You're so laid back already. If you were any more laid back, you'd be dead." And I was like, "Thanks, Dad." And then I just what he literally opened the window and like fucked it out the window, just threw it up.
One time I had just smoked a joint in my car, and just got home, and my mom wanted me to run her somewhere in my car, and I was like, "Shit, I can't," because I didn't want to get busted. So, like, she's walking out to my car, and so I had ran inside the house, ran to the bathroom, grabbed a canister of Glade, like, you know, the spray, and then I go running past her. You know, like she's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like spraying my car out as fast as I can. So
Yeah, it's funny. Like with respect to things like first beers and all these sort of like childhood memories, I
yeah,
find like the first beer I ever had, as in a beer with my dad. I was 14 or 15. I can't remember exactly.
sure,
Um, and it's not the first time I'd ever drunk. Because obviously, as a kid, you know, we're all naughty little boys and we all sneak shit. But the first
right.
time I actually had a beer with my dad, it was in Lillington Working Men's Club. Lillington's a village near where I live, and it's there's a few working men's clubs around there, and it was back in like the late 90s, early thousands, when working men's clubs were still a thing. Basically where all the working men used to go to escape their wives because no women were allowed. And I was sat there with my Uncle John, my Uncle Huey, my dad, and me, and we were just having a chat. And that was the first time I sat down and had a beer. But the thing that I realized after my dad passed away, all of those men are dead now, which is kind of heartbreaking. And
Yeah, that's rough.
I went like it's expected. They're all like brothers. They're all. I mean, they all died relatively young, with the exception of my Uncle Huey, who was like 89 when he passed away.
Mhm.
But the the thing is, when I realised it, I was looking at the table that we'd had that beer at, because it's also got a function room that you can hire. And I was there for one of my friends, one of my kids' friends had a birthday party there. They had like a bouncy
Mhm.
castle and table and stuff. And there's a bar
Almost
half,
sound like you said a Nazi castle.
a bouncy castle.
Yeah, I got it.
Right. But like in order to get to the toilets, you've got to walk through the bar half. And I didn't think
Mhm.
about it at the time, but I walked through the bar, and I was just looking at the corner where I'd had that beer, and it just occurred to me, like I was like, "Fuck, time moves on," you know.
Right. So it stops for no one.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of hard to process. It almost, I hate the feeling like, you know, like living, thinking about it like in budgeting terms. Like, uh, it used to always feel like an open ended, you know, life was like I had all the time in the world to do anything I wanted. Didn't really matter, you know. You can do this or you can do that, or you can go this way. But when you start to realize like you're coming up against a limit, you know, and like death starts to feel like you can almost define it. You can see it on the horizon, I guess. Uh,
Yeah,
it starts to feel different.
it definitely focuses the mind with respect to
Yeah.
like having like I look at my kids, and like to them, like the 6 week, like in the UK, like our from one academic year to the next, that's when you get your longest break, your longest holiday. And
Hmm.
it's 6 weeks.
Right.
And I used to look at that and I think, oh, 6 weeks, 6 weeks is forever, you know. 6 weeks now as an adult rockets by. you know.
Right.
But firstly, for most people, it's only like 1.5 paydays, so it fucking barrels past,
Yeah.
which obviously kids don't have to worry about. But I can see now, like I drove. My mum's got a holiday home in Cardigan in Wales, which is a really beautiful part of Wales, and we're having a heat wave at the moment. It's just lovely weather. So I drove my kids over to her. She's having the kids for a week, and then next week my wife and I are driving out, so we're kid free for a little while. But Ida and Jack are just in the back seat, like talking about all the stuff that they're going to do, and they're just so oblivious to how the world works, and just I kind of I don't want to preserve their naivety, because it's important that they do grow up and are able to function in the world, but I envy their naivety right now, if that makes sense.
I remember hearing a billionaire, I don't remember where I heard, which documentary, it was something from like the mid 2000s, but a billionaire saying basically like if he were to wake up the next day and be like a serf or something again, or basically be at the bottom of the pile, he said,
this is bottom of the socioeconomic ladder.
Right. Would he build his wealth the same way all over again? He said, his answer was interesting. He's like, could I redo it? He's like, yeah, I could. Should I? No.
Well, it's like that there is no like wealthy person who's approaching the end of their life who wouldn't exchange all of their wealth for youth.
Just more time.
They all would exchange their wealth for youth.
So it's like, why are you hoarding it all from everybody else?
It's I mean, it depends how you look at it, I guess. Like my wife and I, we have more than we need. We're basically mortgage free. We're saving for the future. We're saving for Ida and Jack's future. We're we don't need to put college funds together in the same way as they need to be done in the United States, because we don't need hundreds of thousands of dollars or pounds. It's not like a parasitic system in the same way as it is over there, I'm afraid. Which I am, and unfortunately, I am a free market capitalist, but the American capitalism has got way out of control.
Capitalism gone mad here.
Yeah, exactly. The capitalist infrastructure with the socialist nested safety nets that we have in the UK. The fact that university in the UK costs about $9,000 a year for fees, academic fees. It's in the grand scheme of things, it's nothing. If you go if you get a decent degree that's going to pay you a decent wage, just going to give you access to a decent profession, you'll pay that off pretty quick.
Right.
It's not hundreds of thousands of dollars, which is to me has always just been mad. You should be investing in people. The gross domestic product of your nation is a product of the productivity of the people that you invest in their education. So why would you make the education so fucking expensive? You should be doing the opposite. Right. Just give people access to it. And that's not to say that you should be, creating what in the UK they call Mickey Mouse degrees. It's where you should. There's no point sending kids to university if the field that they're going to study doesn't generate some product on the other side of it. Expense needs to lead to productivity of some kind. It's not just about interest or academic ability. But again,
it's frustrating listening to these theists come up and talk about cause and effect. Like what the fuck are you talking about, cause and effect? Like everything has a cause, and it's like you don't really live by that. Like if you live by your own, the way you look at politics and the way you look at your religion. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm losing my train of thought. Sorry. My dog is looking at me wanting to go out, and I don't have time to take it out.
Well, sort of maybe a side comment, John. I was wondering if you could help elucidate like the nuance between like taking the Mickey versus like taking the piss.
There isn't really much of a difference. They both convey the same sentiments.
Okay, that's what I kind of got from context.
Yeah, so but they can be used in slightly different ways. Like, so both of them are. It's when somebody makes a joke at somebody else's expense, right?
Come here.
And if you make a joke at somebody else's expense, if they say stop taking the piss, then that's them saying like you a step too far, you've gone a bit too far, you know.
Okay, and taking the Mickey is just like saying something like outlandish, not necessarily at
no,
someone
no,
else's
it's
expense.
no, it's still a joke at somebody else's expense, but
Oh,
it's
okay.
just it's a different way of saying the same thing. But if somebody said to me, "Oh, stop taking the Mickey," you know, then I'd say that as like it's just it's performative. Like what I said wasn't too far. They were just kind of you know, it's I'm acknowledging that joke was my expense and I found it funny. But if they said stop taking the piss, then I've gone too far, if that makes sense. So
Okay,
I know to
yeah.
dial it back a bit, you know.
So they have differing levels of severity.
Kind of, yeah. But again, it's all contextual. It depends on the person. It depends how they use those words. But you know, that's probably as a general rule of thumb for like Americans with respect to the lingo. That's probably, you won't go too far wrong if you were seeing that. But the difference, of course, is that my perception, at least, is that Brits are much happier taking the piss out of one another than like. I've got a friend of mine lives in the US, and he's English. He actually he works for it's a like an online streaming platform. It's not Netflix. It's one of the other ones. Begins with an N.
I couldn't tell you another N that isn't Netflix.
Anyway, but he lives in LA, and when he comes back to the UK and like gets back in with his old group of school friends, and we're like ribbing him, you can see he's a little bit uncomfortable because he's like, he just doesn't get that in the US because we're pretty fucking ruthless to one another. I mean, it's there's mum jokes abound, you know, and you can tell he's awash with the culture. But like if you threw a mum joke at me, my response would just be, "You couldn't handle my mum." You know, she'd rip you apart like a chicken wing. You know,
a cat and a toy.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. She teaches cougars how to cougar. You know.
Well, yeah. Thanks for educating me on the slang. You know, there's this this London-based rapper slash producer that I follow. His name is Dizzy Rascal. He uses a lot of British slang like that. That like I feel like I understand the meaning of due to the context and the verses that he uses, but it's just fun learning about the difference in slang.
It's also sort of like the United States as a global cultural exporter. So I get the feeling that Brits understand Americans better than Americans understand Brits, despite the fact that we have exported, like there are some things like some of the classic like TV comedies and stuff, things like The Office and stuff like that. That kind of like sarcastic, sardonic, like dry, awkward sense of humor that Brits tend to have. You've picked up on and obviously done it in your own way, but that does allow some understanding. Whereas the amount of TV programming and cultural attitudes that have come from you, we're like under a waterfall of the fucking things. We can't get away from them. So.
Yeah, kind of like the like Ricky Gervais style
yeah,
of
exactly.
humor. And
yeah,
geez, who is his friend? It's Ricky, Carl Pilkington, and who else was on his show with him? Stephen Merchant.
Yes, Steve Merchant.
Yeah, great comedians. I really love their banter.
Yeah, and almost impossible to offend, right? You know, that's kind of the, you know, you could say almost, and as long as like it's not the thing with Brits, and for the most part, it's not about what you say, it's the interpretation of why you say it. You could say almost anything you want to a Brit, as long as they interpret it as being like supposed to be funny and good-natured banter, then you'll get away with it. However, you can say something quite innocuous, and if the interpretation is that you've said it and it's in mean spirits, then you won't get away with it. You know, it's about what the intended outcome as opposed to what you actually say, if that makes sense.
Yeah, totally. It's also about like, you know, like which way the joke punches.
It can be so with respect to even like if somebody's in a wheelchair, for example, if they're disabled, it depends how well you know them, but like it's
right, whether they can be in on the joke,
but
instead of being like the expense of the joke.
But there is an attitude, at least in part, certainly with me and my group of friends, at least, or you know, my interpretation of this is, if you don't include somebody in the banter, in the sense of humor, it's because you perceive them as not being able to deal with it, which is making a judgment on their. It's another type of segregation, you know. Just because somebody has I would make, for example, a slightly sexist joke to some of the female friends that I have, you know, and you know, it'd be like making it'd be you know, like I made a joke to my stepsister. She had a brand new car and she ended up with a yellow scratch down the side of it, because she clipped a yellow like bollard on the side of the road. And I said, "Oh, well, fairly typical of young women your age. It will be covered in more yellow bollard paint than the original color before long," which is a slightly sexist joke, right? But the point is that it was a joke in good humor, and I was including her in the joke, and it didn't mean that I actually thought she was a bad driver. I was just appealing to like a trope, a stereotype, but there was no malice in it. So, but if I'm prepared to make like a joke with my mates at their expense, but I'm not prepared to make a joke at the expense of a person who has, for example, like a disability, not that women are disabled, obviously, before anybody goes there, then it's you're kind of assuming that they are less capable, but you're kind of assuming that they're less capable of taking a joke, that they're less capable of taking the humor. You're not including them. It's like a weird form of segregation. It's being a bit judgmental about what they're able and not able to deal with. And just because somebody has a physical disability doesn't mean that they don't have a sense of humor. And you know, you just like my experience of this is, again, it's about whether is it in good humor, is it in good nature? Are you being a malicious, vindictive bastard, or are you just trying to include them in like the group and make them part of your community? If it's done kind of in an inclusive way, then I think basically most things are on the table with respect to like having a bit of a joke with people.
Yeah, no, I get it. Like, you know, I'm partially disabled due to my knee replacements, and so my mobility is shit. Last time when I was visiting my childhood friends, we were all at my friend's house. We were, you know, drinking and playing Mario Kart. Well, between one of the rounds, one of my friends gets up and he's like, "All right, let's get the blood pumping. Let's all do some squats." And so they all get up and doing squats in front of me, and I just throw one of my empty cans at them. But like, you know,
Yeah,
it was all in good fun.
but that's exactly it. That's the spirit in which it should be, you know, delivered. And obviously, you can't, you know, I would never advocate, like, if, you know, it's your first day at a new job in the office and there's somebody in a wheelchair and you go, "Hey, everybody, all right, how you doing, Hot Wheels?" Obviously, don't fucking do that, you know. Don't do that, because you don't know them. This is something that you can do when you have a rapport, have a relationship with the person.
Yeah, you haven't earned that yet.
Exactly, yeah.
Good times. No, nobody. I see you trying to go to Goldie.
I just don't understand what he needs like to prep for.
He's studying Japanese. Why? Why are you studying Japanese?
I have friends who are doing that. Golden Arm, you don't strike me as someone who watches cutting edge anime.
I don't know. He could be an otaku.
True. Otacon.
Let's we're so close to getting through this Ian clip. Let's go ahead and
just want to finish one at least.
Yep.
Who did mythology and tried to explain things with mythology were wrong and very wrong, and they were so wrong, in fact, that we don't even take anything that they believed in to have any sort of significance anymore at all in any way, shape, or form. Whereas like science, for example, is something that
Oh my god, that's so annoying. You're going to go on a mission trip to oh, that's even worse. You're moving to Japan in your retirement to evangelize. Leave those people alone, Golden Arm. They just want to live their lives. They don't want you to be like all up in their shit trying to get them to believe in your Jesus. That's so disrespectful to like retire to a country and then like try to change their culture.
Well, I mean, also, like, do you not think this is kind of pissing into the wind? I mean, they're one of the most secular, technologically advanced, socially liberal, civilized nations on earth. Like, what exactly do you think you're going to bring them with, like, Christian evangelism?
Dude, Golden, like you can't even you won't even talk to me about the Kalam. What are you gonna say to a Japanese person in Japanese?
Oh man.
Fucking you're silly,
No,
bro.
you're not gonna bring him Jesus. You're gonna bring him annoyance and like passive aggressive comments.
I mean, look, the English colonials, the Portuguese, the Spanish, all tried that for the better part of 300 years. We then engaged them in this thing called the Second World War that resulted in them being nuked twice, and they still didn't accept Jesus into their hearts. So I don't know what the fuck you're going to do. I mean, it does seem like an exercise in futility, if I'm being honest, Goldman.
Well, and he like to I guess state my point. Like you're not willing to talk to me about the Kalam and like say they're atheist. You got to give them like a reason to believe in God. They're not just going to be like, oh, Jesus saves me from myself. Like that makes sense. Like they want to know that there's a God. I don't know. This just seems seems very silly.
Why won't Golden Arm talk to you about the Kalam? I mean, it's a stupid argument, but why won't he talk to you about it?
I don't know. He keeps making excuses. Yeah, yesterday I think. Sorry, yesterday he was drinking, and then now he's learning Japanese. Like those are very distinct reasons, and maybe that's why I'm laughing.
All right, Goldie, if you're willing to talk to nobody about it, get up here. Like you've already let us know that like learning Japanese is not like a time crucial thing. Like you're obviously not moving to Japan tomorrow.
But I mean, with respect to the Kalam, I can understand why people who advocate for it don't like talking about it, because both premises are complete crap. Like they're not demonstrable at all. Both premises, and I realize that might be a bit of a, like, you know, the first one, everything that begins to exist has a cause. Well, not everything that begins to exist has a cause, for a start. You know, there are.
I believe that's also smuggling in, like, you know, supernatural causes. We have no demonstration of anything supernatural, and so that's why I advocate for a further constrainment on the first premise. Everything that begins to exist has a natural cause, because we don't have any demonstration of anything outside of natural causes.
True.
Well, you can also back it up. Oh, you can back it up all the way to material and physical cause, like, because that's what we see. So like we don't even have to talk about whether it's natural or supernatural, I don't think, because like he's already, or not he, sorry, but anyone who's running the Kalam is saying because we see material and physical causes, there must be something that is outside of all material and physical things that cause things. Like that's, you know what I mean? Like it is the same supernatural thing, but it's almost like
well, like even if you could somehow rationalize or make the Kalam a valid and sound argument, that wouldn't get you out of the special pleading that you end up with, where they claim that their God is an uncaused cause, right? All you demonstrate is that everything has to have a cause, but then their claim that follows on from that, which is a separate claim, I'll grant you, but they say, oh yeah, but our God is uncaused. He's outside of time, space, matter, etc. Yeah, well, hang on. You've just made a syllogistic argument to make the claim that everything is caused, and now you're claiming that this is textbook special pleading. So the whole thing is a waste of time, beginning to middle to end. It's fucking pointless.
Yeah, well, as long as premise one or whichever like order they're in, I don't think that really matters. But as long as the one that says everything that exists or has a cause,
Everything
as long as
everything
they add, yeah, as long as they add begin, then they're going to say, oh, well, God's eternal. And then
Well, then they're stuck.
You can't
like,
possibly be right
proving-
because you said and
Well, then they're stuck proving that the universe had a beginning.
Well,
And
exactly. That's
they're
the
just
problem.
they're just gonna
premise, yeah.
misunderstand the Big Bang Theory.
You didn't
Yeah.
say it with the right confidence and the right cadence.
Yeah.
well, and even if you grant the whole argument, it doesn't say God in it.
Right.
No.
So, oops. Like the second stage always like I don't even know if I've ever heard a second stage. Does William Lane Craig do a second stage?
Yeah, William Lane Craig does kind of like. I think his argument
He has to do his to
got, like,
Jesus.
yeah, his is he takes the Kalam and then like he amalgamates it with kind of a necessary being argument, but then like he
don't
does
say
some-
those words. Felix is gonna fucking pop out of nowhere.
Dude.
But then-
Side note. No, you finish, John, and then I have a side note.
and then it's been years since I actually looked at the syllogistic form of his argument, but it's got like 12 premises to it. It's a ridiculous argument.
The full Kalam?
Kind of, yeah.
Like
but
Craig's
Is that
version.
what you're talking about?
yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, side note,
Right.
I just looked at Felix's channel like a while ago, like
Yeah.
literally minutes ago, and he still has those. Okay, so first of all, he's only had a YouTube channel for a month, and then he has only the 2 lives where he talked to us, and then I watched the most recent one where I probably got heated more quickly, but I had to
Right.
mute everyone on here because he has his audio settings so bad that like he's loud, but then you can barely hear me, and my voice sounds like it's like an octave too high. And so I was like, God damn it, I can't even like.
He's just trying to frame it like like we're a bunch of idiots and he's schooling us.
But it's the whole lot, like it's the whole time he was on panel each time. And so all of my objections are there. It's just that his audio settings are so bad that I was like dying laughing while part of this Ian clip was playing.
Well, when we were talking to him the other day, I swear he had his microphone stuffed up his nostril, like it was just peaking all over the place.
Yeah, that was super frustrating. I don't know if I've ever been more frustrated talking to someone. Well, at least for that long.
Yeah, he does have stamina.
He's he's not gonna budge an inch though.
He said this.
not.
Did you watch Necto? You were there. You watched him talk to Jimmy.
Mhm. Yeah,
That was insane.
it was. He said the
Jimmy-
exact same shit.
Yeah, and Jimmy said the same things.
Yeah.
But like, Jimmy's not like I don't know, as obsessed with like philosophy or whatever. I'm sure he's read some stuff. But
But he still stopped him at the first premise with the same objections.
yeah, he was just like, so what's the argument for this? This is the conclusion now. And I was like,
Right.
oh my God, Felix, like how many people will it take that you have a large enough sample of humans that reject premise 1 where you're going
Right.
to say, oh, maybe I should change premise 1. Like,
Yeah, he just thinks that he'll just reword it. That's all he's gonna do. He'll change a word, but it'll function the exact same way. And he'll say, I've updated my argument. But he's not changing anything fundamental.
Premise 1 from memory was so ass backwards. Like there's no rationalizing that premise. That whole premise just needs to go in the bin, right?
I can try. It's if you were born or begin to exist, then there is necessarily wait, no.
But he
Then
doesn't
there-
apply it to the same to like if you have children.
Well, but also does
He doesn't
like, how
apply
does,
it like he doesn't treat it like he doesn't treat like cases alike.
well, but also what the way this premise, like if you're born, right? Well, being born isn't when a baby or a fetus begins to exist, right? That would be dependent on how you view it, either when the neurological infrastructure is in place or conception. I'm not making a religious position here, but it just depends how you view it. Like a 37-week, a full-term baby that just happens to be inside a uterus doesn't begin to exist the second that it's pushed out of fucking vagina. It's
Right. That's a
the
good
premise
way.
is, there are so many problems with this fucking premise. It was painful.
Yeah, and just because people have not expressed necessarily the exact same things, but they've all stopped with the same general concerns. Because, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say really quick. Yeah, it is Jada's birthday, so guys in chat, you should say happy birthday to Jada.
Yeah, happy birthday, Jada.
Happy birthday, Jada.
Yeah, birthday cakes in chat for our girl Jada. It's like what, her 26th?
Oh God, what I wouldn't give to be 26 again.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, that's a while ago for me. I'll be 39 in a month.
Hey, happy early birthday
for surviving this long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I didn't have to thumb it in when I was 26.
You had to what? I did not catch that.
Doesn't matter. It's an erectile dysfunction joke.
Oh, hooray.
Yeah, Jada, remember I'm autistic. Like net numbers like kind of stick around in my brain. Has nothing to do with a good memory. All right. Like 90 seconds left in this Ian clip. Let's push forward.
Let's just finish it. No one's
We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it.
Disproves itself, but then it shares an underlying structure with like previous science.
Okay. So do you think, like, let's say if the world goes another 1,000 years from today, do you think that everything that we figured out, they would be saying the same thing about us?
I think it's going to share the same underlying structure.
Okay.
That the broad connections between the phenomena are going to remain the same, but that like the specific, like, I don't know, like the specific details that fill out the structure are going to be different.
Okay. I just think, like people have a lot of questions and we're trying to figure something out. Like, I feel like you're on these lives to try and actually prove that God is real.
Oh, I think that's unwise.
You're searching for something, but maybe you're not. But I feel like there's something tugging at you to be on this live every day. Obviously, maybe you make money from this and this is something that you do, with your life, which I really respect. But the fact that you have this interest to know what Christians think and how they can defend their point and how they can prove that God is real, you're looking for something.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested in like the philosophy of it. But do you have anything else? Otherwise, I might move on to the next one.
I mean, just I will never stop believing in Jesus because of my personal experience. It's all spiritual, and that's really the best thing I can give you, man.
Okay. Hey, thanks so much for coming on up here. Appreciate it.
I started believing in Jesus because he wouldn't stop. Because he said he would never give up on it. That convinced me. I'm now going to believe in Jesus.
Do you think that all these people who are so gung-ho to say shit like that at the end of the call as like a goodbye, like, I'll never stop believing, I know, I found him, I did it, he's good, he's great. Do you think these are all like youth pastors? You think these are all like people involved heavily in a church? Or like, otherwise, why do they talk like that?
Yeah, it's the indoctrination.
Yeah.
It's either the indoctrination or they're so heavily invested in the outcome with respect to, like, I'm perfectly happy. I'm not happy.
Like their job depends on it, you mean?
Well, not even that their job depends on it. It's more to do, like, I know that when I die, that's it. Or I'm fairly confident that when I die, that's it. I'll cease to exist. But that's kind of why my life has value now, because it is fleeting, because it is short-lived. Whereas I think a lot of people are so heavily invested in this notion of salvation, this notion that there is some aspect of them that is going to continue on forever, because they're so terrified of death that they won't put it down, regardless of the logical arguments, regardless of the demonstrable facts of the matter. They just won't. And it's probably it's a I think it's an amalgamation of like hope and fear, like which hope and fear I think are probably the two emotions that humans
Hope it
feel
works out in my favor.
that motivate them.
I'm afraid it won't.
Yeah, exactly. So I just don't think, and it's kind of like what you said at the end there reminded me of something that Ricky Gervais said in an interview a few years ago, and it was, look, if we got rid of all of the religious texts of the world, if we just put them in the bin, and then if we got all of our scientific knowledge and put it in the bin, like just if we could remove it from everybody's brains, in 1,000 years, the religions wouldn't be back in the same form that they are, but the science would.
Yep.
Because the same tests would reveal the same truths about the universe. But when knowledge is revealed to us or claimed to be revealed to us by a deity, it won't come back the same, right?
Right, and like we have an example as early as, or not early, as recent as Joseph Smith, when like he got questioned about the translations, and so like he basically had to make the cope like, oh, like God says he's angry at you for questioning, but like now I'm going to translate the story again, but it's from this other golden plate, and so the story is going to be slightly different, and so that's how how we know that like it's still God, even though it's not going to be the exact same translation.
Yeah, he couldn't do it.
But like when people like say like sign off on a call like, oh, I'll never stop believing. Don't stop believing. But like,
I know I've got this feeling. Yeah.
It's all it is a feeling. But like they see immovability as a virtue. Like immovability despite like the evidence like contrary to their position. They see that as like a good personality trait.
Yeah, because they reward each other for loyalty and things like that in the cult.
And in fairness, loyalty, loyalty should, in most cases, loyalty should be evidence based.
Right.
But it's the same type of thing where you ask you ask a theist question. Okay, what in principle piece of evidence would convince you that you're wrong? And they always, like, when you ask them the question, they look like a deer in the headlights. Or just even a simpler question like, do you think there's a possibility that you could be wrong? And they all stop and hesitate. If you ask me that question about fucking anything, the answer is immediately yes.
Well, it's just like what Ken Ham said at the interview or the debate between Ken Ham and Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a Christian. That's where I start. No one's ever going to convince me. That's all they know is to just dig their heels in.
Yeah,
that's what they've been told.
They're just all presuppers, aren't they? That's all they are. They're all presuppers.
Well, that's true.
But I would recommend that I mean, it's not that it's not well known, but there's a guy called King Crocoduck KC, and he reviewed.
I know him. He's good.
Yeah, he reviewed the debate. His review is exceptional. It is fantastic.
His content on the Science Wars is really good too.
Yeah, really good. Really
good. RP, do you remember?
Yeah.
Do you recognize any of these names that this person ever dreamed this pack is typing over and over? I don't understand. I asked them who these people were and what happened, but they just keep copy and pasting names.
I recognize Lake and Riley for some reason.
Yeah, I recognize that. Yeah.
Murdered while jogging. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think this is just like an anti-immigrant person, like cherry picking people that were like attacked by immigrants.
Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I was getting once they didn't respond to me.
Yeah, okay. I'll go ahead and take care of that real quick. 24 hours. Goodbye.
I mean, like, victims are victims, but
right. Why are we picking out all these victims instead of focusing on all the victims of like violent gun crimes or all mass shootings?
Oh, Alex Malpass has a new video too. It's like 2 hours though. I just wanted to mention it to you, RP.
We can put it in the queue for another night.
Yeah, well, let's take 4 weeks reviewing that.
Right.
Yeah.
Monkey Boy put out part 2 of that the atheist infiltration video.
For
You wanna-
Dawkins. Yeah.
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 What,
I've
Darth
watched
Dawkins or Richard Dawkins?
Darth. Yeah.
Darth Dawkins.
It's
Little
really
fuck cares
funny because
about
it's
Richard
like a
Dawkins.
full panel of atheists like that he doesn't remember, but he's spoken to all of them before. And so they're just like grilling him on presuppositional apologetics, and he just like
Are they trolling
basically
him?
like he basically like gives out the whole playbook. Basically, it's pretty funny. Well, his playbook, not the whole.
I think we watched the first part the other night.
Yeah, we
It, mu-
did.
it must be odd having a conversation with a person thinking that you're not talking to a person who represents the stereotype, but you're actually talking to the stereotype. Yeah, it's just so bizarre, right?
Right.
Yeah, I follow Darth on TikTok, and so whenever he's live, I'll like check in and be like, "What's he saying today?" But
Right.
like, I don't last as long listening to Darth as I do with Deathless. Like Deathless is like way funnier to me. But
Maybe you should try like tightening your grip or something, using some little.
Here we go. Let me steel man your position so we can make it as strong as possible before I tear it all down.
Oh yeah, I'm steel hard while I listen to that bullshit.
Steel grip that. Well, we can dive in.
Yeah, but before I dive in, I'm gonna quickly run up to the kitchen and grab some water and a snack. So I'll be
Okay.
right back.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Like 1 minute tops.
Yeah, same.
You're on the clock. So how's the weather?
Warm, really warm for the UK
Right.
at least.
It's actually chill out right now. Pretty chilly. It's 69 here. Right. Well, I don't know what it is in Celsius.
Oh fuck knows. Yeah, you guys use freedom units, so we fucking
Oh,
standard. Like,
units.
well, the way I always know that 28 degrees Celsius is 82 degrees Fahrenheit because you just transpose the numbers, and that kind of
Oh,
gives you a rough idea, like if the numbers are close, but they don't scale because obviously the 0 degrees in Fahrenheit doesn't correspond.
I've tried like setting my phone to Celsius to try and get myself used to recognizing
what the rest of the
but-
planet uses, yeah.
Right, yeah, but I always forget why. Like I don't look at the weather often enough, so I always look at like what? I don't know what this is.
The UK is a bit odd as well. Like the rest of the continent, like Europe, they've fully converted to the metric system. So it's kilometers an hour, not miles an hour. Like weights are all in grams and kilograms.
The United States will
know,
never change.
Volume is all in liters and milliliters. But in the UK, we still we get milk delivered, and the milk
By the
that we get
gallon?
delivered comes in pints.
Oh, okay. So they did it there too. But I've heard that cooking is better if you use imperial units, and I don't see what the difference really is, but I have heard people say that before though.
Well, no, and this is where like we had decimalization in 1972, I think it was, in the UK. So, but it's weird. It didn't, like, all of our engines are, like, my van is that I drive. It's a 2.4 liter engine. It's not done in cubic inches or anything like that, which obviously I know they are in the United States. So we've decimalized in some areas, but not in others. And it seems to be that, like, if you go to the pub and you order a pint of beer, we still order a pint, but you don't actually get a pint. You get 500 milliliters, but a pint is 586 milliliters. So we've still got the cultural effect, or the cultural artifact of using the old system. But
well, we won the war, so we get to choose whatever units we want.
Which
That's what
war?
people say. Just joking. The right? Which war?
Yeah.
16 degrees Celsius here.
Yeah, I always get the there's a Churchill quote where after Pearl Harbor was bombed, Churchill was quoted as saying, "Ah, we've won then," because obviously he knew America was going to get involved in the war at that point.
Sure.
But it's a tricky one because obviously the United Kingdom had been fighting against the Nazis for the better part of 18 months on their own.
Yeah.
Did we perceive it as an existential crisis for our nation? Yes. Would Germany have been able to invade England? It would have been very, very difficult. We have this perfectly natural moat.
What do you think would happen if the United States turned into like a World War II situation? Like, what if? Do you think that the world would rally together to take us out? To take the United States down?
Probably, but it's a different world now. Obviously, with the existence of things like nuclear weapons and stuff like that, it doesn't really matter how many nuclear weapons the United States has. Like, the UK, the UK and Russia have enough nukes to pancake, all of the planet. But America, with respect to its military power, is just unprecedented. I mean, you have 11 aircraft carriers. Each individual aircraft carrier is commensurate with the size of like one of your aircraft carriers has more firepower than the entirety of the United Kingdom. It is a nation's worth of ordnance in one fucking boat. It's absolutely insane. The amount of military power that the United States has and how it can extend it around the planet is just unprecedented. And this is me saying this as an Englishman, knowing like the historical power of what was the Royal Navy back in the day.
Oh, we're talking about how America has like the first and third largest navy in the world.
Yeah. And people keep saying, "Oh, yeah, but China has a larger navy." Well, technically, if you just count the number of boats, but none of them are capable of extending the power across the globe. Like, if the United States wanted to take over a nation, it'd just park one aircraft carrier off your coast and just pancake you. It'd stomp on you, and that's it. You're done.
Why aren't they doing that with Iran?
I don't know, to be honest. I think it's probably because of the PR of it. Like, could the United States just carpet bomb Iran? Yeah, of course it could. It absolutely could. But it's I think it's balancing.
There's other things at play.
Yeah, exactly. Like with respect to, there's a huge portion of the population of Iran that are secular, that don't agree with. Like, it's a small politicized group that has control of the country, and they are the enemy. It's not the vast majority of the population, and I think there's an acknowledgement of that. Do I agree with what the United States is doing because of how it's having an impact on the economies of the world? Not necessarily. Do I want Iran to get nuclear weapons? No, I don't. Do I think they're on the verge of getting nuclear weapons? Probably not, because apparently they've been on the verge of getting nuclear weapons for the last 25 years. So honestly, I don't really have enough information to have anything other than a surface level of opinion. But if the United States wanted to pancake Iran, could they? Yeah, they could steamroller them, I think. But would the rest of the world, like, if the United States started doing in Iran like with what Israel is doing in Gaza, then they'd lose the PR war instantly. At least now there's a back and forth conversation, Yeah.
That person is back with a different account, I think.
Yeah, so I was just asking RP.
I just typed them in the vertical chat. I'm about to get them in the horizontal too.
Okay, I was just asking if you wanted me to.
Yeah,
I wasn't trying to disrupt.
Yeah. I don't know, like, what good they think they're doing.
Then why don't they come up? We'd come up and talk to us.
Chicken
shit.
Yeah, tell us why we should care more about these victims than other victims like Renee Good, Alex Preddy,
right.
George Floyd, Breonna Taylor. Why shouldn't we care about these people equally?
What about the victims of
Well,
There's
and
plenty
and
of-
it, and,
Go
and,
ahead.
an innocent person is an innocent person, aren't they? You know, at the end of the day,
Right.
a victim's a victim.
Yeah,
You
but
can,
the right wing in America loves to pretend they love to go around projecting their political violence
yeah,
onto the left here.
Yeah. What
yeah,
about the children? Lost their lives in Uvalde, or Parkland shooting, or Christchurch shooting, or
Mhm.
literally any major, just any shooting
The
here in
lion's share
America.
belongs to them, but they love to pretend like it's the opposite. That
Yeah.
the opposite is what's actually true, and when it's not. I mean, you just need eyeballs. You
yeah. Well,
know,
I mean, we've had uh like, I mean, it is kind of a difficult conversation with respect to illegal migration in the UK. It is a bit different, because we're not a nation of immigrants for large part. We have been very homogenous
Mhm.
for 1,000 years, and since '97 we've had more people. We've had more migrants come into the country from 1997 into today than in the previous 1,000 years combined. And in large part, it hasn't been at the consent of the British population, because every single government that has been elected as part of one of their manifesto promises, being that we're going to reduce migration into the country, and it has always increased. It is only recently that migration has started going down. Um, so you could actually say that's a good thing for Labour. They've actually listened for the first time in over 20 years. Somebody's actually paid attention to what the British public want. But the bit that pisses me off is when people do just singularly focus on race. Like it was a young kid. He was a 17-year-old kid, and he was born in the UK. His parents were from Rwanda, I think. They migrated here. He was born here. He's a British citizen. Um, and he did something absolutely heinous, and he was radicalized. He had like an Al Qaeda training manual on his laptop. He'd made ricin in
Mhm.
his kitchen, stuff like that. He was absolutely not a decent person. He had been radicalized, but he was a British citizen. But the way he went off to some dance studio somewhere, like a gymnastics studio in his hometown, and he just started like murdering kids. He killed 3 kids, like is seriously
Mhm.
injured like 9 others. The dance instructor like was literally using her own body to protect these these kids. She ended up in
Mhm.
hospital for weeks. Um, but the way it was portrayed by the right wing media was that it was some immigrant that had done this thing. I don't even like the term second generation immigrant. There is no such thing as a second generation immigrant. He's a British citizen. His parents
Yeah,
came here legally. He was fucking born here. He is responsible. He is a British citizen
they're just trying
more
to
than he is a
saddle him.
citizen of anywhere
Yeah.
else, and we as a society are responsible for him. It's the same with like Shamina Begum. Shamina Begum is she was a girl who ran away with 3 of her friends or 2 of her friends and joined ISIS, right? And she had her citizenship revoked because technically she had the ability to get Pakistani citizenship because technically she had dual citizenship. I'm like, she was born here. She is our citizen. How the hell can we expect to be able to deport migrant criminals that come to our country on the international stage when we are removing citizenship from our citizens that we don't like anymore?
They've done that to people here. They've taken people who were born here and deported them. They were born here. They made them move other places. It's just wild. I mean, it's they've a lot of it's just the right is not aware what's even happening. The base is like
Yeah,
totally clueless.
but it's like what it means. Like, is there an ethnic like part of like
That person's
Englishness?
back.
No, they're not.
Is there an ethnic part of like Englishness? Yeah, kind of. Like there is kind of like a genetic history there. But is the bit that we should value the ethnic part of what it means to be British? No. The bit we should value are the ideals that people have. Can you come to this country and integrate with us, hold the similar values to what we hold, and just get along without causing problems. If you can do that, welcome in. If you can't, fuck off. That's it. Like the color of your skin is like it doesn't even really feature for me. So these ethno nationalists scare the shit out of me, really, especially given that the British Empire, did kind of stomp around the world, like welcoming people in whether they wanted it or not. It's
Right.
It seems a bit it seems whilst I would actually prefer that we let fewer people in en masse, but we actually let more people in who were desperate. I'm less okay with like economic migration, and I'm actually much more okay with actual asylum seekers. Like, where are the like the gay Iranians or the transgender Syrians? Let's let those people in. The ones that are actually going to be killed, not the ones that are just coming here because they. I always kind of viewed like the a big thing that they say that happens in the UK is migration is a good thing because we need all of these doctors and nurses for the NHS. But isn't that kind of reverse colonialism? Like the doctors and nurses that have been trained by in Pakistan or India or a lot of these third world countries have been trained using the resources of those countries, and now you're just dangling an economic carrot and stealing that trained doctor. Like,
Yeah, kind of.
we can train our own, you fucking idiot. Like, why aren't we?
Yeah, I think the main problem is these systems to hear people's cases are so underfunded and gummed up and backed up that the most common way to like become an undocumented citizen is like you overstay like your waiting period for your visa or like your citizenship hearing. Like we need to be able to see the most at risk individuals the quickest, and we need to be able to just like get more people through so that they're not waiting years and years for entrance or access to a country.
All
Just my point
right, I think I'm gonna have to drop. I'm falling asleep.
All right, yeah, I think we're ready to jump into this Monkey Boy clip.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Otherwise, I'll be be up all night.
Yeah, well, I've got about another 10 minutes, and then I'm gonna have to go.
All right, cool. Well, then let's.
All right. Well, have a good night, everybody. See you guys tomorrow night.
Yep. Have a good
Catch
one.
you next too.
Night, Nick too.
Well, let's dive in.
Monkey Boy's YouTube channel is stance independently and intersubjectively the best YouTube channel, and I'm speaking from the heart.
Hey, Darth Dawkins. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Oh, boy. Hanging out at the beach.
So why did you invite me up?
Just prove God exists.
I didn't hear you.
Wait, is this the first video?
Prove God exists.
I thought I clicked on the second one. No, yeah, this is the first one from 6 days ago. Cause yeah, I caught that too. Like he's like, "Why do you invite me up?" Here it is. But, oh, damn, it's members only.
I'm not even a member.
Let me just quickly see how much. Well,
Monkey Boy's overlay to me is always the worst part. His screen is so just crammed full of stuff.
Yeah, well, they're always recording on their phones, so then it's just the center of the screen.
All right.
But yeah, it's always like some one-piece graphic, and then like link or images of like his Patreon and stuff.
I can't remember if I said it before, but it always kind of reminds me of that scene in the film Player One, And it's the bit where the guy goes, "Hey, we've figured out that we can sell 80% of the player's visual field to advertisers without causing seizures." And like, every time I see Monkey Boy's screen, I'm like, "This thing is so fucking hectic. It's crammed full of unnecessary shit."
Yeah, I see what you mean.
His content's great, but it's terrible.
Yeah, he's awesome. I'm a huge fan. I've watched him and Ian. I mean, I started watching like Justin when it was like standalone streamers. Before that, it was like all AXP. And then at some point I found Ian, and then I would like search like modern day debates with like certain atheists like Ian and Danny Phil Talk, and I guess Ian was only on one modern day debates, right? But like,
I'll be right back. I gotta grab my wallet.
Weird. And then yeah, eventually like Monkey Boy became like easily one of my favorites because he's so focused on like these connectives in your thoughts and like whether or not one thing entails or even implies the other. Jill, there's way less people on panel right now. I don't know what that means. Same panel.
Actually, no. I just realized the ethical implication. Like, if I purchase a membership and then rip the video and then play it to like other non-members, like that's actually like unethical.
True. So we could watch a different video from Monkey Boy.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, it's up to you. I don't, if there's something else too.
Yeah, let's just look through here. There's this new one, but it's a little long. This one could be decent. Unless, I'm not sure if we've reacted to this one before.
You definitely should subscribe to Monkey Boy, though, people. It will allow him to buy a wider brim for his hat. So
I actually ordered the beanie and the shirt that he designed. It's funny. His merch is already in his thumbnails. It's so funny. I like the look though. I like the bold text MBL, and then above and below it says street philosopher. I do like that.
Yeah, it is very sharp merch. And like I like to rock the snapbacks. That's my style. Yeah, hopefully this is one we haven't done a reaction to, but it looks like a good size.
There's an infinite regress of reasons to watch Monkey Boy's channel, and each one provides a sufficient explanation for your decision to like and subscribe.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, what do you got? You're still low, but
Can you give me an argument like why God doesn't exist? I'm not really well versed into it, but what would be like your best argument to why God doesn't exist?
sure.
Rolo
But
could be a hustler.
do you have an argument though you could give too, or are you just
I
asking?
mean, I would say I'm not very well versed, so I wouldn't really give an argument.
Yeah, the argument I would just give is it's just the low priors argument. So there's a type of probability framework in epistemology called Bayesian confirmation, and there's a specific type of Bayesian confirmation called objectivism that uses a principle called indifference. And if we consider the starting probability of God without any information, so what's like a priori, without any experience in the world, since without any experience in the world, events that are non-entailing are just independent events, then you calculate the probability of theism by just multiplying the probability of all the propositions that makes up theism. So you might consider like something exists or not. You know, some people are, believe it or not, existential nihilists or whatever. But let's just start with there is a mind. The mind's a material. The mind's disembodied. The mind's an agent. The values, dispositions, and reasons are innate. It has causal powers. It's not enclosure, and all that means is it could cause both the natural and supernatural. And those set of propositions, and it's also extremely powerful, so, which is a bit ambiguous, but like maybe you want to say like can manipulate the cosmos at will, something like that. Those collection of propositions, each of those would just be the multiplication of 50, 50, 50, 50. All right. And then given atheism as the complement, the starting probability of atheism versus theism is so grossly in favor of atheism. Right, the probability of theism is less than 1% a priori. So this is without experience.
What do you mean? How do you work out the probability? Like, what do you mean? Why is atheist more probabilistic?
Yeah, that's right. I explained. The probabilities are just the propositions that make up theism, and I listed those propositions without any experience in the world. Those events are all treated as independent. So given they're independent, the probability of those events, of each one of those propositions is 50-50, and the conjunction, or 0.5, and the conjunctive probability of those, which just is theism, is just the multiplication of each one of those probabilities, which is going to result in it being way less than 1%.
Okay, wait, sorry. Can you give me an example of the proposition again? Like one of them?
Yeah, one proposition is that they're...
You said they're independent, right?
Well, no. I said that the probability of a conjunction, if they're independent events, is the multiplication of the probability of the events.
Yeah. So with respect to probabilities,
That's
it's like every time you flip a coin, the odds of the coin landing on heads or tails is 50-50. But if you flip two coins in a row and you're expecting to guess which coin, get the two guesses in a row, then there's a conjunction or there's a concatenation of the odds.
Right.
Whereas
Becomes
with
25%.
Yeah, exactly. So what's more likely, that you're going to guess the odds of getting, like, despite you, let's say you flip a coin 5 times, and in order for your god to exist, you need to guess like each of those 50-50 odds correct 5 times in a row. Or with atheism, you just flip the coin once. What's more likely to be right? You know, guessing 1 coin flip or guessing 5 coin flips in a row when you concatenate the odds.
Yeah.
And it's exactly the same. It's the same mechanism as why like double up systems on a roulette wheel don't fucking work, because there's a table maximum, which means you can't double up indefinitely. Right.
Well, and isn't this the exact thing we were trying to convey to Goldie that one night with the the ice cream in the freezer analogies?
Exactly that same thing. Yeah.
And it was I brought up pissing on dirt or something.
Yeah, yellow dirt.
Yeah, yellow dirt. So I said something really dumb. Well, I think I started with yellow snow, and then I was like dirt with piss in it, dude. I don't know why I did that, but yeah, it's just the more things you have to have true, it's like each thing is another variable that has to, like, it's obvious, you know. But
yeah, and is it the case that there, like, if this one thing is true, and then you look around the universe and it's more there are more things that could be considered untrue, then just guessing the truth claim is less likely. This is why you need an epistemology to discover or to interrogate the truth. You don't just guess it. You need some kind of methodology that makes use of the mechanics of the universe in order to be able to get to the quote unquote truth. You know?
Yeah, like
Here, I'll be right back.
You see a lot of like ad hoc reasoning when it comes to metaphysics, because they have to commit that Jesus is God and also man. And so then you have all this like really goofy language that like explains their relation but makes it not a contradiction, that God has to also be a single God. And like, yeah, I guess like it's all kind of like, at least like they'll find a way to make it coherent, but it's just so like jumbled, or it feels jumbled, and it feels like they looked back on these problems and they were like, oh well, we have to not contradict these things that are important in philosophy. And that might just be like my own intuition. Like I know there's like a lot of literature written about like Thomism and shit and like the Trinity and stuff, and so I don't want to assume too much, but it just does really sound like very post hoc and very like motivated reasoning, you know.
Yeah, definitely. Like you know, the modern world has revealed so much of what people used to believe to be complete crap, but they're still trying to keep hold of the fundamental pieces, you know, with respect to their preferred religion. And it is like, how do I rationalize this away? How do I explain this? And the more that they have to explain these incoherent concepts away to try and keep hold of, explain the modern contradictions away to keep hold of these crazy ass concepts, the more nuts it starts to look, you know. So yeah, I mean, I think religion is built into humanity. I do think we seek agency. I think our understanding of the universe is going to have to get an awful lot better before we jettison religion entirely. And then the other thing that we're going to have to do is to much more successfully convey our understanding of the universe to the masses, because belief isn't whilst there are institutions that have these religious beliefs that are the drivers of a lot of the religious beliefs. I think if you successfully educate, and I mean educate, not indoctrinate, so explain how the universe works to as many people as is possible in a comprehensive way, God, like the notion of a God, becomes unnecessary. This God of the gaps thing just it goes away. It's not required anymore.
So yes, I agree with you, but I'm sorry, I've been distracted by chat. Golden Arm, if you think that I said if there's yellow dirt, there's no God, then you didn't listen to a goddamn thing I said, like the entire time we talked. I don't even think there's well, there is probably actually yellow dirt, like some kind of mineral I don't know about.
Well, yeah, that's also not the argument that was being made. Golden Arm, like if you remember,
say that in Japanese.
Yeah, that's funny.
I think I know.
It was a short summary. No, it was a mischaracterization of my entire point.
Yeah.
I'm concerned you didn't even listen to my point. Oh, you said mischaracterization at the same time as me? God damn it.
Bro.
Should probably have stuck with the ice cream. You know, what's more likely?
Yeah, or the yellow snow, or
yeah, exactly. What's more likely? There's ice cream in my freezer, or there is blueberry ice cream in my freezer. You know,
guess who's fucking backstage?
Was it Felix?
It's fucking Felix.
Oh my god, dude! I mean,
Felix, we told you earlier, not tonight, okay? If you want to talk tomorrow, come up and we'll ask you if you have a new argument. If you don't have a new argument, we still won't talk to you. But tomorrow, if you have a new argument, we will talk to you. So
well, new argument or not, dude, if you're not going to listen to us when we tell you that there are problems with the assumptions you're making, then there's no point in talking to you. It could be the same argument and you could be receptive, but I have a hunch that's not the case.
In fact, I'm going to go ahead and just show this for the audience. There he is, right there. And for full transparency, this is me doing this. Felix, go away. Come back tomorrow. If you have a new argument, we will talk to you. Bye. Like, yes, I'm kicking you. I'll give a shit. Who knows? People here don't want to listen to you again.
Dumpster fires are fun on occasion, but you can't have them every day, right?
Right. Like make the dumpster fire pretty by throwing some copper in it, so that we at least get
burns
like
green.
a
Yeah.
little green blue flame. All right, back to Monkey Boy.
Probability. I don't know if you've heard of that.
Okay, all right. I guess I'll tell you, like, I guess kind of an argument, right? So, how do you respond to the argument of contingency?
Well, there's various different ways you could run that argument. I guess it turns on.
I don't actually have an argument because I'm not familiar with any of the material. By the way, have you heard of the argument for contingency?
Yeah, I mean, I knew from the jump he was not entirely being truthful.
No, I'm not educated at all. I'm just asking.
AMD or
That's the
N
type of argument I've
Rockster?
heard.
You haven't went to school?
I think that was AMD or N Ruckster, the voices I just heard.
Mm.
But yeah, I maybe it's because I watched this live too. I probably did.
Obviously, I have.
Oh, we got him again.
Respond to the argument. You have to start with the rhetoric. Like, come on now.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
saying
also
that's
also someone
right.
who's been in the debate scene would say something like that too. So
Right, exactly. Quit with
Bro,
the
I'm not
rhetoric.
educated in, like, okay, just how do you respond to it?
Yeah, I mean, it depends which type of contingency argument you're using.
Like creation, right? It's contingent on another
Creation? What does creation mean?
Okay, just all living things, right? Everything
Creation
that's
means
living
all
is
living things?
contingent.
Okay, all
Yeah,
living
so,
things are
like-
contingent, and contingent here means
Like
what?
we're contingent on this earth, right? All living. Wait, sorry, what?
Contingent here meaning what?
It could exist, like it could not exist. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, but then that doesn't sound like you're using it that way because you say we are contingent on Earth, which is treating contingency as a dependency type of notion. Like we are
Contingent
dependent.
just means like I guess like
Okay,
I
so
could have not
life just
existed.
could have failed to exist.
Yes.
Okay, so life could have failed to exist. I mean,
And
the
also, it's
biggest
like,
problem
you know,
with this
like-
argument, where I really hop off, is I'm like a skeptic of metaphysical modality.
hopping off implies
What does metaphysically modality mean? What does that mean?
Yeah, what did Rexer say, by the way?
I said hopping off implies you're on it. I'm sorry.
We're
Just
talking
go
about
ahead.
the
Don't
argument, or
listen
we're
to me.
talking about okay.
I'm being stupid. Just don't listen to me.
Yeah, metaphysical modality is like when you talk about contingent with words like can, possible, right? Those like can, possible, impossible, necessary, contingent, impossible, like those are called modal notions. They just talk about like contingency, possibility,
Okay.
and necessity. Yeah, I'm saying I don't understand what really constitutes metaphysical modality.
Wait. Can you give me like what do you mean by my arguments? Like, what do you mean? What constitutes it? What do you mean? I don't understand.
What constitutes metaphysical modality? So when you talk about like contingency, you're talking about metaphysical contingency. I'm not sure what are the conditions under which something is metaphysically contingent.
Oh, okay. Wait. Let me rephrase it. Would you not say that things are dependent on each other, and that produces like a chain of dependencies, and it
What?
regress?
Yeah, I mean, then the clarity there would be like, what's the sense of dependency?
Dependency, like we need this, like without this world, we wouldn't exist, right? Without the Earth, for example.
So by dependency, you're just talking about some counterfactual. Yeah, but I mean, there's still, that doesn't really answer the question because, yeah, I mean, dependency is just counterfactual. There's like something like, there's like sometimes like causal dependency on.
Getting into dependency language can get kind of hairy because like it doesn't mean that like there's a single act that like brings this this chain of events like further down the causation line, whereas like dependency and like it's being like continually sustained through this thing that it's dependent on.
Yeah, it is a. I understand why people use the word dependent on or the phrase dependent on when they're talking about contingency. It does seem like that tracks. But the problem is that when you use the word like this thing is dependent on that antecedent fact, it makes the assumption that the circumstance that you're dealing with right now was the only outcome of the prior dependency, and it's not. That's kind of what makes something contingent.
Right, and like that also is something we need to ask about what it means for something to be necessary, because like it could be necessary for something obtaining, but it
Yeah.
could be unnecessary in a different world where that thing doesn't obtain.
Yeah. And again, like this, the colloquial use of dependent, like would it, if I was having this conversation with like a friend down the pub or something, would I beat them over the head with the philosophical difference? No, of course not, because I understand what they mean. But that's not what's happening here, you know.
Logical dependency in others.
Okay, sure. Causal dependency.
Okay, there's causal dependency.
And so causal dependency, so that's we're dependent on something to exist, right?
If there's something that causes us to exist, sure.
Yeah. Okay, and we would say like all living things are dependent, and each like on all living things are dependent on each other makes a chain, right? You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, and then there must be like a necessary being to end that chain, right?
No.
Wait, so you agree that there would be a chain of dependency?
Yeah, but realize you're using the argument more like how Muslims do, and the issue there is contingent is not the opposite of necessary any longer, unless by necessary you just mean not dependent.
End of the chain.
If by necessary you just mean not dependent, then then I don't see why there would have to be a necessary thing.
Okay, because an infinite regress of dependent things is illogical, not possible, right?
By illogical. Okay, well we got to clarify. Okay, well the question would just be what's the modality?
Well, I don't understand what you mean by that. What's the modality?
Is it logical possibility, nomological possibility, deontological possibility, metaphysical possibility?
Logically impossible for infinite regress.
So, but if it's logically impossible, that just means there's a contradiction in the sentence being, or either there's like a contradiction that follows the truth of the sentence. There's an infinite regress. Is that what you want to say?
Contradiction. I'm not really sure. This is why I'm not well versed. But
Yeah, so he did this
that's what it
this
means,
chap this chap calling in is just using his intuitions. He intuits that an infinite regress isn't possible. So he then
just feels icky.
Yeah, exactly. So then he claims that there's a logical contradiction, but he can't actually explain the logic of why it's a contradiction, or even if it's a contradiction at all. It just this is why I like with like astrophysics or the unbelievably small like quantum physics and stuff, people's intuitions break down and then they start using phrases like, but it you know, it doesn't make sense. There's no, like, use your common sense. You're like, you can't, all of these tools, these like our intuitions, our gut feelings, our quote unquote common sense goes out the fucking window when you're dealing with something that is so far beyond the scope of what humanity has ever had to deal with regard to its you know, experience. You can't, there has to be some kind of system, some kind of an epistemology that we can lay out to help us understand it. And this person's just using their intuitions. They're not using any kind of logic at all.
Something's logically impossible.
yeah, I understand. Yeah. Wait, what is you said nomological? What does that mean? Nomological what?
A nomological meaning is inconsistent with physical laws.
Okay, well, I'll just say it's not nomologically impossible because it doesn't.
It's not nomologically impossible? Okay, but
it is nomologically impossible. So.
Oh, it's nomologically impossible? What law of physics is violated if there is an infinite regress?
What law of physics? Law of physics. Nah.
I mean, there are some philosophers of physics who thinks there's literally infinite moments of time, like a past infinite universe. Like serious cosmogonists, philosophers of physics. That's most obviously not physically impossible if like serious. In fact, it's an active dispute in cosmogony whether there is a past infinite universe. And actually, the view that infinitism or there's an infinite past seems to be growing.
Infinite universe?
That there's an infinite series of past events.
Oh yeah,
so there's an
yeah,
infinite
I think
regress.
I've heard of that, yeah.
Yeah,
No,
serious
but
cosmologists endorse
I don't think that necessitates an infinite regress. But I need to research more on that.
It's like there's an
basically
infinite...
God acts eternally. God acting eternally.
Well, hold on. The view I'm talking about is infinitism, which is that there's an infinite regress of past events. There's an infinite past.
I think that he's just saying that he's a test about causation. That's what he's saying.
I didn't make out what you said. What?
Maybe he can accept an infinite past universe, but it's just said that it's impossible for there to be infinite causal chain.
Okay, well, we could. Yeah, are you saying that it's possible there's an infinite series of past events, but not an
No,
infinite
no, no.
series of causes?
I
or-
just heard about something like it's about God acting eternally, but that's something different. So.
Okay, well, I'm asking you. Well, you're saying that it's physically impossible that there's an infinite regress, but that's
You should just sign
that's
off
just
on
false.
whatever I said because it will make it easier for you.
Yeah, he's trying to help you out, even though his internet's trash.
Wait, okay, wait. What would be the typical response to why infinite regress is possible?
Well,
I
they
mean,
they
impossible.
explicitly do not say what you're saying. They deny that's
They
not
don't say that
logically
infinite
impossible.
regress is logically impossible. They don't say that.
No, they well, some say that, but not most. Most say that's metaphysically impossible. None say what you're saying. That's nomologically impossible.
Okay. Wait. What does metaphysically impossible mean again? I don't understand.
Well, that's the point I was making. I'm a skeptic of metaphysical impossibility, necessity, and contingency.
No, I mean just define it. Define it.
I don't think you're understanding. When I say I'm a
Jill, the only one running right now is you. Like you're literally sitting there pissing your pants, like finding every excuse to not come up.
Yeah, Joe.
Yeah.
Why don't you come up and educate us?
Yeah, I feel like it's been a week, bro. So you don't get this excuse, and I called you out. So
go ahead and prove you're not running. Otherwise, go change
Matt,
your piss soaked little pants.
Matt found out that soccer moms don't make up all of Christianity. You think that Matt Dillahunty has primarily argued with soccer moms? You want to argue with McTime? Come up here, dude.
He's afraid of us.
Yeah, come up here, dude.
He sees McTime as like the only like weak atheist on the platform. That's why he's trying to single him out.
Yeah, it's also kind of rude, JIL. So,
yeah. Yep, Jill's running. Nothing's new though.
Let me educate you, bro.
Where's Eugene when he needs to call someone a runner?
Oh, Jill.
means I don't buy into those. I don't think that view really is meaningful. And even usually the philosophers who buy into metaphysical modality, they say they're not like really explicable. Like maybe there's ostensive examples of things we want to say are metaphysically necessary. Maybe an example is saying that water is H2O is a metaphysical necessity. But there is actually not any definition for like what constitutes metaphysical possibility, contingency, and necessity.
Wait, is logically possible and like metaphysically possible? Is that the same thing or no?
No.
Wait, how is it different? What's the distinction?
Because one's talking about logic, the other isn't.
And wait, what's the other talking about?
Well, it's in the name, metaphysics. There's like norms or certain regulations about what worlds are open with some facts in metaphysics, the others with logic. Like you define.
Okay.
Jill, you don't understand the definition of banned if you think that limiting you to 2 times a week is banning you. You use the correct word there, limiting. You're limited. Not because we're afraid of anything, because your conversations are boring as fuck. Our viewers don't like listening to you because like you don't bring good arguments. You just get up here, you act like a jackass. You usually end up doing some bigoted shit, and then you get removed. That's the script every single fucking time.
Well, there also does seem to be some contradiction in your behavior in that you've been invited up on the panel, and now you're complaining that you're only allowed on the panel twice a week, and you're not on the panel. Like, can you just pick a fucking lane?
You know, he has to play perpetual victim.
Well, in soccer moms and non-apologists, yes, most Christians can't answer these types of questions. It's almost like you have to fucking learn a bunch of dumb, like, redefining of words in order to make any type of well, I'm not even going to grant you any type of philosophical success, because your response to me when I asked for an argument for God was, my daddy was supposed to teach me that God exists. And then you tried to talk to me about some type of argument for God, and it was abysmal. Also, no one blocked you. Not a coincidence you banned, but also whatever limited you to 2 times a week. No, it's not a coincidence. It's because you're an idiot.
Yeah, I literally just explained because it's not good content.
Well,
like
and
we lose viewers because people are super annoyed by you, and like the conversations aren't engaging. They're not interesting.
yeah, you're just kind of a douchebag.
Yeah, you
and
suck.
then last time I called in a match show, his call screener called me a sexist. Oh, I wonder why.
Right.
And right, limited because you're scared. So I'll wait until I make time before I use my second appearance. Shut the fuck up,
Yeah,
complaining.
because you're
You
afraid
made
of
me-
us.
Yes, exactly. Go ahead and
Why
talk to us about this.
I'd love to know why the call screener called him a sexist. I'd love to know what he
Yeah,
said.
please do tell. Do tell.
because they talked to him for 30 seconds.
Yeah, true. It took a whole of like 15 seconds to identify that.
I don't have no problem with them bitches. I love them bitches. Hang on a minute.
All right, then, Jill. If you're not gonna come up, then like I'm not gonna let you just cry in the fucking comment section. I'll go ahead and do this. You have 10 minutes to decide whether you're coming up or not.
Who's liberal here?
I'll actually agree with Goldenarm in the chat a little bit here. I do think Matt Dillahunty, his on-screen mannerisms were a damn sight better. He was a lot more patient with people going back 10 or 15 years or so. Like his current like he's become a lot more short-tempered, a lot more angry, and a bit ruder. And I'm not a massive fan. That's not my primary complaint of Matt. I think he gets some of the logic arse backwards and but yeah, he's definitely, I think he's lost his patience. I think he's been making the same arguments so frequently every day in, day out, and I get the impression that Matt is just kind of jaded and fed up. You know.
Yeah, after 20 years, he's heard the same dumb fucking arguments over and over and over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I feel like there's a reason that he was like, I'm going to teach people fallacies because clearly no one knows them. Like, imagine being Matt Dillahunty. Like, he's been in the game like for so long. That sounds
but I started watching Matt Dillahunty at the same time as I started watching some of the YouTube clips of like Christopher Hitchens and stuff like that. You know, that's when I came to it. It was like right in the peak of the atheism, like the TM atheism movement. But the bit for me that I always had the most time for with Matt was the fact that he was a theist, and not just a believing theist, but an active member of a church. They thought he was going to be like a church luminary, you know, and then he saw the light with respect to agnosticism or atheism, but that did mean that he ended up having like an encyclopedic knowledge of the book that he was criticizing. So he just became like really exceptional in that regard. But I remember watching what was the chat? Is it the atheist experience that he used to do?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, and there was one lady who phoned in who just like she'd recently lost her, I think it was her sister or something like that. And Matt was, you know, he very gently and very kindly explained to her, not that she was wrong, but what his position was, i.e., that he didn't think that there was a heaven, etc. And she got quite upset, and he was very, very, very gentle with her. You know, he wasn't beating her over the head with it or anything like that. And that's the Matt that I liked. The bit where he's calling people fucking morons and kicking them off the panel, I don't like. You know?
Yeah, I get it. I think that he's kind of important in the timeline, but
yeah, definitely. Yeah,
I understand. Like, but man, like people say dumb shit to him to this day, and so at the same time, I'm like, holy shit! Like to deal with this for so many years, like it's kind of admirable in a sense, like that he even like persists at all.
Yeah, the level of patience that he's displayed is now being measured in decades, not like minutes or hours. You know,
Right. Like it's a pretty good
so,
track record overall, but you know,
overall,
like,
yeah, I'll grant you. But yeah.
Hey, nobody, let me know what you think about that clip, because like I'm not so sure that that's him.
Oh, I had my Discord. Wait, are you talking about Discord? Oh yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think that's him. But
Yeah, me either.
I don't know. Like my voice, dude. Jill's voice is so distinct. It's like so annoying to me. Bro, Jill, you're so annoying. Oh, is he gone? I bet.
Yeah, he's gone for 10 minutes. I gave him a 10-minute timeout to decide whether he's actually going to come up or if he's just going to come back and.
Well, he left the video too. Like I don't see him as a
Oh,
participant.
and now he's alt hopping. So let's go ahead and shoot down some more alts.
Which one is it? I don't even.
John Yeager.
I don't have an alt. Like, I've got a
Yeah, I don't have an alt on anything.
yeah, like
because you guys aren't trolls, so like you have no need.
the only thing I think I've got alts on is it was my Xbox account when I used to play Daisy on the Xbox. But that's because because I was running a server and I used to try and leave like on my server I used to try and leave one of like you didn't have the same tools that you had on PC with respect to like administrative tools. You couldn't just hop around the map or anything because you couldn't install mods in the same way. That's the only thing that I've got alts on, and I fucking hated it because like it's just switching from alt to alt to alt.
Yeah, I had a few alts back in the day for Counter-Strike. Those weren't good years.
I think you call those Smurfs instead of alts.
Well, it wasn't always because I'm good. It was usually because I used to maybe be like kind of a rager, and like when someone was like really screwing over the whole team, I'd be like, wow, you're a fucking idiot. And then eventually maybe team kill them, and then I would switch accounts. And so I would just get like banned for like a day, and then I'd be like, all right, I got 3 more accounts. It was all justified, I swear, but you know, that's my standard. Like,
do you have any VAC bans?
No, 0.
Nice.
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah, no, hackers piss me off, but I think there's other ways to get banned anyway.
I get it on my Daisy server occasionally. The problem with like some hackers are actually quite difficult to like because they're quite subtle with it. Some of them are just fucking nuts. They're like, you know, you can track them using the moderation tools on your server, and you can see them like, hang on a minute, how have they moved like 2.5 kilometers in 4 seconds? And they're just like teleporting around the map. And you're like, or you know, they've been on the server for 4 minutes and they're already running around with like an M4 and like a M79 grenade launcher and like kitted head to toe in Kevlar, and you're like, fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That definitely wasn't a lucky North Airstrip spawn.
Exactly. Yeah. Or they're beaning people in the head from like 1,200 meters away with like a 9mm, and you're like, no.
Goddamn aimbots. Like I don't understand like cheating in competitive games. Like what's like how do you feel any sort of like satisfaction from that? Is it just simply because like you're ruining other people's time and like that's like how you get your jollies, or like because you can't like seriously think that like you're owning anyone, because like it's
Yeah.
completely not based in skill.
Yeah, there's no skill.
They're like the Jill of gaming.
Yeah, well, there's no they're not demonstrating a skill, but it depends. That's why the I think the ones that are really overt, where it's easy to see that they're cheating, are just out to ruin other people's time. The ones that are much more subtle, so they won't have like, like a god mode on, or they won't be using an aimbot or something like that. But what they will do is they'll have like ESP, where it shows them where all of the good loot is, and it shows them like the outline, the position of other players. So obviously you don't need much of an advantage in DayZ. You could be a really mediocre player, but if you know where everybody is in advance, you know where all the good loot is, you're going to fucking dominate that map, right? And those are the ones where they've got that. They're really difficult to catch because there's no they're not overt. But they do kind of ruin the game for other people, and usually those are the ones where they're in it for the clout. They want the reputation of being like a good player on the map. They've got a good kill death ratio, and you can usually. What I have to do when I'm ad. Have you guys ever seen he's a YouTuber called Anarchy?
Mm-mm.
And he like pimps out his services to catching people who cheat on DayZ specifically. Like admins
nice.
like hire him, and he goes through like, and I've occasionally on my server I have to like I'll say hello, I'll say I'm the server admin, I'll play with people for a bit, and it's the ones who are like it's really subtle, but like if they're playing in a squad, they're like steering their squad this way and that way, and because I'm the mod, I've got mod privileges. I can see more than what the person who's cheat can see with respect to ESP. So if they're constantly avoiding other groups, or like if they're there's a player just there's a sniper just over there, etc. I'm like, there is no way you saw that naturally. There is no way. This person is 1,500 meters out. They're gillied up and they're pointing a VSD at you. I can see it because I've got the heads up display, the overlay for it, because it's my server. There's no way you saw that organically. And that's what gets you to start paying attention to people, really. Why people do it, I have no fucking clue. It's.
I like to imagine this is Anarchy was his name, or what was?
Yeah. I'll
I like to imagine he's like what's his face in the Matrix, the guy who doesn't have like the Matrix inserts, and so he has to always be at the console running things for people on the Nebuchadnezzar.
Yeah.
Was it Tanks? Was that his name?
Tank. Yeah.
Tank. I imagine he's like watching the server logs, and like he's like basically like watching the Matrix code, and that's how he's able to just detect things very easily. Develop that intuition.
It's been ages since I've watched any of his content. Let me see if I can find it in my subscription.
Bro, now Felix is in the chat.
Yeah. Getting kind of wild.
The guy who just doesn't know what contingent. I mean, you don't know what words mean, dude.
Here we go. Anarchy HD. This is channel.
Projecting.
Yeah, I'll stick it in the private chat. That's his channel.
How long is this Monkey Boy clip?
Only about 30 more minutes. So,
but that's sped up.
Yeah, 1.15.
All right, I was just curious.
All right, yeah, this Anarchy guy.
Till tomorrow, Felix. Felix, tomorrow. If you wait till tomorrow, will you be receptive to critiques of how you're using this language? Please answer me. I don't even know if you can hear me. Maybe you're just talking to chat with it muted. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't even
doubt
know
it.
why I bothered.
Yeah. Will you be receptive to a logical bean flicking?
Yeah, my prediction for how tomorrow is going to go is Felix will show up, claims he has a new argument. We bring him on. He gives the exact same fucking argument. We talk to him for like 5 minutes and then kick him.
This Felix just asked Golden Arm if he's an atheist or a theist. Really?
Yeah, shows how unperceptive he is.
Dude, I just I don't know what to say to you at this point, dude. And he's probably not going to respond to me at all. Like, what is going on? Like, you can't present an argument, and then when someone gives you like valid critiques or even tries to help you, you're always open and receptive. Okay, that's a lie. That's a lie, my good sir.
I think even Golden Arm must be confused at this point. Like, really?
Good for him that he's a theist, as unjustified as you are.
Yeah, I wouldn't take that as a compliment. If you have Felix complimenting you on something, you best question your life choices.
Bro, wholesome. Capitalism is the essence of exploitation and the cheating of nature. Maybe the first part, but the cheating of nature, I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, what are we differentiating nature from? Because
cheating,
we are part of nature.
Well, I mean, it depends. Like, yeah, we're part of nature, but it's also capitalism, to me at least, like free market but regulated. It seems to comport with human nature quite nicely. In that, like if I spend the time like building a shelter, like I'm the one that's gone out and I've gone and gathered the resources and I've built the shelter. So then that is then my shelter. Like I should benefit from my ingenuity and my labor. You know, nobody else should be able to just come and take that away from me. The problem where capitalism becomes like parasitical, it's where, you know, somebody else, because of the way the system is built, is the only one that is able to make your labor pay. And like the only like so if you can in a system, if the only jobs that are available to you are jobs that, yes, you get paid for, but the money that you get for doing the job doesn't allow you to fulfill your basic needs, then we've got a fucking problem, right?
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that it's not capitalist. And that's like this is where things like minimum wage laws, with respect, it's why in the UK it's the average wage that somebody gets with respect to how much property prices cost or how much rent is. Like there's a huge proportion of our population that is just struggling for their basic needs to be met, even though they're in full-time gainful employment. It indicates there's a problem with the system somewhere. But that doesn't mean that the opposing system, a more successful system, would be like seizing the means of production, you know, like hardcore communism. You know, but there's a middle ground to be found, right?
Well, I think the biggest issue with capitalism is the demand for infinite growth. Like, because you can't have infinite growth on a, you know, a planet with finite resources, with finite labor power, with, you know, finite time in our everyday lives. And so there needs to be some sort of cap. Like, you know, you make $999,999,999, and then like that's the most money you get to hold at any time, and you get a shiny little plaque that says, "Congrats, you won capitalism."
I mean, it does depend. Like, you know, so for example, like if you're running a company, you know, like obviously I know Musk's been in the news because he was briefly like the world's first trillionaire or something. But it's not like he had that money in the bank. That money is heavily invested in, you know, companies that are building cars and launching rocket ships. It's just because he owns the companies and the company value in the market, like flipped that, like hit that particular monetary value.
Really quick. Hey, nobody.
Yeah,
we got him.
Who's them?
The person I put down for 10 minutes. He's finally not worrying about McTime.
Oh, it's Jill. Oh, great.
Yeah. You ready for this?
Sure.
All right, Jill. We're gonna go ahead and actually change your profile picture because I'm not gonna let you have that up on our stage the entire time.
Wow, what a weird, cringy thing to do, dude.
Right.
What was I didn't even see the profile picture.
It was just some ice bullshit.
Oh.
We're not gonna platform, like the Nazi arm of our fucking.
Oh, watch him use this as an excuse. Watch him do it. Watch him do it. Watch chat. Everyone watch chat.
If he tries to cup about that, I'm just gonna put him to sleep.
Oh, he just said, "I will come up when McTime comes in." Cowards, bye. In the back chat. Did he leave?
Why did he say something to Robin in the back chat? Robin's not fucking up here. Is Jill drunk? Was he not able to understand what chat he was trying to chat in?
Well, also, last time I checked, Robin doesn't have admin privileges on this channel, right? So the thing is,
not admin privileges. I think she's a mod in chat.
Yeah, a mod, but she can't she's not. Robin, generally speaking, is quite a tolerant and patient person. So she's not responsible for the 2 times a week thing. That's nothing to do with Robin.
that's a Gretchen and I decision.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Felix. I'm explaining what the words mean to you, bro.
Okay, fine. Whatever. He's still trying to troll with a profile pic, but at least it's not literal Nazi shit.
Oh, ICE is Nazis now. Were
they
Nazis under Obama?
They're a Nazi arm.
Were they Nazis under Obama?
Yeah.
Jill,
Obama's a war criminal. I'm willing to say that because I'm not a liberal.
Yeah.
Jill, what's a brown shirt?
Brown shirts, I think, were the basically the military arm of the Nazis. Oops, I can't say that.
No.
Or is that the black shirts? Oh, I'm thinking of Mussolini. I'm getting my black.
You
my
can
shirts.
absolutely
confused.
say Nazi. This isn't TikTok.
Oh, okay. Well, he was like the military arm. They were like the military arm, sort of like Antifa today for the Democrats.
Oh, great. So anyway, wasn't the deal that we were going to talk about why we should think God is the case? Isn't that what we're doing?
What's that?
Yeah.
No.
He wants to deflect.
You guys want to engage with me right now?
Mm-hmm.
This is my second. This is my second time.
We have brought you up.
No. This is free. No, this is free.
No, this isn't free.
I'm telling you, it's free.
No, this is my second.
Why
you're not the channel host. You're not the channel host.
And I am, and I'm giving nobody that power, even though nobody is considered a host on this channel.
No. I'm only limited twice a week.
There are 5 hosts.
This one's for free.
Nobody is one of them.
I'm saving my second appearance for McTime.
You get 3.
I want to speak with Mr. McTime.
You get 3. You get 6, 7, dude.
Because he's black.
Just go ahead and
I need to know why he's not a Christian as a black man. How he can consider himself an atheist.
But Joe, you can
the most racist people on the planet in our history, in the human history. The most racist people have been atheists.
But Joe, you can
Joe,
scream all you want.
Go ahead and mute you there. Are you actually going to engage in the discussion here, or are you just going to cry about McTime getting some good rest tonight? Because McTime is obviously not in chat, obviously not in the panel. Why the fuck did you come up if you're expecting to talk to McTime? Are you really that dumb? Okay, I guess I gotta break up the Jill.
Where are you, McTime?
All right.
Oh my God,
Jill, you say McTime one more time. It's no longer your time tonight. Got it?
That's okay with me.
Okay.
I got one more this week.
No. Hold on. No. Engage now, or your next one is revoked.
Yeah.
Or then I'll just have to wait until Sunday. That's fine. So what did you want to talk about?
Okay, wait, no. Then we'll revoke 2. Do you want to keep going down this road?
That's fine with me. I really don't
Okay, then we'll
care.
revoke 3. Do you want to keep going down this road?
Me. I'll get McTime.
You will never talk to McTime.
I'll get him
I
on
will
another
revoke
channel.
4.
But what did you want to talk about? I'll get him on another channel. I've actually
Okay,
seen him on another channel.
So I
and
retract
spoke
all
with him
that.
there.
Fine. So what do I want to talk about? I want to know why I should think a God exists.
Why you should think a God exists?
Mm-hmm.
Is this Taco? Who is this? Who am I speaking to?
Taco?
Yeah, because he keeps begging me to convince him God exists, and I told him that was his father's job.
Oh my God. He is.
Is this Taco?
It's not.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Yeah, remember Jill's an illiterate fuck. He can't even read my name correctly.
So no, I don't.
He's not going to be able to read your name.
That's not my ministry. My ministry is more proving that you have no idea what you're reading when you open up this book we call the Bible. My ministry is not.
We're not going to believe what you read because you demonstrated to be an illiterate fuck.
Okay.
If you can't read nobody's name, like how are we going to trust that? Like you can even read a single correct word in the Bible.
Right. Okay. Well, let me finish explaining to nobody why I don't really engage in that type of apologetic.
That's fine.
My apologetic, I believe God has called me to answer questions about the Bible, misconceptions that atheists
How did
have.
God call you?
Okay. So you're a Calvinist, right?
Yes.
Why do you want to talk to anyone about
points.
God that doesn't believe in God then?
Well, hold on. Because the term Calvinist can get mixed because there was a lot of things Calvin believed that I don't hold to. So I would say I hold to the 5 points of Tulip.
He's a cherry picking Calvinist.
Oh my God.
Which Calvin preached. He preached the 5 points.
Does he predetermine my belief states or not?
But he also believed in things like baptism, infant baptism.
No.
Did you
your question.
Yeah, when I was in the middle of finishing my point, but go ahead.
Okay, this is crucial. Like, we can't even talk if this is not the case. Does he, or if this is the case, does he predetermine my belief states or no?
Does he predetermine your belief states? No, I wouldn't say so.
What is RP? Am I confused? What is Calvinism?
Yeah,
I don't think you know.
That is a significant part of Calvinism. This is why, like, I'm calling him a cherry picker Calvinist.
No, you don't have any idea what Calvin taught, do you? Not a clue.
Yeah,
Have
you're contradicting. You're contradicting.
Have you read the Institutes?
His idea of vessels of wrath.
Have you read the Institutes?
I have, and don't call me sir.
Okay. So you don't know what John Calvin taught. So don't waste my time talking about what John Calvin taught because it's something you heard on the internet.
Okay, that's fine. I guess. Why would I believe there's a God? I don't care about his behavior until I know he's there.
Look, sir, you need to go find your daddy because that was the one
Please
who taught me
stop
to teach
doing
you
that.
How,
Jill,
what
do you
that God
understand
is.
how stupid
Okay?
you look when you say that to me?
So
yeah, you're not winning any points for the theist.
Do you understand how stupid that sounds to every single person that ever hears you sound it?
Or
there is. Okay, go ahead.
Or I can introduce you to a Christian who is into that type of apologetics. I am not.
What?
I am fed up with convincing you of anything. What my job?
Well, it's
now,
because you're
I will
incapable
admit,
of doing so.
What's the type of apologetics? Please explain to me.
I just did.
What that type of
answering
is?
questions about the Bible, the misconceptions, and many misconceptions.
I didn't say anything about the Bible.
The Bible is
about the Bible.
Right. But that's my ministry. My ministry is not.
No, I asked. Okay,
is not convincing you that God exists.
Oh my God!
I really don't care.
You said there was a type of apologetic that applies to what I'm asking.
Right.
That you're not a person who partakes in that type of apologetics.
Mhm.
What is that type of apologetics?
Well, I don't think it has. If you're looking for a label, I don't think it has one. But the type of apologetic, which I described, which should have been enough for you. The type of apologetic whereby
you didn't
you're trying
describe it.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Let me do it again for you. Let's see if you can hear it this time.
Okay.
The type of apologetic whereby I'm trying to convince someone that God exists. That type of apologetics I do not.
What? that could be class that definition you gave or that analysis you gave applies to every type of apologetics, whether it's in defense of the problem of evil,
when it
or
comes to
it's
my
in defense.
soteriology, does affect the way I engage with non-believers. I can care less. If God wants you, He will have you.
You like
He
cut
will
out.
find a
You
way.
cut out. You cut
He
out
will
for so
find a way.
long that I have no idea what you're even talking about.
Okay, if God wants you, He will find you in a way that you will accept Him. I am not called to convince you. You don't like.
And what are you trying
notice,
to talk
notice
about?
how he just contradicted what he claimed he didn't believe in earlier.
What's that?
I'm talking to nobody.
Okay.
Look, yeah,
Exactly.
you
'Cause
said
I didn't
basically
contradict.
that like God would determine the state which we believe, and prior to that, you said no, God doesn't determine our belief states. Yes, I see.
Okay, those sound like two different statements.
Oh, does it? Does it? No,
Does
one
God
includes the other,
determine your belief
motherfucker.
state?
It's
Does
One
God
includes the other, motherfucker.
Does God determine your belief states?
You
No.
made a categorical statement that all beliefs are not determined by God, or there are
Well,
beliefs that are not determined by God.
It depends on what you mean by determined.
No, but then you said there are beliefs that are determined by God.
Because I'm
It
confused
depends on what
as
you
to
mean
what
by
you mean
depends.
by right. I'm confused as to what you mean by determined. Perhaps. What do you mean by determined? Because
What?
according to a 5-point Calvinist,
did he initiate the world and he has perfect knowledge of all future states of affairs?
okay, that's your definition of determined. Yes.
No.
Okay,
I
that's
asked you
not
a
your
que-
definition of it. So give me your definition of determined so that I can answer it. Your question.
He
instead of giving me
actualized the
something
world.
else.
He actualized the world and he knows all future states. Therefore, yes, I would call that determined.
Okay, so he actualizes the world and
Which
everything
he
that would happen.
necessarily knows the determined or the entailed states of affairs from all prior states of affairs, right? Because he's all knowing, infinitely into the future, or at least including all of the future. Okay,
All right. So
if that's the case, then he did the thing. He kicked the soccer ball and put the right twist on it to do all those things.
he knocked over the first domino.
No,
Yes,
but he
yes.
he hit the domino in the perfect spot, is what I'm saying. To do everything that he already knew was going to happen.
Okay,
Because he's
so
that
he-
good,
right.
because he's perfect.
Okay. Well, in that sense, everyone who believes in a creator is a determinist. You don't believe in secondary and primary causation?
Secondary
like
and
Thomas Aquinas has been teaching or has taught, and Christians have been teaching for thousands, hundreds of years?
I am, spoiler alert, not a Thomist.
Okay.
But I do think that he said some really interesting stuff.
Right. There are primary and secondary causes. So the initial
What
creation.
is a primary versus a secondary? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, let me give you an example by way of analogy, since we were talking about the greatest president that ever lived. Donald Trump gives a speech. And in this speech, he does nothing but say good things. He speaks about God. He speaks about family, what we believe are good things. And he says that I'm going to send $1 million to every single bank account in the United States of America. Only good things. He blesses us financially, and he talks about God and country and how he loves his countrymen and women. As a result of the speech, every single liberal in the United States riots and burns down cities. Trump is the cause, but he's not morally culpable because the secondary causation was the ones who actually committed the wrong acts.
Okay, so you're just talking about like some type
This
of
is just
essential action. Like that was
non-analogous
first of all,
method.
that was fucking stupid.
I know it
Second
was a
of
bad
all-
analogy, but
Yeah, I
you
know
hate
it was a
Trump,
bad
because you
analogy,
hate
and I know
Trump,
you.
so you
I
don't
know
say-
you know. No. I know you know it was a bad analogy
because you hate Trump and you don't think anything he says is good.
that has
right?
nothing to do with it. It was
Okay,
that
why
you
was that a bad
forced-
analogy?
Because you forced a Trump situation into your
Exactly.
analogy about causation, motherfucker.
Exactly.
Are you joking? You want to invoke Trump for causation?
Well, did Trump
for a
cause?
for a
Did Trump-
fundamental, for an irreducible philosophical concept? You
Did
want
Trump
to invoke
cause?
Trump? You
Did
sound
Trump-
like a fucking clown, motherfucker.
Well, no analogy is
Stop
perfect.
doing shit like that. It's
analogy is
cringe.
okay. You're
But
we don't need
setting
the meta. We don't need the meta, right? We're just having a
setting
conversation.
aside
No,
set-
we need the meta because you're a
you
fucking
can do the meta,
asshole.
but I can't.
Stop
So
Clown.
the
doing that
analogy
shit.
is not perfect. The analogy is not perfect, but the point
It's not
being
even
made-
analogous.
The point
Well,
being
the
made
problem,
is that
but Jill,
is Trump
setting
responsible?
aside the politics.
Did he determine the riots? Is what I'm asking.
But setting aside the
Can
politics,
you
there's a
answer the
difference.
question? Did Trump
But
determine
Jill,
those
okay,
riots?
hang on,
fine,
no,
fine.
there is
Let
a
me
difference.
answer.
There's a difference
Look,
between
you're not
cause
gonna
and
answer the question.
accountability.
Let's
No, wait.
let
come back
Dad
to
get
it.
in. Let's
Go
let
ahead.
Dad get in for a
He
sec.
has to get an answer. He has to get an answer. Look, no, it's not analogous because what you're describing is all accidental causation. And you're trying to make this distinction between like type 1 causation and type 2 causation. But type 1 causation is what God intended. And then whatever God intended and its effects could have accidental causation, sure. But this weird distinction of type 1, type 2, or whatever distinction you made, it's fucking stupid and it
Did
has
Trump
nothing
determine the
to do.
riots? Yes or no? Did he
I
determine
That's
the
so
riots?
fucking
Yes or no?
stupid.
I
Stop
don't think
talking about it.
question,
I don't
sir.
think an omniscient, omnipotent God can have accidental effects from a primary
Let's say
cause.
Trump knew.
It doesn't track at
Let's
all,
say
does it?
Trump
If he's
knew
all knowing, but he
everything.
did something
Let's
by
say
accident,
Trump is
how does that
omniscient
happen?
and he's omnipresent. He knew everything
Trump
that would
Trump
happen.
doesn't even know what side of the
Hold on,
bed he
hold on.
woke up in the
Now
morning.
you guys are over talking. What's wrong? Did I put you in a conundrum in 10 minutes?
No,
No,
absolutely
you're
not.
you're not
I
making
feel like
any
you
sense.
are.
No analogy is perfect.
You're
so allow me to
literally
flesh
just
it out
honking
for
your
you.
nose, stomping
Oh,
around
here
in
we
your
go.
funny little clown shoes.
I triggered you already?
I'm
No.
calling you a clown. How's that
Already?
being
This is
triggered?
hilariously stupid.
Come on, man. Okay.
Come
So
on,
no
dude. It's
analogy is perfect.
hilariously
Can I
Hey,
speak
stupid.
now?
can we get clown
Okay,
emojis
all right,
in
I'll
chat
wait.
for Jill?
I'm not gonna let you get out of the conundrum.
Clown
You
and
can
like
cry
What's
and
the
circus
complain all you
conundrum?
want.
emojis.
Okay,
I'll
okay.
wait.
What's the conundrum? What's the conundrum? Go ahead. What's the conundrum?
He's doing the thing where he
Can
mutes
I
himself.
speak now?
Yeah, what's the conundrum? Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So if you want to suggest, because God is omniscient, he knows all. Okay, Trump knew exactly what would happen. He knew that they would riot as a result of him doing only good. Is
What?
Trump, let me repeat it again. Trump knew everything that would happen, every evil that would happen as a result of him doing only good. Blessings, $1 million to every bank account.
Yep.
Yeah,
God
notice how Trump can
Oh my
only
God,
be
you're
good
not
in
even-
a fantasy.
No, I reject it.
Don't spurg out yet. Don't spurg out. Let me finish.
No.
Hey,
Oh my
hey,
God! Stop saying that.
You ever say that shit again on this panel? You're banned. You're banned.
Stop.
No
stop. Listen,
ableism.
I reject. I reject.
Hold on,
the
hold
pres-
on, nobody. Hold on. As an individual with high functioning autism, I do not appreciate. I do not appreciate. Shut the fuck up! Wow. And he ran. He ran the fuck away.
Of course he did. He's a fucking idiot and a coward.
The analogy with respect, like again, setting aside political affiliations, like comparing the problem here is that if God like dropped down from heaven and gave a speech, then because God is omniscient, is all knowing, then he should and would know all of the outcomes for every individual
Okay.
that were motivated by the speech. But there is no politician, regardless of political affiliation, on earth that would have that level of insight or that level of knowledge, that level of foresight into what they're. Now, could they, on average, go, look, if I do this speech, is it going to cause riots? Is it going to cause civil unrest of some kind? Yeah, they could probably make an accurate guess as to that. But that's not the knowledge that God claims to have. He claims to know all things, not just a general like feeling of the social milieu. This I don't even think it counts as an analogy. It's nuts.
No, yeah,
John.
he wasn't even trying to like make an actual analogy. He was just like trying to come up with some scenario where he could blow Trump for like fucking 5 minutes.
Yeah, that was so cringe. That was so ungodly cringe, JIL. That was so ungodly cringe. Like, you should be ashamed. God would send you to hell for that level of cringe.
Maybe God is already predetermined. Jill's going to hell.
Mm-hmm. After that display, yeah, he's hellbound.
And I love how he was like, oh, you don't know what Calvinism is, and then he goes and fucking contradicts himself like literally like 2 minutes later. It's like, yeah, we knew exactly what it was. You're just being a dishonest fuck.
Yeah, he like quantified something that was in contradiction with some other quantification. But I kind of also like, I don't really listen to him. Like, he's a fucking idiot.
Based.
Well, I mean, I've always just used Calvinism as like some kind of version of Orthodox Protestantism. That's kind of how just.
I mean, yeah, that is kind of apt.
But that's not the bit of Protestantism that is not that I like, because I'm not a religious person. But if you're going to have like a state religion, then kind of Church of England Protestantism is probably the way to go, because it's so sort of like weak and soft and mealy mouthed. You get the churches, you get to do Christingle service, you know, there's a bit of charity going on, but it's not like they proselytize, or, you know, they're not, you know, two gay guys can go and get married in a Church of England church. You know, it's not like that they're about. You still get the religion, you still get the belief in God, but they're about as far away from Westboro Baptist as it's possible to get and still be religious, you know? So.
And Jill, I know you still got your tweezers out and you're jorging your shit, because like that's the only way you can fucking get off. But if you ever come on this panel again and use any sort of ableist language, you're done. Like I'm going to talk to Gretchen about like fully like removing your panel access.
I think he should just be banned, dude. Like he won't even engage in anything.
Once we get TikTok, we are like rolling, you know, even if we only get 2 or 3 calls a night, it'll be worth banning Jill.
I'd rather talk to Felix. I'd rather talk to Felix. Like, Jill sucks like so hard.
That is a little bit like, I mean, what would you rather have? Like your toenails pulled out with pliers, or your teeth pulled out with pliers? You know, you still have bits of you ripped off. It's
yeah. So Jill is me having my teeth pulled out, and Felix is me having my nails pulled out. I will easily take the nails, like for sure.
I don't know. I might take teeth.
Yeah, the pain of the pain of the experience. I can, as a person who's had teeth pulled, I've never had nails pulled, but I can certainly given the sensation in the tips of fingers, etc. Also, I think it would probably be easier to get your teeth replaced than if you pull the bed of a fingernail out. I mean, that's it. You're done. Your fingernail isn't growing back.
Yeah, but what do I use my nails for? Like, I don't really care.
You just if speaking to people who work in the trades who have had things, it's called a degloving, and basically it's like if they've got a glove on and the glove gets caught up in like a piece of equipment or something, and it tightens around the skin, literally just pulls the dermis off, it pulls the skin off and everything. You just end up with bone and tissue.
Brutal.
It's rough as fuck. Yeah, it's like usually like on a lathe or something where they get tangled up in it. But then when they get their skin grafts and stuff, but they can never get the nail back. And the problem is the nail provides like backing on the finger, so your finger doesn't function the same way. You get like just picking stuff up causes pain because there's no back to the nail anymore. We don't use it it's not like a claw like a cat, but it does provide like rigidness to the end of the finger because the bone doesn't go all the way to the end. You've got the tissue wraps around the end of the bone. But that's just what they've reported. But yeah, degloving is a savage injury.
You know what's like really fucking blowing my mind right now is like Jill is supposed to be like a special ed like teacher. Like what sort of special ed teacher runs around using ableist language like that? Holy fuck.
Yeah, what did he say again? Oh, well, I mean, like maybe just hint at it.
Asperging out, but without the ass.
Right.
But I'm almost convinced that Jill is a persona. Like, if he is legitimately a teacher, then I can't believe that he turns up with the same persona into the classroom as he turns up on panel. Like,
well, it's probably why he keeps getting fired and moved from school to school.
I don't think he's fully rational. I think we're suffering from the fact that he's a a compromised agent. Like he's not. He doesn't know what's going on. That's why he says such stupid things.
Isn't it crazy how it's like you can't, like, just from the outside looking in, like how difficult is this person a troll or do they have schizophrenia? You know, like are they, you know, are we dealing with like a multiple personality thing or are they just fucking about? Like you can't tell the difference.
I mean, he could just be like entirely toxic in his entire life, and it's just that whenever he gets online, we're the people who he fucking hovers around for some reason.
Bear the brunt of it, yeah.
Well,
He's
because
quite
he looks at
literally a
us
fly
and
on
he's
shit.
jealous. He's jealous about like how happy we are, how content we are hanging out on our channel. He wants to come in and try to, you know, ruin that. He's like, how dare they be happy and have a good time? I'm gonna go fuck that up for them.
Well, I know that it's never going to be an experience of mine that if I'm asked why I believe a thing, I won't have a reason, or like why I know a thing, especially I won't have a reason, or at least some type of like there's a intuition or a seemings that I can describe and I can say this is why I think that this is the case, right? Jill is just embracing like ask your daddy for my justification. Like that must be an abysmal mindset to be stuck in, because you're telling me to ask my dad for your justification for your belief or knowledge state. That's fucking insane, bro.
My dad would have slapped
you
the fucking,
lose.
my dad would have slapped the tar out of Jill just because he's an obnoxious piece of shit. My dad would not have tolerated him at all.
Oh yeah, my dad would at least talk massive shit about someone who talks.
Actually, no. To be honest, my dad wouldn't have hit Jill. My dad would have probably just looked disappointed at me and going, "Why are you wasting your time with this fucking moron? Surely you have better things to do." He'd have tutted and walked off and like drank his coffee. You know?
Right, like any of us could just be like, well, we could like exercise our mind or our body, or we could talk to Jill. And it's just like, even if you're like skateboarding down the street, it's better than talking to Jill.
It is entertaining though sometimes. You know, it depends. If you're trying to have a meaningful discussion, Jill is not useful to that. If you are trying to have a dumpster fire, then you know, welcome in Jill. He's the accelerant. You know.
He's the gasoline.
Yeah.
Like a dumpster fire.
Yeah,
It might just be the dumpster, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it,
but I've never understood the.
He's the refuse in the dumpster that's being lit aflame.
But
because a dumpster has some sort of utility.
Yeah, he's not even like the igniting factor of the flame. He's just what's used by the ignition. That's funny.
But the this like presuppositionist position I've always found a bit odd, because like a presuppositionist presupposes their belief position, but then they try to retrospectively justify the position with the Bible. I'm like, no, if you presuppose it, then just presuppose it. You know, you don't. Why bother with the? I believe this thing because I believe it. And like the presupposition doesn't really seem to require a justification, but then you bolt the justification on afterwards.
Mm-hmm. And like, you could also say like everyone that you're referencing for the last 2,000 years also presupposed that God exists. And so I don't know, it's really weird to me whenever anyone's like, oh well, this guy's got a really good argument from like 1,000 years ago or 100 years or 300 years ago or whatever, and I'm just like, but he was raised thinking God exists. Like oh man, this is looking really bad, you know. And
but I think that's why
I still want to take it seriously, but like at the same time, like that's a really bad look. Like everyone thought a God existed for, you know, hundreds of years, multiple times. Like that's, You know,
probably tens of thousands. It was just
right. It's a big bias.
Yeah, it was just probably the biggest bias that could ever possibly exist, and the fact that we've even overcome it to the degree that we have is quite surprising. It's only really, I mean, even with the respect to the founding of the United States, even the founders, whilst they weren't necessarily all Christians, they were at least deists. They were at least on board with the notion of there being some kind of prime mover, an uncaused cause.
Like a
So, yeah.
one, like an Aristotelian one or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Or I mean, is that Socrates? I don't know. One of those three guys.
Yeah, we had for the first time ever. My Jack, my son, he brought home. It was a little cup with they'd planted a seed in it, and there was they'd made like a little wooden cross to stick in it. And I was like, "Oh, what's this that you've got, mate? What have you done at school today?" And he goes, "Oh, it was for Jesus." I went, "Right, okay. What was it? What was it for, bud?" And it turns out they'd just been doing like some kind of like religious history lesson. They weren't indoctrinating him or anything like that. It was more like traditionalism. So it's fine. I didn't have to go and have a chat with the school and go, "What have you been teaching my son?" But yeah, it's the first time he's ever brought home any kind of like religious, not paraphernalia, but like any kind of religious content.
Like I don't see a problem with there being like a world religions like set section in like your social studies class. Like go over the history of like the rise of Catholicism, with the rise of Buddhism, Taoism, Hinduism, Islam, like everything, the pagan religions.
John, like RE in the religious education, RE in the UK. It's a mandatory requirement. You have to learn it all the way through. I think you can opt out when you get to about 14. So you've done like the basics, but the requirement is that the curriculum mandates that there is a minimum. It should give you a minimal understanding into the bulk of the world's religions. So it's not just like religious education in the UK isn't, with respect to the national curriculum, indoctrination into one particular religion. But the bit that pisses me off is with the introduction of academies, which we now have in the UK. The comprehensive schools don't have to be comprehensive schools anymore. They can become academies. And there are some academies which do have a religious bent to them. We've kind of gone backwards. And in the UK, there's a video of Richard Dawkins, who goes to one of the academies, and it's a Muslim academy somewhere in Birmingham. And he's sat in a room with students and teachers, and some of the things that the teachers said were fucking outrageous. It blew my goddamn mind. Like the biology teacher in this clip actually ran the trope that people who believe in evolution believe that people evolved from monkeys. And that's not like an idiot moron somewhere. That is the biology teacher. It's just unbelievable. This massive step backwards. I mean, the education system in the UK isn't the worst in the world by a long shot, but this giant leap backwards that we've taken is terrifying to me.
Yeah. Well, the U.S. Public education system has been slowly eroding, for the past 2 to 3 decades. I saw a major shift in my time growing up because Bush implemented the No Child Left Behind policies. And so it essentially sucked funding away from schools that were already not performing well. The schools that needed more funding in order to have more educational success weren't able to get it.
Well, we were talking about this before, weren't we? You get standardized testing, which gives you an understanding of whether how well the school is doing holistically. And then when schools start falling behind on their standardized testing, the response shouldn't be to remove funding. The response should be this school needs more fucking support, but they do the exact opposite, and they just it just becomes self-reinforcing. Yeah, it's nuts. Like if people are falling behind, as long as you can demonstrate that the resources are being spent, like if a school was just wasting money hand over fist, and that's why the kids are falling behind, then the solution is not to give the school more money. The solution is to assess the administration of the school. But
exactly, yeah. Sack the ones in charge and get like competent leaders in.
Yeah, because giving corruption or giving inefficiency more money is not the way that you reduce corruption or increase efficiency. I agree with you, but that doesn't mean that the whole system is built like that. It's why I have an issue, with the NHS. Like the NHS in the UK is just an absolute black hole. It's a fucking money pit. But then when you look at where does the NHS administration choose to spend its money? Is it on frontline staff? No, it's on administration. Every time they get hit over the head with like a KPI that they've failed, what do? They employ another manager to help them achieve the KPI. What's the KPI that they've fallen short on? It's not that it's because they've not got enough frontline staff. I mean, my 7-year-old autistic son could work this out for them, and it's just management it's management all the way down. And it drives my wife nuts because she's frontline staff, and she's the one that's having to do the job without the fucking resources. But I'm sure it's the same in education as well.
Yep. We're not trimming the fat where it actually lies. We're looking for like the boniest part of the body. Or like let's shave some calcium off there.
Yeah, and Remissus in the chat says the UK has the best schools in the world. Some of the best schools in the world are in the UK, but that doesn't mean that the whole school system is the best. Like if you get into like a top flight educational institution, then yes, you are going to get a world-class education, but that doesn't mean that if you're just going to St. Barnabas's, in whatever, it's necessarily going to be the best. It is a postcode lottery. We spent a huge amount of money buying what was a relatively modest 3-bedroom semi-detached house next to a really good school because we wanted to give the kids our kids the best opportunity that we could give them. And the school its admissions are based on catchment area, so you have to live within a particular postcode. So we kind of rigged our personal lottery. We didn't just have to put up with the school that was next door to us. We moved in order to maximize my kids' chances because we could afford to do so. Most people can't do that. So
I thought the common consensus was that like Sweden had one of like the best public education systems. I'm actually going to look this up real quick. It looks like Denmark. Denmark is considered first, Sweden second, and UK third. So you guys are really close up there with a 96.8 score.
Also, really quick.
What does the US fall? Sorry.
Like 79.2 in their score. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12th in the world in education.
Best country in the world, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, you're going to say nobody?
So, Golden Arm, you said something really wild in chat. Evolving from monkeys and evolving from a common ancestor of monkeys is not that fucking different. That is insane.
Yeah, that's just like completely not understanding what common descent is.
Yeah, that's a fundamental misunderstanding of cladistics. Both humans and monkeys shared a common ancestor, but humans did not evolve directly from monkeys, right? There is a previous
the difference in those theories alone, like okay, they were our prior ancestor or whatever, whichever monkey he's talking about, right? So that was just like this like weird linear path, right? That was us from monkeys. Now, imagine the structural difference of the theory when we're cousins like distant cousins, like astronomically distant cousins. They are vastly different, Golden Arm. Like these are insanely different claims. I don't know how else to explain it.
Yeah, and like what monkeys are we talking about? Are we talking about gibbons, orangutans, gorillas, or like chimpanzees? Because chimpanzees are our closest like relative. Then it goes gorillas, then orangutans, then gibbons. Like gibbons, we don't have like common descent until all the way back to
hominidae. But the like just we're so closely related that chimpanzees and humans have the same number of, on average, the same number of hair follicles on their body. You could take the gene that you could literally copy and paste genes from chimpanzees into humans with respect to different features that we have, and they would work absolutely fine. We're so closely related, it's unbelievable. Well, it's not unbelievable, it's perfectly believable, but with respect to how similar we are, the notion that these things would be like two distinct and separate creations, yet we're so similar, is nuts.
What do you mean exactly, Golden Arm? Like, I'm disagreeing with you.
Whenever they run out of things to argue about, they go, "Oh yeah, exactly. Oh, you agree with me, yeah."
You know, the like malicious agreement.
Yeah, it happened to me at the Tennessee Capitol with a MAGA guy. I'm so fucking pissed off.
Was this the "I agree with you, but" statement?
No, it was just they were talking about how I met this guy at the Capitol at the Tennessee Capitol, whenever I was fighting against Memphis being redistricted, and the guy was like, "Yeah, well, Trump is gonna come in and save us, and he's gonna allow us to be able to have our money back, and because he's not a part of this like deep state or whatever." And I said, what are you talking about? I was like, how is he going to lower our prices? And he goes, "Oh, well, the housing crisis and everything." And I go, what are you talking about? He's a billionaire landlord. And he goes, he's not rich like that. And I go, what? Like, why do you think that he's not rich? And I go, like, wouldn't it make more sense to go after the people who have the property who are causing this issue instead of like, random immigrants? And he goes, "Well, I think that you agree with me that this housing thing is a crisis." And I go,
he can't even articulate the issue.
Yeah. I'm like, you're not making any sense. I'm like, I don't agree with you at all.
I think we agree on more things than we disagree on.
Yeah.
It's like, no, buddy, we don't.
Well, it depends what you're talking about. Like, obviously, it depends on the subject. On the subject, like is obviously, I appreciate that the way you started the conversation didn't really have much to do with housing. That was like a swerve thing. Is not what we agree on the housing, and obviously, I get where I get where your criticism was there. But if we were talking about housing, do we both agree that housing, like provision for housing, is in crisis? Yeah, but there's no alignment on what we think the solution or the actual root cause is.
Well, his solution and the root cause was immigrants are taking the spaces that other people were able to own and rent.
Yeah, at this given time, there are approximately 15 million vacant homes in the United States.
Right.
Like we aren't at like a loss for places for people to live. It's an affordability issue. That's because rent has been climbing like unregulated for years. They just like fucking raise it up 30% every year.
Yeah, well, the
Zillow had a huge part in that. The online appraisal tools and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
they don't go and view your house like a normal appraiser would. They just say, oh, well, this is what an average house of this size would cost in your area. They don't see like, oh, well, you have some work that needs to be done on the roof or whatever. They don't like take into consideration that there's inflated prices.
Yeah. I mean, it's a bit different in the UK. Like migration does have much more of an impact on the UK housing market. I mean, we're a small island. You know, we don't
Right.
actually have that much space, and we've also, you know, to try and prevent house builders from basically concreting over the countryside. You know, this green and pleasant land. We've got something called the green belt, which is it's protected land outside of urban areas that you're not just allowed to buy and build on. It is protected, but at the peak migration, when there was, you know, sort of somewhere in the region of 600,000 or 700,000 people coming into the country a year, then we had to build. I think we needed to build like 400,000 or 500,000 homes a year, which I think equated to about one every 2 minutes, and we were building a tiny fraction of that. So of course, if you demand rockets up for housing, then the cost is going to go up, and that's exactly what happened. The average salary, the minimum wage in the UK works out to about £26,000 a year. The average salary is it's somewhere in the mid 30s, and the average home price is like £280,000 to £300,000. So you need somewhere between 9 or 11 times the average wage in order to be able to buy a home. Which just isn't sustainable. It also means, like with rental as well, since in the 80s when they started selling, it was called the right to buy scheme. So it's when people were in council houses, which was basically government subsidized housing. It gave them the right to buy the home that they lived in at a massively reduced rate with respect to what the market value was. So a lot of these homes were sold, typically to the boomer generation, but there was no replacement of the housing stock. So private companies stepped in, and obviously the private companies are rent gouging because they can. Their fiduciary duty is to their stockholders, not to the people living in the homes.
Yeah, keyword on douche.
Another big thing that's happened here in the States, because we're massive. I mean, we have plenty of room to grow and build houses if we need to. The big problem is that multi-billion-dollar companies are buying up houses and turning them into rental properties.
Yeah, private equity.
Yeah. And so like we may have 15 million houses on the market, but only like 2 million of them, if that, are affordable. The average price of a house right now that I saw from Fred was like $418,000. It's just $500,000 ridiculous. I mean, my dad bought his house, his first house, at 1/10 of that.
Yep. Yeah. Well, it's like when we the house that we live in, it's a 3-bed semi-detached in a nice middle class area right next door to a very good school. We literally live next door to the school. My kids' commute is me throwing them over the fence, you know. It's and we paid £500,000 for that. It was built in the 1950s, and it's basically it's like what would have been an old workers' cottage. You know, it's not a detached house with a huge driveway and acres of land around it. It's a nice home, but it's not particularly impressive for £500,000. It's insane. Whereas my dad, when my mum and dad in the 70s, they bought their first home. Again, a 3-bed semi-detached next door to a decent school. It was in a village called Radford Semley. They paid £10,400 for it, which was about 3 times my dad's salary. And what they used to do back in the day, they'd go, who's the primary breadwinner who's borrowing, mortgaging? And what they do is they'd times that by 2.5 and then add one of the other partner's salary on. And that's what they'd allow you to borrow.
Mm-hmm.
And you'd also have to have about a 10% deposit. So some money saved, you know, some cash to lay down. Yeah. Whereas now, what you have to borrow in order to be able to afford a house is fucking insane. It's nuts. You can get 50 or 60-year mortgages in the UK now. The bank would never have considered lending that.
50 years. You're buying a coffin.
But a 50, yeah, exactly, a 50-year mortgage when you start work at the age of 16 and you retire at the age of 68. Like, who the fuck? Like, it doesn't make any sense. You know, it's absolutely nuts.
We have some reduced price for down payment here in the United States for first-time home buyers. But other than that, yeah, we still need 10%. Like if it's not your first home, like if you're buying your child a home or something, it's still 10%.
Well, you can get what what are called interest only mortgages in the UK. You're not as common now since the financial crisis. They did get restricted. There's also no deposit mortgages there's part ownership where what will happen is the home builder will build like a whole housing estate and they will sell half of the equity in the property to you. But then, so basically what you pay each month, half of it is mortgage and half of it is rent. But it's an absolute con because obviously you're still paying interest on the mortgage. So even though you think you own half the property, you actually don't. But it's by necessity because the house builders are like, we're building all these houses, but no fucker can afford to buy them. What are we going to do? You know?
Right.
So, but yeah, but I also like my mum and dad bought that first house for £10,400, but my dad spent some like housing has rocketed up, but other stuff has dropped like a shit from heaven, like consumer electronics. So they spent was it £160 on one of those Sony audio, like it had the LP, the cassette deck, the speakers, the amp. You know, he spent like 160 quid on that, and then he spent 260 quid on an 18-inch color TV, which with a proper remote control, like a non-wired remote control. But when my wife and I bought our first house, that's like the equivalent of us paying £28,000 on audio visual equipment. You know, like with respect to its commensurate value. Which, you know, whereas now you buy a house for £500,000 and you can go and buy a full color screen Android smart TV for 250 quid.
Right. We went opposite on the prices that we should have charged. So I noticed this YouTube channel in the background here.
Yeah,
I saw him last night.
Oh yeah,
a little bit. Yeah.
Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I didn't stay very long.
Yeah, Monkey Boy is one of my favorites right now. It's that logic itch.
I was bouncing around between misinterpretations and the naughty atheist, and then through a bunch of different other lives.
Well, let's try to get through what we can of this video, just because since Gretchen is taking the night off, we will be ending stream when I have to go take care of RP Junior duties.
All right.
Logical necessity, just in terms of a sentence that is valid. Right? I guess that's also logic relative. But for example, in the sentence P or not P in classical logic is logically necessary because that's a valid sentence in classical logic.
Yeah, okay.
But there's some people who think contradictions are metaphysically possible. So, you know, dialetheous, there's some people who think that, I guess you could be a dialetheous and think only certain sentences are, there's some people who might even think more robust views, like there are contradictions in the world, like out in the world.
Okay, I've got another argument, if it's possible.
Okay.
Okay, so what do you
Next
think
guest,
about,
by the way, whoever that is, we have a whole stack panel. I'm not talking.
So when you said if it's possible, is that what modality is that?
Wait, let me just say, okay, so wait, okay, this is about scripture. This is an argument from scripture, right? So would you say that if someone prophesies something in the future to come, and we can see that what he said is historically reliable, and the events did occur, would you take that as like some divine revelation?
Since he's going to a new point, I'm actually gonna take a back so you guys can respond. Don't all talk at once.
Anyways,
Bro, what are you doing? Break the silence.
why are we making me
Give an
talk?
answer, bro.
I think Anne should take this one.
I'm playing Superliminal. I don't know what to say.
Leave it to the liberal psychologist. Are we joking?
Oh, go to game. Superliminal is so fun. Like it really fucks with your perception.
Pardon? Who said that about me?
Ruxer. I was just repeating what he said.
Oh, sorry. He meant to say leave it to the conservative psychologists.
Oh, okay. Sorry, what was the argument? Was like if what?
Basically,
Question about reliability. Just repeat the question.
If someone makes a prophecy historically and it comes true, would that be some sort of divine like revelation? I guess. Like, how would you come to know that?
Why would that be evidence of a divine revelation?
Okay, wait. How else would you have come to know that with like the natural
That's
world?
irrelevant. How else?
Okay, it defies like the natural order of the world.
So something being unnatural is evidence that a god exists,
Yeah, but how,
or something being like atypical of what normal humans can do is evidence God exists.
Okay, well, would you agree that it's like unnatural, right, to the world?
What do you mean unnatural to the world?
Like it goes against like natural order, right?
What does that mean? I'm asking you what that means.
Okay, it's something like wouldn't normally happen in the world. I don't know. No, not that.
Yo, Friction, help out.
Yeah, I don't think so. You said Friction, help out.
But how would it come
Say
to be that they receive this knowledge? How would it come to be? Of like prophetic material.
Wait, I'm not. This isn't like you get to turn the question around thing. Like you have to. You don't get to go. Oh well, if we don't know this thing, it's just it must be God then, right?
No, I'm not even saying God. I'm just saying like just some unnatural information received. Like,
You still haven't really defined what you mean by
what,
natural there.
Yeah, what is unnatural information?
Wait,
It is just kind of a long-winded God of the gaps argument, right? Like, oh well, we don't understand how this thing happens, therefore God.
And even if he was able to explain it, then it would be an argument from incredulity, because then he just doesn't know, so he's presupposing a god.
Okay, that's still a question.
Yeah, I know it's a question, so can you answer it?
No, because I'm not the one posing this. You are. You're the one saying that if this is the case, then it must be God. If this happens,
I'm just asking
if this happens, it must be a unicorn. I've decreed it. It must be a unicorn that gave them that knowledge.
No, I never said it must be God. I'm asking you how did it
I love people are using Gabe
Okay,
now.
I don't know why we're asking.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Joel and Mezzo really having impact on the arguments across the communities.
I use it too.
Just a big old gape. Like
I'm sorry, but like that has particular connotations.
Yeah.
Just
that's the point.
Yeah.
Well, I come from a specific 4chan generation where like Goatsy used to be like circulated a lot as like a troll image, and that's the first thing I think of when I hear gape.
Yeah.
It's just burned into like the back of my corneas.
Yeah, every time somebody uses that word, I just think it just elicits, frankly, an asshole that looks like a yawning hippo. Just that's just where my brain goes.
It has teeth.
Oh god, like that Japanese movie called Teeth about like the monster vagina with teeth.
Questions now.
Why can't I ask questions? How would they ever?
Because you're the one supposed to be giving an argument.
Yeah, I already gave my argument. Now I'm asking you a question.
No, you have not given an argument.
Well, maybe something that might help is just like imagine we have no explanation we can think of. Well, then what?
No explanation. Just. Okay,
I mean,
that's the
obviously having some explanation on hand for some fact, someone not being able to think of another explanation doesn't like offer the initial explanation any merit, right? Like if there's a grilled cheese on the floor, someone had explained why it's there with a unicorn with magic, and perhaps I can't think of an explanation of my own. That doesn't make that explanation more likely, a more plausible explanation. Like there's not really any leverage offered for that. You have to independently motivate it. So there's like concern for how does an atheist explain it is actually just orthogonal to the task at hand. You have to independently motivate God, whether or not I can think of my own explanation.
Okay, external information received that humans wouldn't know.
Also, the statement also assumes they knew, right? And there's conditions of knowledge, which is not merely that they were correct about their belief, right?
Okay,
or
wait,
said
so can I
that-
prove it that they did know prophetic, like they prophesied
saying-
things in the future?
We could get to that in a moment, but I'm laying that out. I'm saying one condition of them knowing is being justified in their belief. What's the reason I think they're justified?
Wait, what do you mean? I don't understand the question. What do you mean?
Well, knowledge, the putative conditions for what makes something knowledge is at least that it's a justified true belief. Now, that's not exhaustive, most epistemologists agree. But
JTB, but the person calling in has probably never heard of JTB before. So
And it's so elegant too. Like it's easy to remember. Like it makes like the most sense for like an epistemic grounding perspective. Like you know, you know something if it's justified, it's true, and you believe it. That's
In order to know something, minimally, you have to believe the thing you know. The thing that you know has to be true, and the thing you know has to be justified. You have to be justified in believing that thing. So if they knew it, that means they're justified in believing that thing. But the question would be, well, why think they're justified in what they believe?
Oh, because they received it from God.
Well, that's question begging.
I was gonna say, I love question begging.
Yeah, the datum to be explained that you're using God to explain is the fact they knew it. But when I ask you for the reason I think they know it, that the datum is even like this. Like imagine this. Imagine I say, I think the best explanation for why the floor is wet is that it rained today. What's your best explanation? The floor is wet. Why I think the floor is wet? Because it rained. Do you see the loop? I'm not accepting the datum. So I'm saying whether or not I can appeal to fire hydrants bursting or whatever other explanation for why the floor is wet, you have to independently motivate the claim. The explanation is that it rained. But then I don't actually even have any reason to think the floor is wet to even explain it with it raining. So when I ask you what's the reason I think the floor is wet and you say because it rained, that's just assuming the thing that you were initially trying to justify, that it rained. Right? You initially attempted to justify it raining
don't worry.
with the floor being wet. Right. So I'm asking you why I think they were
understand.
justified in their belief.
Okay, they received divine knowledge. Wait, how else would they be justified? Obviously, they would only be justified because it is from God. But I'm trying to prove God's. But I see where you're coming from.
But you're saying the fact.
Wait. My biggest problem with like atheism is just like atheists can
Notice this. Friction wants to step in when Big Boy Monkey Boy did all the heavy lifting. You see that, Ruckster?
Well,
Taking
notice
notes.
how you stepped in because he wouldn't accept my responses. He had to hear it from a man. So.
I mean, it's not very. This is not very like uncommon because it's usually the white people having us do all the work and then they'll step in and take credit. So it makes sense.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ruckster just won the whole debate right there. It doesn't matter what anyone else says, he won.
This is very common. Very common.
I might try to deny this, but
See, the biggest problem I have with like atheism, why wouldn't I believe that there's God? Because you literally just said like prophetic material is just unexplainable. Of course, like
well,
if there's a
we're contesting that
found, of course I'm going to believe it's like external like information given. Like that's
okay, well, there's two things.
Like,
well, we're contesting the datum in question. So what you're saying is it's crazy to think it's not explained by God, but we're contesting whether there is even a fact to be explained. Right? We're denying the prophetic stuff in the first place. But I don't think it's crazy. I actually think God explanations for the types of things you're labeling prophetic. I think the God explanation will actually be one of the worst explanations, not one of the best candidate explanations.
I would say it's the best. Like, just thinking.
I mean, we could talk about that.
Obviously, it's the best.
Yeah, I mean,
that's my favorite argument. Just think about it, bro.
Yeah, I mean, what we could do is we can either continue to dispute whether they even knew it, or we can assume they knew it and see whether or not if we.
Okay, let's dispute if they knew it. Shall I tell you one?
Sure. Yeah. The question still is why I think they're justified in their belief.
I don't understand. How can I respond to that? What do you mean? Like justified in
Well,
belief?
condition of knowing something, the thing I know, I'm justified in believing.
I would only know that.
You cut out.
I would only know that because it is from God. That's the only way I would know, right?
Yeah, but that's just question begging. Yeah, but that was already explained.
Yeah, but that's the only way I could know if it's prophetic material, right? That would be the only way, right?
But then that's just to admit you don't have anything that's non-fallacious. It's just like erroneous.
Okay, but wait, why would you even ask the question? How would they know? Why would you ask that?
He's asking two things, right? One is what is it that justifies their belief, and you're saying, well, how would they know apart from revelation?
Yeah, there's two things. There's what is the claim that you're making, A, and B, how do you justify the claim that you've made? And both the claim and the justification in this case are basically the same thing, just equals God.
Yeah, he's even saying A, and then it can't be not A, which is just to restate A.
Yeah.
He's asking you to show that they have the justification in the first place. And you're just asking how else could they know it? And furthermore, well, I think that that's the only way that they can know.
No, wait, because it occurred in the future and it breaks like, bro. That's why I don't like talking to like atheists, bro. Like,
but people can say things and correctly predict.
Bro, you're using such big words. I don't even know. That's why.
What?
He doesn't like talking to atheists.
Well, to be fair,
because
Monkey Boy
it's
did say
cooked.
orthogonal earlier.
What was that, Jack?
He doesn't like talking to atheists because he gets cooked.
I think he literally said, I don't like talking to atheists because they know a bunch of big words.
Like, I mean, I can understand why it would be intimidating. Like, you could have an idea, like you could have you could have why you think what you think, and then coming onto a panel and trying to have a conversation and trying to articulate it. Especially if it is the case that other people's like dictionaries. Their personal lexicon is quite broad. I could understand why that would seem quite intimidating. But Monkey Boy is a very generous interlocutor. He's not trying to fuck with you. He is genuinely trying to understand the position. So whilst I can understand like the nervousness that somebody would have about having these kind of conversations, I get it. But Monkey Boy isn't the person to be fearful of with respect to that. You know, he's a generous. He's interpreting people as generously as he possibly can in order to facilitate the discussion, right?
Yeah, I mean that's fair. It's just it makes him look less intelligent whenever he can't portray his idea.
Yeah.
Even though he's arguing for it. And Monkey Boy is giving him every possible like easy way to do it.
Yeah, well, we like when you get a theist like drop into the chat like a fucking missile, and then they immediately complain that you're just talking gibberish or word salad or something, and you're like, we're using things like ontological or I'm like, that's not a fucking word salad. That word has a meaning, and the vast majority of people know what it means. It's not my problem. You're an ignorant fuck.
I heard someone trying to argue for their god, and in doing so, on Joel's stream, they said, "What is water? What do you mean by water?" Like, is that too big of a word? Come on.
Oh, please excuse me. Dihydrogen monoxide.
Right.
Yeah.
No, that's way too big of a word.
Well, I would just say water's above or water's below.
Yeah, I think it was Brandon Irish who was complaining that there were multiple different words for what lie is, which is basically a type of salt. But the official name, I can't remember what it is, but the official name is explains the chemical makeup. It's basically the name for the molecule. But obviously, caustic soda or lye is like the common household name for it. And I can't remember exactly what, but he was like moaning, complaining, like, why have these different, like, why? I was like, well, they obviously have different usages, Yeah, it was
People
just
know them by different names.
Yeah.
And he could have just said like non-germane or irrelevant. So that was kind of scumbag behavior, low-key.
Oh, like non-germane helps.
Might even be worse.
Like non-germane really changes. Yeah.
If it's non-germane, is it like France or something?
Sorry, Germany mentioned? Oh, who sent the gifts?
Wait, would you guys say you're not? You would say you're fully atheist and not agnostic at all? Like,
I didn't say.
I'm only 70% atheist.
If there was like 20% more like big booty Latinos, I'd probably be a theist.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's crazy. For me, it's more like 30-35%.
I think that all atheists.
We know Detroit.
Detroiter's more modest. That's what I like about him.
That's right.
Yeah, he has so much humility. He's like the real life Superman, taking down Lex Luthor, like Ado Steen and all that.
That's right. By the way, I'm going to be reviewing the Malpass Craig debate in a bit with Oppie.
Oh, really?
That's going to be interesting.
Wait. Can I ask you something? What's like the best argument like you've received for God existence?
The one you just gave.
That's the best one.
Right.
But I didn't formulate it the best. That's the thing.
I know. That's just how good it was.
You're saying the argument for dependency is the best argument to prove God's existence.
I'm not sure if it's that good of an argument because it seems like it requires supplementary arguments to get to like a deity and all that stuff.
Because you're always saying like, oh, an infinite regress of dependent things is possible. Okay, wait.
I mean, I'm a bit of a slut for the infinite regress, so I'd probably say that's true.
Just for the infinite regress? I feel like you didn't have to add that qualifier.
Yeah, I think you like ignored some other stuff there. I don't know.
That's a deep
regress. We're progressives here. We don't deal with the regressive shit.
It's infinitely deep.
Would it be technically a hole or would it be a tunnel or something?
Well, tunnels have an end, right?
Right.
I
guess.
necessarily.
Not really.
So does the colon. I mean, it's yeah, like
Like there's no
use.
bottom to a tunnel on the opposite side. Like you can travel through a tunnel infinitely. Like it just
Well, no,
around.
he didn't say a tunnel had a bottom. He said a tunnel had an end. So
Right,
like,
right. That would be the end of the tunnel, though. Like there's no like, it's not
Well-
like a cul-de-sac.
well, the end of a tunnel could be a dead end, i.e., they just stop digging the tunnel, or the tunnel could pass all the way through the object that it's tunneling through, and that would still be an end of the tunnel, right? They're just different.
Wouldn't that be a hole instead of a tunnel?
Well, no, a tunnel can pass through. Like when you're driving through like a down a road in the Alps, and then like you drive through. They put a
As I do
hole.
here in the United States.
Well, okay, fine. Like a road in the United States, like through the Rockies or something. Do you say you're driving through a tunnel, or do you say you're driving through a hole?
Well, a tunnel because it goes out the other side.
Yeah, exactly.
But if I was driving into a pit, I would be driving into a hole.
A hole can also go out the other side, though.
Mm-hmm. It seems like is it based on orientation? Is a tunnel horizontal and a hole is vertical? Is that the issue?
It sounds like a hole has like a maximum length, and then the tunnel would be past that length limit. Right? Because like you can have a hole in your armor, or you can have a hole in your shirt. But that's not a tunnel. So
But
like
what about like bottomless pits? Bottomless pits are holes.
But wouldn't that also be a tunnel?
Right. I don't know.
Like an infinite...
for me, a tunnel like requires like an entrance and an exit. That's how I would cash out tunnel. But all this whole talk reminds me, humans are closer topologically to a donut than like any other shape. Just a fun little fact.
I always like the fact that during embryonic development, all mammals, we go through a process called gastration, which is where like the clump of cells like rolls around itself and it forms a tube, and it always forms from the arse up. So there is no human on Earth that has never not been an asshole and only an asshole.
We all start out as gigantic, well, not gigantic, but assholes.
Yeah.
So stupid.
Okay, wait. I've got an example, right? So let's say okay, so you can only talk to person A if you tap the person behind you, and then that person has to do the same. That person has to do the same. You will never be able to talk to person A.
I don't see why that's the case.
If we're imagining,
you'll be able to talk to person A even though it's an infinite chain of tapping.
Again, depends on which sort of chain. Depends on which sort of chain we're talking about. Because if we're imagining that the last person in the chain, so to speak, has to first touch person behind them, and then they have to touch person behind them, and so on. And then after all that, then they can all start saying their thing or whatever it is that they do. Then we're imagining actually two infinite sequences, right? One that starts and then presumably has to end in some way, and then another one that starts or at least ends. Maybe that's impossible. Like maybe you couldn't do a sort of super task like that, but that's not required for an infinite regress. If the thing we're imagining is something more like, today the person behind me touched me, and then the day before that the person behind them touched them, and the day before that the person behind them touched them, and that's just a sequence like that. That seems perfectly coherent to me.
So wait, so touching after like time is like, wait, what? So trying to understand,
I'm specifying because it's a bit ambiguous what sort of, at least to me, what sort of sequence you're presenting.
But you think it's not analogous to God's the dependency thing?
I'm saying it's not analogous if it's a sequence of the first sort, where there's a sort of two infinite sequences that have to transpire.
When you say dependency, are you talking about like a causal relationship, or what's the relationship?
Yeah, causal relationship, I think.
Okay. Is it like are you saying there can't be like an infinite causal chain?
Yeah, because of the example.
Are you saying that there's like a? Do you know the difference between like per se and per accident?
No, I don't.
Okay. Okay, so I guess like what's the motivation to think that like an infinite regress of causal chains are impossible?
I guess with the analogy I gave,
Do you think, like, let's say we grant for the sake of discussion that your analogy demonstrates some sort of like impossibility or something. Do you think your analogy is going to be generalizable to all notions of infinite causal chains, or a particular kind? That's the thing you probably need to be thinking about, because it could be the case that certain kinds of infinite causal chains are impossible, but that could just be because of like how they're constructed or the facts surrounding it. But there could be like different like causal chains that are constructed that don't like presumably have like logical tension or something.
Okay, so I'll just say it's applied to the dependency one. Is it not? Like...
So maybe like the one where you're like asking permission to talk to the guy, maybe that one, that sort of like infinite regress is like impossible. I'm not really convinced that is, but I'm going to grant it. I don't think that means that all like kinds of infinite regresses are impossible. Like all like infinite chains are impossible. Like as a result of that, I think you're doing like a some sort of generalizable fallacy when you do that.
But
You could say all infinite regresses of the construct yada yada yada, what you just described, like of that sort of form might like show that there's like a contradiction. But to then make the inference and say all infinite regresses, all causal infinite regresses are impossible, I think it's just like I think it's like invalid. I don't think you can make that inference, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, because if I talk about like a certain animal or like a certain mammal and I describe that mammal with, can't then infer that all mammals have those same features, right? I can only just infer that all mammals of that kind or that type have the set features. And I think the same thing is happening with this hypothetical that you're coming up with.
Probabilistically, it's true. Wait, what?
I'll be right back. I gotta go grab RP Jr., but I plan on just holding him until we get through this. That way we don't have to just like cut in the middle of a video reaction.
All right.
But I'll keep this playing while I run off and grab the little one.
You said what now?
Like probabilistically, all the mammals have those type of.
No. I said a particular mammal. Like if you say that, like, oh, I've noticed that like this mammal like has property X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
And then you try to like generalize all mammals have those same properties. And I'm saying that like it seems like you're describing one infinite regress in some way, in some fashion, and then you're trying to extrapolate from that to all infinite regresses. When I think that like you're only targeting maybe one form of them. If we're granting that you're showing that there's logical tension in the first place.
Okay, well, I would say, in order to talk to person A, you depend, you keep on depending, and that's exactly how we depend, right? Is that not true?
Oh, Andrew, sorry, I think Andrew was trying to say something.
It's fine. I was just saying, okay, I don't think that the example rules out a certain type of infinite as much as it may rule out a certain type of operation or activity. Like, there's a certain type of infinite where you can't reach the end, like the infinites that don't have an end, you can't reach the end. The infinites that don't have the beginnings, you can't start those ones. That's not a problem with the infinites as such. It's more of a problem with the type of counting that you're trying to do.
Yeah, the relationship between like.
But to take the causation example, I think what you're trying to say is, in order for me to be, exist, I'm causally dependent on B. In order for B to exist, it's causally dependent on C, and so on and so forth. If that goes, infinitely back, you can't reach a final thing, and so then you're trying to say, in order for me to exist, I need to reach the end of an endless series. I think that is looking at it the wrong way around, because you can just as easily frame it that in the other direction. So in order for B to exist, C causes it. So C causes B to exist, D causes C to exist, and then you're forward looking instead of backward looking. So instead of it's B requires C, it's C causes B. Then you're looking in a different direction. So it's just each. You don't need to count. You don't need to reach the end of an endless series. You're just always counting forward towards me. I'm caused by B. B is caused by C. I don't see the problem with that.
Okay,
He's kind of like changing like the orientation of the series, if that makes sense. What's your name, bud? So I know what to refer to you as.
M. Call me M1.
M1. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, did you understand what Amdir was saying? There?
Yeah, I understood it. He even put it well. Like, I understand. Like, he just, it causes, and it's not, I guess,
Yeah, because like the
Is this-
orientation of the series kind of
is
matters
is
a
this-
lot. Like,
is this guy a
in
fan
one
of the
sense,
M1
like if you're trying to
motorsports
reach
then?
the end of an endless series, well, yeah, there's
I
gonna be
was
like
just
a
thinking that.
contradiction there.
It's like
Well, when
a
you frame
American
it
guy
that
being
A
called
requires
I1.
B and B requires C,
Yeah.
so in order for A to exist, then you need to trace it all the way back. You're framing it as if you're counting from 1 to infinity. But if you frame it the other way, then you're framing it as if you're not counting from any particular number, but you're counting down to 0.
Yeah,
I would say you can never cause in an infinite chain.
You can never what? Say that again.
You can never cause person A and person B in an infinite chain because there was. Oh, I kind of get it. But...
Yeah, because if there's like a final member, which is like you, if the directionality of the cause is towards like a final point, then there's like no contradiction that's entailed.
No, but you can never cause it in the chain, in the infinite chain. You can never do it.
Can you explain why that's the case?
Okay, because it keeps on going because you can never speak to the person A. You can never speak to person A.
Wait, why would you? If you're like going from like the infinity direction all the way to, 0 or whatever the endpoint is, what's the impossibility there? I guess.
Because you will never be able to speak to person A.
Well, this conceptualizing an infinity as if it's got a beginning or an end or even a middle.
It's
is
easy
the
to see
problem.
how.
Like that's not like some infinites are bigger than others. We can express this mathematically quite simply, and this assumption that, like, let's say if you've got a road that's infinitely long going in both directions, and it's got an infinite number of houses on it, and you're stood outside house number 12, but like the number of houses behind you go back, they get to 0 and then they go into like negative -1, -2, -3. Just because this is an infinite heading in both directions doesn't mean that you can't walk from house 12 to house 13 or from house 12 to house 11, right? It doesn't preclude causation within the infinite set. It's just it's yet another presuppositional argument thinking that they understand infinites when they don't.
A personal incredulity.
Mm-hmm.
I just got back. Are we talking about different sizes of infinity?
It
And,
was
and where you are on the scale of infinity.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was going to bring up Cantor's theorem, but that doesn't sound like it's applicable here.
I couldn't talk to person A if it was a sort of situation like this. In order to talk to person A, I first had.
Oh, well, thanks for jumping up, Jack. I always enjoy having you on. Have a good day.
You too,
Jack.
To get permission from B, who got permission to C, who got permission from D, and so on and so forth. And so I need to, this infinite counting event needs to conclude in some way before I can talk to person A. But that's not the structure of the causal series. It's more just that in order to talk to person A, B talk to me. So then I can talk to person A. There's not this requirement of completing the infinite count.
Okay, yeah, I understand. Well, I need to study more, become more knowledgeable, arguments against atheism. So.
Yeah, I would say I think the sort of impossibility kind of comes about. It has less to do with the cardinality of the set in question, but it has to do with the sort of construction of the series and the relationship of their constituent members. That's a thing I think you have to sort of focus on, because those facts alone could you could derive a contradiction or something. But just because the number of members in these series is Aleph null, that alone I don't think grants this charge of impossibility or logical impossibility or whatever.
Okay. Wait, have you heard of the your psychology matches with your your interaction with the Earth? Have you heard of that argument? How it's so perfectly aligned?
Sounds like what you're talking about.
You're talking about psychophysical harmony? That's what it...
Yeah.
Oh.
What do you think about that? Is that...
I think psychophysical harmony is pretty gangster, yeah.
Wait, so your psychology is perfectly aligned with how you interact? And
well, the perfect there might be doing a lot, because I think that alone might depend on your notion of there's some normativity baked in there. Because
what does normativity mean?
One psychophysical harmony argument is normative harmony. That's one of the 3 pieces of that paper. How are you making the psychophysical harmony argument? You don't know what normative.
He might have just heard about it.
I don't know it.
You might have just heard about it. Yeah. But like when you say perfect, like one person can say that like our senses or like our the way that we are kind of constructed is in perfect harmony with the earth. But someone could say that like, well, I mean, there is like a delay, and when we perceive things in the external world, there's like a very, very small delay. I mean, I guess my notion of like perfect harmony wouldn't have that sort of delay there. So that's why I was saying it might depend on like what you're saying. Like, do you know what I mean? Like when we perceive things, we perceive them like, well, like point.
Yeah, that delay is just due to the speed of causation.
Yeah,
like
speed of light, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and the slight processing time that like your brain takes.
Yeah, well, actually, the processing time, like if you're like observing something that's like a mile away or something, the time that it takes the light to travel to you so that you can perceive the event, like your retina can perceive the event, that's far, far, far less time than it takes for the chemical reaction and your conscious awareness of the event to take place. But it's a big part of like the observer effect and the fact that we cannot create perfect, like we can't create perfect models of the world in which we exist, is why this concept of like perfect knowledge, perfect anything is kind of nuts, you know.
Yeah, I think perfect model is kind of an oxymoron, because like a model is not meant to like say what's actually going on. It's an abstraction. It's a model. Like it's an approximation.
Yeah, but also our inability to create highly, it's why like when the weatherman tells you that it's going to rain at 11 o'clock today, and like you go outside and you're looking at your watch and you're like, oh, it should be raining right now, you know. It's yeah.
Yeah, when they give those like percentages of like, oh, like there's a 60% chance of it raining, it's not that it's like a chance or probability of it raining.
It's coverage of an area. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. 60% of like a specific given area is definitely going to have rainfall, and whether that rainfall happens to you or not is, you know, dependent on what areas are being covered or not.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like when you go into a weather app like the BBC or the Weather Channel app or something, and you type in your town and it says 60% chance of rain. It's definitely going to be raining somewhere, but it's only, you know, 60% of it is going to it's going to be raining. But it always amazed me how many people didn't realize that, you know. But then again, nobody ever teaches that. It's just one of those weird things, like you either know it or you don't, you know.
Mm-hmm. Good night, Robin. Hope you rest well. We'll catch you in the next one. We're actually coming very close to closing things up here. Looks like there's only about 4-ish minutes left in this reaction. So it'll probably be about 6 to 8 minutes.
How's RP? RP Junior? Is he nestled comfortably?
Yeah. So I found out. Well, I like with how much he enjoys being in his stroller. Like whenever I take him out on his walks, I just thought, what if I set that up, right by my computer as just like a nice little chair for him, and it works quite well, because like I attach a little ball on like a rubber string, and so like he like throws that and he'll grab the rubber string and pull the ball back up, and yeah, he's pretty good at entertaining himself.
Yeah, we had I was holding my my nephew Cassius the other day, and I forgot how much I missed being able to like just hold a baby in the crook of my arm whilst I'm walking around doing stuff. It seemed like a pain in the ass at the time, but now that my kids are that bit older, I miss it. You know, it was just.
I don't know the number per se, but like it's like there's like a very, very, very small delay, and I don't know, like I don't think that thing would be present if, you know, we were in perfect harmony with like, you know, the physical world or something. That sounds it sounds like that when we say perfect there, we're injecting a lot of like there's a lot, you know, baked into there.
Okay, yeah. Okay, wait. So like for example, if I touch a fire, would it in another world, would I like touching the fire, but I would still react to the stimulus of the fire?
No, I mean, like let's say you touch the fire, and like in this world, like we don't like I guess like the what is it, the what do you call it, the signals that we get to our brain aren't like fast enough to avoid like slightly burning our hands. But like maybe in some other, possible world, those signals maybe like transmit faster. And so like when we put our hand to the flame, we can feel the heat and we can pull away faster, and there's like no, char visible. Like we don't burn our hand at all because we have like a quicker reaction time or something. Like to me, that sort of possible world seems to have more like harmony between like our physicality and the world or something.
Okay, yeah.
And
I
so to
understand
say
that,
in the current possible world, it's perfect. I think might
But
not be entirely
that
true.
reaction time, it depends. It depends whether it's a conscious reaction or an unconscious reaction. So, for example, our body does stuff without bothering to inform our conscious mind. Like when you flinch, when you close your eyes because like there's something flying towards your head. Like that's not a conscious effort. That's just your hindbrain reacting to protect your eyes. That is a very, very, very rapid reaction indeed. But the reaction time with respect to like catching a ball, like making an active decision to choose whether you're going to catch the ball or move out of the way of the ball or something, that's a much, much slower reaction time because it engages your conscious brain. It's an active decision being made. So
Yeah, is it specifically the limbic system that deals in like those natural reactions? Yeah.
Yeah, in the non-voluntary or the involuntary reactions. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm like focusing on the match between like your psychology and like your like the receptors in your body, right? The match between them, right? Not because I know it's a delay, so it's probably not perfect. Okay, but I'm just talking about like the match. Why do we not like it? And like, yeah, I can't. I'm not like knowledgeable, so I can't really.
It's okay, man. We're not. You're just kind of curious. That's okay.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
What do you think about Islam?
I think it's the one true religion. That's what I think.
I don't know.
No, I'm
the
joking.
atheists are like crazy.
I'm not Muslim. I'm joking.
Yeah, I know.
You said atheists are crazy?
No, I mean like the way you talk is just like some atheists, like you guys.
We talk crazy?
I'm sorry.
I mean, that's
I'm
true of
sorry.
Amdir, but no, I agree. Some like Amdir talk crazy.
Okay. Alright, bro. I think I need to head out. I will do more of my research.
Yeah, it's okay. Which I guess let me ask, like, what argument do you think is like the strongest for like God's existence, and maybe that should be the one that you focus on.
Okay, my best. I haven't done really any research, but my best argument is like the dependency arguments.
If you're going to focus on any of the ones that you brought up here today, your better bet is for having a strong argument would be to focus on psychophysical harmony rather than the dependency argument.
Why? Wait, why do you think?
Because it's just generally a better argument. It's less I would argue that one has less highly contentious and implausible assumptions.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right, we got through it. Tonight was a good night. We got through 2 whole reactions.
Yeah, hell yeah.
We didn't fill though out too much, I don't think either.
Yeah, thanks to Jill. Yeah.
Man, that was wild. Like Jill like manages to disappoint me in a completely new way every single time.
Yeah. As you said that, I felt it.
Yeah, Jill is definitely the unenthusiastic hand job of philosophical debate. Right?
The fucking married 10 years, like lazy Saturday morning handy. Oh man. All right. Well, folks, it's that time of the night. I've got parent duties, but thanks everyone who came on panel. Thanks Nobody. Thanks John. Thanks everyone who hung out on chat all night. Hope I was able to be engaging enough without Gretchen here, but I'm glad everyone hung out and then seemed to have a good time. We'll close out with I don't know. Both of you, do you want to request one of the channel songs? No, I'll play both.
I'm easygoing. Well, whatever you want to do, RP. Like obviously you've got your little one in the background. I love hearing him gurgle away though. That's lovely. melts my cold as ice heart.
Oh, you can hear RP Junior.
Yeah,
Here,
a little
I'll
bit in the
move the
background.
mic a little closer. Say hey, buddy. Now he's shy. He's reaching for the mic. He managed to get the ball off the rubber string, and now he's just chewing on the rubber string. So
Yeah, that's. I know, obviously, personal question. You've obviously got one kid up here. Were you planning on another? I know it's saying he's only 10 months. So.
yeah, we're going to try for a second, hoping we get a daughter the second time. But if not, like we'll plan on just stopping because
Oh,
two
like
kids is plenty.
Yeah, the people who have 7 kids because they keep on having girls and the dad wants a boy. I've never quite understood that. It's how many children do you think you can reasonably provision for and give appropriate attention to seems to be the most important question rather than sex/gender. No, I was just curious.
Yeah. No, it's a good question. I see one vote for BMF in the chat, so we'll say that's John's choice. Nobody, did you have a choice for a song?
No, I defer to you guys.
Okay. I did your song, and then Everybody Values earlier. I think I'll do BMF and then Figure 8. Okay, folks. Well, we're gonna get these closing songs rolling. Hope everyone has a great morning, afternoon, wherever you are in the world, and we'll see you in the next one.
Catch you later.
GG's. Oh, whoops. That's the wrong one. Here we go.
Dum 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 dum.
Twisted tea, talking about stars and synchronicity. Don't let me cut my hair, he cried. Mercury dancing in his chaotic eyes. Do you believe in God? He said it's complicated. Tarot cards and magnifying glass, the whole damn stream was captivated. But he kept talking after he got muted. Still preaching truth, nobody disputed. No sound, no clue, definitely no sobriety. Just jazz hands flying with no propriety. No one could hear him, but no one looked away. A silent prophet crashing out, and history was made. He has risen, BMF. Silence screaming to the cosmic depths. Twisted tea communion in his hand. Talking to dimensions we don't understand. Was real, all hail the prophet
with the hemorrhoid wheel.
Chat went insane, the memes took flight. Hush just before BMF all through the night. Bring him back, we need him now. The whole damn internet forgot somehow about the callers and theology, cause BMF became mythology. Some said Messiah, some said saint, others just wanted the mute constraint. He was checking oil spiritually, reading tarot universally, operating heavy machinery while transcending ordinary reality. When BMF disappeared, there was an empty hole. Everybody asking,
where'd our drunken Yoda go?
He has risen, BMF, rushing his glorious mane to death. Saint of the Kansas cigarette smoke, the patron lord of Inside Joe. He has risen, he came back twice, swung twisted tea was his sacrifice. The crowd proclaimed in holy cheer, BMF is love, BMF is here,
BMF is here.
Say his name.
breathalyzer with the fart. He taught us to look at the stars and chase twisted tea with fireball. 500 witnesses saw him return, combing his hair while the comments burned. He rose again after being cast away, then vanished before the break of day. No sermon, no revelation, just finger pointing, gesticulation, and somehow that was enough. He has risen. BMF, ghost of the live stream never left, still silently yelling beyond the frame. Forever will remember his name. He has risen. Raise one more can for the prophet nobody could understand. And if he returns at the end of time, as long as he's still muted, and everything will be fine. May all your twisted teas be warm. And remember, BMF is going to rock you. You talk in circles, but it's worse than that. You spin around and never find your way back. Round and round while you twist and turn like a figure eight that never learns. You think you've mapped infinity's face, just because you're trapped inside your maze. And if your mind can't comprehend the scale, you declare that everybody else must fail. You draw the limits of your tiny frame, then stamp the universe with your God's name. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're just trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you're choking on infinity. You learned one chapter of theology, now you're lecturing on cosmology, dismissing every paper that they write like decades of research can't survive your insight. You say the experts got it wrong somehow, that you've got all the answers figured out. But if your theories really change the game, where's the Nobel Prize beside your name? You shout from mountains made of sand and call it understanding. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're just trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you're choking on infinity. Nowhere. No prize, no proof, no revolution made. Just another sermon dressed up as a grenade. You reject the evidence, rewrite the score, then wonder why nobody's buying it anymore. You cry about evolution every day, 'cause you need to feel you're built a special way, a soul that lasts forever after death, a cosmic guarantee with every breath. You'd rather trust a tale that's centuries old, a man from dirt and a rib turned whole, then scream, why are there still monkeys from the crowd, while screeching like one twice as loud. You love telling atheists what we believe, inventing things that we never conceived. You paint us monsters, bitter and obscene, then act surprised when we don't fit the scene. You think you know us, think we're cold and mean, but we're more caring than you've ever been. No threats of hell, no promised reward, just helping people because they're worth fighting for. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're still trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you'll never own reality. Round and round, figure eight. Round and round, too blind to see. You're going nowhere.